Hajime! Let's go! Hayaku! Hayaku! I'm done.
Yes.
I'm not starting. I don't care what you say. I'm not starving.
Oh, I'll start. That's fine.
What's his aversion? Why he's so evasive? What's going on with this brother?
Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo.
But you know
Big
how I
in
am.
Tokyo.
When
I
I'm ready
wanna
to end
be
the stream,
big
I
in
speak.
Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big
Hey, yo,
in
give me number
Tokyo.
4, 5,
Drink all the
6.
sake I want. Read all the manga I want. Wear all the babe that I
Tell me one
want.
thing you like
Buy
about
all the J's that I want. Be with any girl that I want. Drive any car that I want. I'm always out of the country. I'm sorry if I ain't home. If the money ain't calling, I never answer my phone. You can see the flow in my chakra. All we smoke is homegrown. You know the boy love ramen. Probably sipping on miso. I know a spot that has shield. I got a spot that has deals. Wait till I get a kimono. I'ma swag it out in my dojo. Some girls are asking for a photo. I guess this happens in Kyoto. When you young and popping in Kyoto. I ball with all of my nakamas. I dance with all of my nakamas. I drink with all of my nakamas, yeah. I only listen to Cole. I touch down with peace. Hiro isekai, shinara irekai. You are my enemy. You are no friend of me. You covered in jealousy. We only drink Hennessy. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. When I got money, you know it. When you got money, you blow it. How much you caught me a rollie? I'm living like Zach and Cody. We like from young in the OG. From young, we learned to maneuver. I pick up and skirt in a Uber. I grew up with killers and shooters. No tell, but I think I'm cooler. I used to sleep with a deuce. I'm the moon god, got the juice. You switching sides like the man Bruce. Tight circle, cut the loose ends. No, I can go on vacation. You cannot escape from the matrix. I wrote all this shit in the basement. Art is my new occupation. Let's meet up at Kennedy Station. I've been at studio all day. I'd rather just make it the hard way. Sitting back while I'm looking up. Remember backyards cooking up. I just wanna be big. I wanna be big. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Drink all the sake I want. Read all the manga I want. Wear all the babe that I want. Buy all the J's that I want. Be with any girl that I want. Drive any car that I want. Drive any car that I want.
Sup, Chief? Poppin' G? Talking about the bitch. Let's escape from Tower of God first and then
Hey, but you see, it makes sense that Yama did not do no Nana because he just fought and he's tired.
That nigga's eyes been broken for 2 years in captivity. How these songs not serious, man? Okay.
Having your arms not even naturally heal over 2 years is fucking wild.
Just forget about Shinsu and whatever the fuck. Forget that we're superhuman. Just a waste suit all around. I can't even call him a Yuhina Young. Just a waste. He's just a waste man. Period.
It said, yeah, over these last 2 years, I became Mr. Glass. I have brittle bone syndrome. I didn't tell y'all yet, but that's the condition.
I guess I should go on camera. Why not? I press image. I'm an idiot. That's not camera. That's image. Just throw myself in a corner somewhere. So I can't pick my nose or my ass. That's what I be doing. That's what I be doing. But what's up, everyone? I told y'all this month was going to be a lot of lists and whatnot. I don't want to say top 30. It's be a lot of lists. I might do 10s and 15s and 20s depending on what it is. But today, me, Glam, and Simi. We'll be sharing our favorite 30 video games. As of today, as of this moment, things can change. And we're going to get into it, man. It's the first list of the month. It's 13 days in. I said September's the month for this. And I had a couple of caveats. I don't know if you guys had any rules you want to talk about, but I know me and Shimmy shared one, and I'll say mine. So for me, one thing that I did was, so when I initially made my list, I'm like, wow, I am basic. This is insane. Because I had like 5 Legend of Zelda games, like 3 Mario games, 3 Sonic games. I had like 2 Ace Attorney games, and I'm like, okay, the rule that I implemented was pretty much my favorite game of a franchise is the one that'll be on the list. All right. So if it's say it's Kingdom Hearts, my favorite Kingdom Hearts game is probably Kingdom Hearts 2 or Birth by Sleep. So I'd pick one of those two to go on the list. I'm not gonna have both on it. If you guys would be interested at some point in seeing like I guess that version of the list, I don't mind sharing it, but that's the one rule I implemented, and I think me and Simi both did this. We didn't use kind of like traditional standard visual novels where you're pretty much just reading for the most part. We picked the ones that have like actual gameplay or gameplay segments, so to speak. So no Steins Gate, no Fate Stay Nice, no Umineko, and things of that nature will be on this list. Glam, did you have any rules?
I largely did the same with only one per franchise, but with 2 exceptions. That was it.
Okay. Simi, any other rule?
No, you just you said the two. You said the two.
Okay.
The others.
We also have some honorable mentions and stuff, so we're gonna go through those first. So my honorable mentions, as you can see here, scroll down just a little bit, is the Wonderful 101. Wonderful 101 is a platinum game that came out on Wii U. I think it's on everything at this point. And I still don't think it particularly sold well and stuff. And I actually think it was designed for the Wii U, the way you had the 2 screens and drawing in and whatnot. And I do think it's kind of hard to get into. It's a little weird to play, all things considered. But it really reminded me of a Saturday morning cartoon. And what really ended up shocking me was kind of the plot twist about the bad empire they were facing, which I thought was genuinely really good. And I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. And I was impressed. So I don't even know if I recommend it. I don't think I think this is a you need to have a specific taste for this game, but I think it's good. But I don't really hate any platinum games like actually I don't like that what's that Switch one? With the chain and you
Oh,
get
Astral
attached to 'em.
Chain.
Yeah,
Oh.
Oh,
that was mid.
You the boy. You the police. You playing at the ops.
Yeah, that game that I played that for like 6 hours and I'm like I don't like this at all. So yeah, so that's my honorable mention. Who wants to go next? Simi?
Sure, I'll go next. I got a bunch anyways.
Yeah, we'll run through his.
Yes, for me, I did a honorable mention for a couple of genres. There's a lot of games. Since this is just the top 30, there's a lot of games that would have made the list if we went top 50 or even top 100. Unfortunately, they did not though. So I did a couple of honorable mentions by the genre. The first one I have here, the honorable mention for fighting games, Bloody Roar 3. See, Emperors of Fury? Bloody Roar is a fighting game series that was made by Hudson, rest in peace, by Hudson.
I knew
That's
Sonic
originally
Fox was
started
right.
they originally started on PlayStation 1 and wound up and having its last game on the GameCube. And Bloody Roar, it's absolutely phenomenal. I think it's a really cool idea of having these superhuman characters who have a human form and an animal form that you could freely transform between in a match, and both forms have their own combos, and of course your animal form has a higher damage output. You also have a special move or ultimate move on your in your animal form called Beast Drive, and the combos are just absolutely insane. It's one of the first fighting games that I was exposed to that had ridiculously insane combos. Like, I mean, like 40, 50, 60 hit combos that wasn't 2D, that wasn't like a Marvel vs. Capcom. And even
They
then,
zero,
like,
are they zero to death or just really long extravagant combos just out of curiosity?
well, I think it really depended on the game. I think the fourth one was really broken. And there was a lot of infinites on there, but from what I remember, you could just do them real long, but I don't remember any. Well, I mean, I think there was a combo video of two, just nothing but infinites. But like you could do long ones, but it wouldn't for the most part. If you like know how to really break the game, you wouldn't like single fucking health bar your opponent off of one combo. Regardless, though, it's a really fun game. I absolutely adore the graphics too. I think Bloody Roar 3 has insane graphics for the time period and the console that it was on. Would I recommend this game? I absolutely would. I think it's a fun time. I think it's very unique. We don't get fighting games like this anymore. Even though it is a traditional 2.5D fighter, just with the idea of transforming into another form and being really able to transform between those two forms and mix up your combos between being a human and your animal form is just really fucking raw. It's a game that I quote a lot. Well, a lot of sound bites I quote
You
from that
do.
game to
You
this
do.
day.
And what's the one with Batsu again?
Oh, Rival Schools.
Yeah, that one too. You quit
Yeah,
that quite
Rival
a lot.
Schools is a phenomenal game. Yeah, that's another game that I actually played a lot, and that most definitely would have made a list if we did top 50 or so.
I,
So and
I
I'll
thought
keep
I
going.
thought about it, but honestly, if we did that, it'd have to be me and you. I can't do that with too many people because I'll be here for 6 hours. I thought
Yeah,
about it. Maybe next year. Next year we'll extend it maybe, or plan it earlier. If I did this, I'd probably put Injustice 2. I like that game. I know it's a. But see me, I like spamming projectiles, so I don't mind. I don't have a problem dealing with projectiles like that. So, if I did one, I'd probably put Injustice 2 there. I like that game. I don't care how people feel about it.
yeah, like shit, man. Listen, I
Nether
mean,
Ed Boon, Nether Studio, so stiff, whatever. Shut up, fucking burger. That's so fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. Listen, my combos with Black Canary with Dinah. Woo! Fam. Nah, I don't care. I like that game. So that'd be mine.
yeah. So we gotta keep going to my honorable mentions, or we
Yeah,
switch.
yeah. Just keep
Yes.
going.
Okay. So we'll keep going. So for my honorable mentions for JRPG side of things, it is Sweet Code in 1. Yes, the very first one. And this is a game that I liked a lot. People say that this is the predecessor to games like Kaseki and whatnot because of the large party count. But Sweet Code is a really fantastic game. It's I guess you could say it has roots or it's very similar to Chinese stories or cultivation stories because at least in the
Cultivation.
first game, yeah, at least in the first game, you're playing as a boy who's essentially betrayed by his father, and then you have to spend the rest of the game building an army to fight your father's army, right? So like there's like 100 or so characters that you can recruit and play as for said army before having this big showdown against your father's army. And it sounds daunting, but it's actually like pretty simple. So you could just think of it on the lines of a game like freaking I hate to use this example because I fucking hate that game, but like a fucking Star Ocean or so. It still generally plays linear, but there's a lot of characters within each area that you can wind up recruiting to your army. Now, of course, I would assume that the games get more complex since there's 5 of them. I only played the first one, and this is why Yeti gave that disclaimer. My list can drastically change in the future. There's a lot of classics that I still need to play that have the ability to jump into this top 30. A lot of classic that I mean heralded as the best of their genre, the best of their decade, so on and so forth. But Sweet Code in 1, I had a phenomenal time playing it from beginning to end. I wasn't sure if I was gonna like it or not, but it's a lot of it's a lot of fun. And just gathering your army and then going to your base, seeing your base getting slowly but surely filled up with all the people that you recruit with. The big battle at the end is really cool as well. I do like how the battles you can have 6 party members on screen at one time. I really thought that was really cool. You could switch over to the GIF if you haven't already.
That's my fault.
Yeah, and I just thought it was a lot of fun and it had the special moves, the different characters, and I really
I
feel
like
like
the
once I
camera angle,
play
how it zoomed out. I like that.
yeah, it's really real. Like, yeah, when you do all your commands, everything plays out at one time. I thought it has a really good presentation and it even gets crazier in the later series. I know there's like one-on-one duel type battle starting like with 3 and onwards. I think that's the PS2 games and onwards. But I think it's a fantastic series. Would I recommend it? I absolutely would recommend it. It's a very fun RPG. Suikoden 1 wasn't that long at all. I think it's just a little bit short under the average JRPG time, which is about 35, 36. I would say it's like maybe like 20, like 27, 28. If you're just going through it normally, if you're not trying to 100% it or anything. But good time. Fantastic stuff.
Did you want to chime in at all, Glam? I don't know if you had a,
I'm
because
just letting y'all cook, bro.
mine would probably be honestly, it felt so wrong not having this game on this list, and I felt like I was sucking dick. But something replaced where I would have had Chrono Trigger. We'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. So that'd
Yeah,
probably be mine. What's up,
I've
Pine?
never had because the last two series of or genres of games rather are ones that are kind of outside of my wheelhouse. Like fighting games are not something that I actively participate in. For what Timmy was talking about, and JRPGs is similar to that. I participate in more of those than fighting games, but generally speaking, outside of maybe stuff like Mario and Luigi, and now recently Sea of Stars and eventually Chained Echoes would be things I would consider for that, but nothing that I would consider high enough to go on this kind of list.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, he has a Western RPG. Talk about.
Yeah, so for my honorable Western RPG is Diablo, the very first one. Yes, the father of the action RPG.
Before you go
If
any
you
further,
will.
Simi, I got one
Yes.
question. Is Diablo 2 on the top 30 then, if Diablo is in the honorable mention?
I haven't played 2, 3, or 4.
I've actually played 3 a lot.
Himself.
I played 3 with
He's
with my oldest sister's boyfriend actually. Was the Shaman Doctor or something? I think it was called. I can't remember what it's called.
Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor. There we go.
Yeah.
Go ahead though.
Diablo is a phenomenal game. Like the first one, I instantly saw the appeal of it. Yes, the gameplay, at least in the first one, is a bit archaic as you have to physically click on the enemies every single time you want to hit them. There is no shortcut. There's no just holding the control button, so on and so forth, as we see in modern action games. So there's a meme where like you play, this is what Diablo players' mouses look like, and then there's just a giant hole in the left mouse click. But Diablo 1 is it's a phenomenal game. Like a lot of people, when you look at and ask people who were around in the time period, have memories of this game when it came out, the first thing that they're going to say is atmosphere, and that it does have a lot of. It's very spooky. It is a very dark fantasy game. You literally descend in from a church down and down and down and down until you literally go to hell. And the dungeons are pretty scary. They're pretty creepy. I absolutely adore the sprite work. And of course, the infamous Butcher Boss scared the fuck out of me even when I played it. I think it was when I played that. Like 2020 or so. I gotta look at my beaten list. But regardless, it's a fun fucking time, man. It's very simple, and you would think, well, how is just putting my mouse at a monster and hitting left click fun? But then when you do it, it's just like it's almost like playing a Muso game, but with a little bit more strategy because they will fucking storm you. And there's times that you can die like instantly, but it's just a grand old fucking time. And listen, it's iconic for a reason. I thoroughly recommend it to anybody who likes action RPGs. And even if you're on the fence on Western action RPGs, I want to see the history of the genre. Look no further. I can't speak on the console version of the game, but the PC version, which was re-released and made available on modern systems very recently on GOG with the DLC Hellfire, it's available and still available now. It's a phenomenal game. You get 3 classes. You get to choose your play style as well as you get to distribute your attributes however you want. And you go down to depths until you fucking fight Diablo. And it's just raw, man. Like it has its simple lore, and then the lore expands with the future games. But with the first one, I think it's just a fun old time. It's just a game you could throw on and just start killing demons. And it's gas. There's nothing raw than just killing demons.
What did the demons do to you, man?
Right? Like they the fam, but sometimes they be whining.
All right, keep going. I don't have one on no Dragon's Dogma.
Which is so funny because it's made by a Japanese developer. A Japanese developer trying to make a Western RPG. But yeah, so moving on, my honorable mention for sandbox games is Just Cause 3 and Man Oh Man. You know, this is a very funny game because I've played Just Cause 2, 3, and 4. and I still cannot tell you the story for any of these fucking games. I don't
Sometimes
fucking
it
know.
really be like
And
that.
and quite frankly, I don't give a fuck. Just Cause 3 is some of the most mindless fun I have ever had in my entire life. It has a very special place in my heart because when I first got into PC gaming for the very first time, it was a game that I got for free with my pre-made laptop, and I just had a blast. I've never played a game that had such a satisfying physics system along with explosion. Now I know there's other games that have amazing physics systems, like for example a Portal or a Red Faction Guerrilla, but here it was the explosion that literally make you
Say
feel
the one
like
you
you're in
need
an
to say.
action film.
Why are you running from it? The first game of all time.
Black
the first game to do everything. Sorry, keep going.
Bro, and like Just Cause 3 has one of my favorite maneuvering systems with the wingsuit and the grappling hook combination. I never like want to get in a vehicle. Moving around the world is a lot of fun. Just flinging myself and then fucking deploying my wingsuit midair and just flying and act like I'm a fucking superhero, blowing shit up, freaking seeing entire infrastructures collapse, going flying myself. It's just a lot of fun. It's a lot of fucking mindless fun. And even I just like sometimes like looking at the main menu because the main menu is in game and just watching the NPCs fight each other while I'm just standing there in the main menu. It's mindless fun. If you like explosions, if you like action, third person shooting, fucking grenades, explosives, ridiculous weapons, flying, all that type of shit, look no fucking further. It's a lot of fun. You don't need 2, you sure as hell don't need 4. 3, story, I don't know what the fuck that is. They was doing something. I'm trying to liberate something, I guess. I don't care. I blow shit up and it's raw.
Sometimes you really just tune out all the background stuff and all the I just don't give a damn. Just be like that sometimes. All right, you're shooting. Your shooter.
Yes. And
Uh,
finally,
this game was
this is my
scary,
last
bro.
one. I mean, well, that's the point. For my honorable mention for shooters in general, FEAR, the acronym standing for First Encounter Assault and Recon. And I think this is actually one of the most important first person shooter games ever created by good old Monolith. Not the monolith that y'all know, my monolith. There are 2 monoliths, a Western monolith and an Eastern monolith. The Eastern monolith y'all know for Xenoblade. We don't give a fuck about that. What
I
we
know.
do give a fuck
I
about
give a fuck about Northern Monolith.
is this monolith here that made FEAR, and FEAR is a phenomenal game because FEAR it mixed horror.
I turned off the brightness.
It mixed horror with gun fu action. So you'll see like John Woo style like action sequences, like freaking books exploding and pages flying everywhere and splinters of wood flying, and you shoot a fucking desk or a door or something. You can slow mo this bullet time, but also still a horror game. I remember watching a documentary about this game, and the developer talking about a very specific level where he said all he did was take off the music, and the only sounds in this one level were just the sound effects. So your footsteps, fucking kicking like empty cans when you open a door, the debris falling. That's it. And it's absolutely fucking unsettling, actually. And I thought it was just ingenious on what he did with that level. It does have some of its shortcomings. The game does rely a little too heavily on the set pieces on the horror, but the natural horror aspects, it's really a lot of fun. And most importantly, the shooting. You really feel like a fucking super soldier in this game. I mean, as he moves on to the GIF.
Steve
Just
Watches?
there's just a lot of fun you can do in here. Fucking Liu Kang's fucking bicycle kick, throw a grenade, enter bullet time, shoot the grenade midair, watch the grenade like freaking distort the air. It's absolutely fucking insane. The game's AI also has one of the most impressive AIs, period, where the enemies will actually not only coordinate and create tactics on the fly with each other, but they will directly react to how the player is moving throughout the level. And you don't really see this type of AI even in games today, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see what they pulled off in the year like 2006 or whatever the hell this came out. I know it's before 2010. It's a fantastic time. Even for people who don't like horror games, I would still recommend this game if you like action games, if you like shooting games, if you are a
You could
fan of
play it. You
John
could
Woo
play it.
movies.
I can play it. You can play it. Trust me. I can't shoot, and when it comes to horror video games, I'm a bitch ass nigga, and I still played it. So I even played
Yeah,
the Dead
and
Space games, but the first Dead Space was actually unsettling. The third one definitely wasn't. Did you cut out or did I cut out? Uh-oh. One moment, please. Discord? No, Discord's tripping. I might have to relocate if it keeps doing this. Hold on.
All right.
Hello? There you go. Sorry. Discord was tripping.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, I was looking at the stream. So yeah, I think it's a fantastic time. If you like shooting games, if you're a fan of John Woo movies, if you're a fan of bullet time, even if you don't like horror, I would still recommend this game. Absolutely 100%. And that should be it for my home.
All right. Glad you could start off. You could start us off with the honorable mention, and then you can go into your 30.
Sonic Mania for honorable mention. One of my favorite 2D platformers. Level designs. This is, I know a lot of people. There are a fair amount of people that prefer Sonic 3 to this. I personally think with the amount of variation in the level design, this is a collection of the best, plus a bunch of original stages.
Mhm.
Mania just takes the cake for me, and especially given the fact that you can play as Sonic, Sonic and Tails, just Tails, and just Knuckles. I think this Mania really is sort of the culmination of everything 2D Sonic could be, in my eyes. And
I need 2D Shadow, and then that'll be perfect.
Fucking Titanic Monarch still kicks my ass to this day. I don't know what it is about that level. It just folds me.
Some Sonic levels throw you for a loop. I don't like the casino one in the third. In the third, it's Sonic 3 and Knuckles because I'm like, there was that one part with the cylinder that I never knew how to beat until I was like maybe 13. It's like, oh, just you press up and down. Because I'm trying to jump the momentum to like make it go lower, but yeah, it's a good game.
But I love this game from top to bottom. It's one of the best, just pure gameplay experiences I've ever had.
All right,
and
number 30
for the first one, good old, as I like to call it, Animal Crossing for Men, Pikmin 1. If there's any game,
I don't know why I thought you would say Stardew Valley. I don't know why. But everyone I know that loves that game is I like it too.
Too
but
many
like,
women
they're
play
mostly
that game
women.
though. I can't say it's Animal Crossing for Men.
People be starting families off of that game, so I can't even talk shit.
But Pikmin is the only game that I could sit around here that's like, if I need relaxation, I need therapy, I need something to calm me down. Boot up some fucking Pikmin and pick some plants and fucking wander around the world and collect shit. It's got, I don't like to use this word because of how subjective it is, but it is one of the most charming titles that I have ever seen come out. I think with the way of how unique it is, this weird blend of just space exploration plus a little bit of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids with how fucking small you are. And just the sort of, it throws you into a familiar world because you're on like a pseudo Earth for most of these games, but it's so different with the perspective that you're at with Olimar, where you're like the size of like a pea, just walking around with these plants. And I think it's one of the most innovative things that Nintendo has done in terms of concepts. And it's just, I'd liken it to what Simi's saying, where it's just brain dead fun, like Just Cause, but it's not action packed. Like, this is where you're leaning back in your chair, you're just pressing the buttons, whistling, grabbing these motherfuckers out the ground, throwing them at shit, and you're just chilling.
Making a fuck ass sound from Smash Bros.
Yep.
Omar and Al.
Woo!
Pikmin is one of those games where like I've never really engaged, but I have no beef with Pikmin. I have no smoke with Pikmin fans. Like, I have no idea if the game's good or bad. It's not for me to judge. That's not for you guys. But it's like one of the games like, y'all having fun. Y'all getting a Pikmin 4? Have fun. I think the best way for me to put it. Like, enjoy, have fun. But I've never really engaged with it. I like Tinykins though. That was cool. Okay. My number 30 is an anime game. It's Naruto Clash of Ninja Revolution 3. Naruto Shippuden. Clash of Ninja Revolution 3. Now, fuck
Yo,
Naruto.
what's the Japanese title?
I was about to say,
And
there's a lot of irony in this pick
Gakten
right now.
EX. I can't remember Naruto. I can't remember. I used to know it. When it comes to all like Naruto fighting games, I know most people prefer Ninja Storm and Ultimate Ninja Storm and stuff. I like Ninja Storm though, the original ones with the two planes. You can go to the background and the foreground. I like that one. But this was always the best one. I've never gotten. There's no video game fighting game that I play where I get this much feedback pretty much per hit. Like every hit looks like it hurts like crazy. The screen shakes the entire position of the character's body. Like you hit him in the stomach and it just I love it. To me, this was the most balanced one that they made. They had added that latent something mode where your life was low and you get access to different abilities depending on which character you were. They kind of had transformations, and I thought they fixed the substitution system a lot. And I always love comboing in this game. So I have a lot of hours in these games from Clash of Ninja 1, 2, 3. I played the Japanese ones too, but Naruto Clash of Ninja Revolution 3. I have an obscene amount of hours in that game. And me and one of my friends, McGee, used to go at it. I always tell this story. I made him better than me by being one of those niggas who lied about how to unlock a character. I'm like, to get Sharingan Sasuke, you got to do it on hardest mode, but you can't, like, drop around. And he said he spent like a month doing that, and ever since that day, he was better than me. I can still beat him like 4 or 5 out of 10 times, but he's better than me. It's actually hilarious. I made him nice at the game, so I have a lot of good memories with this game. Yes, Naruto the way it should be consumed. You can skip the story. Just fight. I feel it. Simi, hit me with your number 30.
Yeah, I actually love to see the fucking love for anime games on here, and still very surprising to come from you. Even though we talk about that game series all the fucking time, it's still very surprising to hear you and it be making the top 30, not even like top 40 or 50, but top 30. I'm very surprised to see that. But yes, my top 30, finally, the first entry on the list, or say the last, is Mafia 2. And man, oh man, this game is absolutely fucking phenomenal. Now, thing about me, if you don't know me and my likes, I am a huge fan of organized crime stories. I love the idea of following a story from the other side.
FBI,
And
we
not
got him,
only from
boys.
the
Go
other
in. We
side,
got him.
oh, not only from the other side, but the humanity that comes from the other side as well. So you see the underbelly, but then you also see the type of people that wind up in this type of society. Both the ones who relish in it, the ones who were put here by force, and the ones who used to relish in it, but then start to get a change of heart and just exploring the human mind and what it means and whatnot when you're on that side of the fence. And then if you are on that side of the fence, do you deserve forgiveness? Do you deserve happiness and whatnot? Mafia 2 does a lot of this and then some. First and foremost, the game is absolutely phenomenal at what it does. It is essentially a third-person shooter. The shooting feels absolutely phenomenal, and on the PC version, using the NVIDIA PhysX engine, the physics, as you see in that first GIF, as you see Tommy's jacket, the way that it moves in the breeze from the explosion, it's a physics engine that it just can't be replicated.
Honestly, I love
at
those
least
little
now.
things. I know they don't really matter, but they matter to me. Like being wet
No,
and you're
they
coming off and
absolutely
you're still
matter.
soaking wet a little bit until you dry. Like those small little details, I know a lot of people don't care about, but to me, all those little things add up. So I feel you.
Yeah, they absolutely matter to add the atmosphere and just the overall presentation of a game, and even could add to the storytelling as well. So the physics engine is insane. You shoot a pillar, and the whole pillar doesn't just blow up like in the old PS2 and PS1 days. No, a specific chunk where you shot will fall off the pillar, for example. So the shooting feels right. It feels snappy. It feels impactful. You directly see the damage that you're causing. The voice acting, phenomenal. The graphics on the vanilla game is also phenomenal. And then finally, the story is just so fucking good. As I said before in The Empire, I do plan on doing a full Mafia marathon, Mafia 1, 2, and 3. So I won't speak too deep into it. But the story is really fucking gripping. I think they did an amazing job across all three games. Yes, even Mafia 3. I absolutely adore Mafia 3 as well. But Mafia 2, it's my favorite in this series. And it gets, and this is just funny shit. You see the NPC get run over by the cop car.
Fucking
um,
Gurksta, man. Man's got Gurkst.
Mafia 2 is my favorite in this series, and I can't wait to revisit it. It's a game, and it is a game that, don't get me wrong, it has a learning curve and it takes some time, because the difference between Mafia and GTA is that it takes a really realistic approach. So you will get wanted for crossing red lights. You will get wanted for going over the speed limit. Because of things like this, when I first tried Mafia 2 on the PS3, I hated it. I uninstalled it. I never looked back. Until I came into PC gaming, I gave it a fair chance a second time, and I really realized the brilliance that this game did. Phenomenal game. That's why it's my top 2. The Gatekeeper in third.
I gotta. I think there's a. I think I know a little bit of the first story, but I'd have to. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to spoil it though, since you're gonna play it on stream. So I'll just keep it to myself. But I'll ask you after if I'm right. I'll go next. So my number 29 is Pangea Fantasy Golf. Now, yeah, probably like, what the hell is this guy talking about? First
I knew
things,
this was coming.
yeah, you knew, but they don't know because they're like, what is this weeb ass game? It's literally what it is. It's a fantasy golf game, and it's kind of funny because it's like the golf isn't golf in the universe. It's like, if I remember correctly, I can't remember what the terms was, but Phoenix ball or whatever the game is. You hit it in the hole to like restore the land. There's one guy where there's a ghost girlfriend follows him, and he be using swords and maces and and blades to hit the ball with. There's a Ku on the front. She's a pirate, and she hits the ball mad hard. Or at least I made her do. That's like a cop and all kinds of, there's witches and all kinds of stuff in it. Um, Super Swing Golf 1, Super Swing Golf 2, and Pangea Golf Online are also games that I played like a lot. But this is actually one of the games that I have an unhinged amount of hours in. I used to just play this in class go to school, pull out my PSP from start to finish. I'm playing this. I checked how much hours I had in this game. Guess how many hours I have in this game, bro?
3,000.
Okay, so I'm not that much.
Damn.
Three digits.
I was gonna say 800.
Close.
Look at me go.
755.
You said what?
755.
No, it's 683. I don't have that many hours in that many games. Now, when I look at that, I'm like, there's no way. Like this game that much. There's very few games where like I go like over 300, because even Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are like 300 hours under. So, but anywho, yes, I love this game a lot. But also know that I very much, I like golf and I enjoy golf games a lot as well. So yeah, this is kind of just up my alley, personally speaking. Simi.
Graham hit his off. Oh, you go.
No, I'm not going in the same order all the time. Yeah.
Oh, my fault.
I didn't even do my 29.
Yeah, he got going.
Yeah. You still have to do yours too. I'm tripping.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I said, huh? So, my number 29, Silent Hill 2. Oh my goodness, what a game! What a goddamn game! The game so brilliant that it took the rest of the world at least 9 years to understand why it was such a good game. Yes, that is not numbers I'm making up. So when Silent Hill 2 first released, it got very poor to average scores and reviews across the magazines and whatnot. Oh well, it's whatever, the controls clunky. Until like almost a full generation later, where people started to realize, holy shit, this is one of the best stories conceived in a video game. Now, it was really hard for me to choose between Silent Hill 2 and 3, because I do have a very, very special place in my heart for Silent Hill 3. It was my introduction to this series. But 2, I have to give it to 2 just because how good the story and the characters are. And so and I plan on playing Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill, all of it. Not all of it, just the title game. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know if it's going to be on YouTube or it's going to be on Twitch, but regardless, I do plan on playing it, so I'm going to keep it simple. But Silent Hill 2, you play as a guy named James Sutherland, and he gets a letter from his dead wife telling him to meet her at Silent Hill. Of course, this confuses him because his wife is dead, but regardless, with hesitation, he decides to follow the instructions on the letter that he received. And the game just follows his journey as he goes there, right? And what happens to him when he goes there. And Jesus Christ. When I say this is one of the most unsettling games I have ever experienced in my entire
I
life,
believe you.
it's not a joke. It's not a fucking joke. I still think that Silent Hill, in general, like, this is the scariest fucking video game series. And it's not because it's
Shout out
freaking
PT.
right? Still got people talking to this day. It's not because it's jump scary or like freaking, oh, look, there's something right at you and it'll come in the screen, like the type of fucking horror game that you have today or that you can't fight. No, you could plenty fight this game. It's not gonna fucking matter though. It's scary because of the atmosphere. It's scary because of the subtleness. It's scary because once you turn it off, you still feel uncomfortable in your own fucking home. And it's just, I don't know how they
I need
managed
to
it,
sleep,
but
bro. Can't be doing this.
no.
What's up, Lizard?
It's on top of the scariness, it gives you a legitimately gripping story. Like, I watched, an old friend of mine sent me like a deconstruction of the story in the recent memory, and the story is just so magnificently told to the player, and and it directly goes into the plot of the game and just how you progress through the game and you slowly unravel what's going on around James, just like Jesus fucking Christ. It's such a good exploration on characterization, humanity, um, psychology, so on and so forth. On top of just being fucking unsettling, dog. Like, you know when people try to come up with thematical themes? No, this shit got this. Where everything that you're seeing, everything that you experience, everything that you fight has a meaning specifically to the character that you're playing as in this specific entry. And it's just so fucking good. And when you finally understand it all, it's like Jesus Christ. You really come to learn to appreciate it, even through the finicky controls. And that's why it gets my number 29 spot.
Feel it. Glam.
29 is there's a funny story about this where this actually comes off the Zelda stream that me and I had a couple days ago, where I had tweeted about a complaint that I had with the shrines in the game, about how they were super repetitive. And at the time, I was playing this other game that I'm about to say, and then somebody had replied to me like, "Man, bitching about the puzzles, just get smarter." And the game that I was playing at the exact same time with it just happens to be the greatest puzzle game of all time, which is Portal 2.
And
Yes,
there
sir.
it is.
Literally at the same time, somebody's like, "Man, bitch about puzzles." I'm like, "I am playing Portal 2, sir. Shut the fuck up." Portal 2 is Valve's masterwork. There is no game in their entire library that I think eclipses it, including Half-Life 2.
I mean, I don't even like Half-Life. That's the funny part.
Yeah, I'm just talking about in terms of the general perception. But Portal 2 it is not just the puzzle mechanics and the difficulty spikes and the thinking with portals that's the best part about the game. The best part about the game is how these things seamlessly interact with a background story that is surprisingly very good and extremely engaging. And I can say with full confidence, GLaDOS is one of the best antagonists in video games. It is not that is not hyperbole. That is not a joke. That bitch is menacing, hilarious, and an absolute troll. And I love every single second sitting around her talking shit. And Portal 2, it just expands upon everything that made Portal 1 great. The fucking goo on the ground, the orange and blue goo, jumping and speed, the white one where you can make the actual surfaces where you can shoot the portals on. And that's just in single player. Co-op? I don't even need to get into that. That shit has ended friendships and probably marriages, if I had to assume if couples played that shit. Co-op Portal 2 is a blast. And there's not a single game in the puzzle genre that I think comes even close to its level of influence and just polish.
Fair enough.
Essentially, Portal 2 is System Shock 2, but just instead of a horror game, it's a puzzle game.
Give us a 28 though.
28 is Castle Crashers, in my opinion,
Yay.
the best party game beat 'em up of all time.
Shout out Newgrounds.
Yeah, it's one of them.
If you had friends in when did this shit release? Like fucking 2000.
Like 13
I'm pretty sure I was either just exiting high school or still in high school, so it could be anywhere from like 12.
If you had a PS3 or an Xbox 360 at the time this game came out, you were not playing anything else when this shit dropped. If you had a group of friends in a room, local co-op, I don't recall if it had online. I don't believe it did.
Nah, they didn't have online. Nope.
Yeah, I only came with a PC port, if I recall. But it was an experience unlike any other. Charm all over the place. Completely unique type of just art style, mechanically speaking. It reminded me of oh my god, there's a 2D Turtles game that I'm thinking of. It's not
Turtles in Time. It's not Turtles in Time.
No, I think it is Turtles in Time because it's not Shredder's Revenge, but it gave me those same vibes when I was playing it. Just an absolute blast with co-op. The finding the pets, the fucking scene where you're running on the deer from that giant cat thing, and
shitting, and just propelling itself with its.
Yep. The spells, the final boss that was surprisingly difficult for a game like that. The spaceship level, the desert levels, just so much fun, and all the characters you could use. It wasn't just like the four knights are great. Lightning season all the way. I just have to make that clear for everybody else that's playing this shit. But just being able to play as whoever you just unlock when you're going through, and also all the weapon customizations. Like, it's one of the most fun experiences that I've had consistently throughout my entire life. And I actually plan on getting another group of people to play it actually fairly soon.
I've replayed this a year or two ago with the remastered edition on Switch with my friends, so I feel it. It's a great time.
Castle Crashers is a really special game because during this time period, and it happened earlier, a generation earlier, but during this time period, we saw a magical thing where a lot of classic Flash tunes from Newgrounds is getting full-blown video game releases, and I've never seen anything like it. The very first time we saw this was with Alien Hominid on GameCube a generation ago. And then just a generation following, we saw the release of Castle Crashers and we saw the release of Fancy Pants. Full-blown indie games, like premium indie games to play on your console. And I remember just going through this time and just feeling joy to see that the things I was looking on the computer for free, now I can actually like buy and play a full-blown game of. And it's just one of those time periods. It's like you just had to be there.
And I have to give Castle Crashers also a lot of props for spawning Battle Block Theater as well, which is also one of my favorite like just co-op games to ever play, but didn't quite make the list.
Yeah, if you grew up watching Flash tunes on the internet and whatnot, either if you'd be going to your local library, if you had access to the internet back in those 2000s, and to see that what you was looking at in those early 2000s now get a full-blown premium game, it really just was like a magical time. You just felt happy for everyone that was involved with it. And then the fact that these games were legitimately good on top of that, not like they were bad or cash grabs. No, both Castle Crashers and Fancy Pants, I think, are two legitimately good indie games that should be played.
Max, give us your number 28, sir. I like this game a lot too, by the way. It's one of my favorite beat 'em ups and co-op games too, but it's not. It's like maybe 6. Go ahead though.
Yeah, so I was thinking that me and you might have some overlap with our list. We shall see. But yes, number 28, my very first exposure to Goichi Suda 51 with his Wii entry, No More Heroes. My goodness, what a game. I think, and this is one of the games that really helped me realize that I absolutely adore the loser MC archetype. Travis Touchdown is one of my favorite MCs. He's fucking broke. He ain't got no money. He won a fucking no bitches. He watch fucking moe anime. He be shitting. He watch wrestling. And he got a fucking deadly beam katana on an internet auction. And he said, you know what? I need some money. So I'm gonna just start killing. Became a ranked assassin and then fought his way, or at least tried to anyways, as a premise in the first game. Fight his way to number one spot. No More Heroes is a phenomenal game. It is absolutely phenomenal. It's a phenomenal game, man. Now go ahead.
I was just gonna say I still haven't played 3 yet, or that Travis Strikes Back.
Me neither.
I only played 1 and 2. Keep going.
Yeah. I still have not played 3 myself. I want to replay. I want to do a full marathon of it. They said that they was going to release a freaking patch for No More Heroes 1 and 2. How what's that loud? Oh shit!
I didn't even realize I was unmuted.
They said that it was going to come out with a patch for 1 and 2 on PC. They still haven't, so I might just emulate the fucking Wii version. But No More Heroes 1 is a phenomenal game. It's absolutely phenomenal game. It has just a lot of things that I enjoy. Suda51 really resonates with me. He's a fucking weirdo, and just his sense of humor is just like my sense of humor. There's so many references to the type of things that I like specifically, and just the characters are so zany and out there that they're so fucking memorable. Fucking Destroy Man, that nigga's fucking insane. Like it's a phenomenal game. It's essentially a 3D. Essentially it is a 3D beat 'em up where you go through a level and you fight a boss at the end. Very simple, and it has a story on top of that, which is also simple. But I think it is a wild ride that anybody who's a fan of action games, regardless of it's Western or Eastern, should just at least give it a try. One most definitely has its issues with its padding out of, you need to grind money before you can
cut the
into
grass,
the next stage.
Go hit the coconut tree.
Yeah.
These fucking odd jobs. You gotta get paid though. It's still kind of narratively makes sense. You broke, but yeah.
Yeah, it directly plays into the plot, but I understand people's complaints because of the high entry point of the for each stage and how much it increases. But regardless, I thought it was a lot of fun. Moe. Travis is a phenomenal lead. The cast, phenomenal. The character that you fight, the boss fights are memorable. They're all drastically different from one another. It's just a grand old fucking time, man. And
he deserved to be an ultimate.
He really did. He really did. The Kill the Past universe created by Suda51 actually started the Empire with the Silver Case. It's a phenomenal thing that I think everyone should at least try to look into. I think he really did create a very unique universe in his fucking insane mind of his.
With like a tower that he made. I can't remember what it was called, like Death 51 or something. I can't remember. I think of Suda51. My bad. I can't remember what it was called, but that was pretty fun. I think that was the same guy. Maybe I'm off. Let me look it up. Make sure I'm right. But yeah. No More Heroes is dope. Shout out to Travis, man. Is it my turn yet? Another anime game. I don't care what anyone tells me. I love One Piece, Unlimited Adventure. Now, Pistol Whip, Gum Bazooka. Honestly, this is just a game where like I got to explore and have a good time. This is like in like the prime of my One Piece love and everything. So I do not love every One Piece game I played. I don't like most of them. I'm not being quite honest, but this one was fun. It was nice to be able to use all 8 crew members at the time. This is still pre-time skip. This is like a 2008, bro. Like this is years ago.
Yeah, it's a Wii game.
Yeah, like all he has is gear at the gear second, if I remember correctly. I don't even think he has gear 30 yet in this game. And it was one of the games where like I didn't necessarily like the fishing, but the fishing wasn't important, so I'd go and I'd do it. And if I fish in the game, you're doing something right, because it's one of those things in games where I don't like doing it.
No wonder it's on the list. There's fucking fishing in it.
No, I don't like fishing. I hate it. But
oh my god,
the fishing wasn't tedious, and like catching like the elephant, like tuna and stuff like that you see in the show was really dope. The story's very, very, very stupid. I even remember it. You had some crystal ball and some shit happens. I don't know, you're on the island, but it's really dumb. But I had a really great time. We actually played 2-player a lot, and 2-player was broken. There's like 3 characters you could pick that were like good. It's like Aokiji, Rob Lucci, and Luffy. But I used to mess people up with Kuzan. He just freeze you, cling, 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 cling. When you hit it with ice, like the peasant the bag, the like birds come out, and it was just broken. But I have a lot of fun with this game. It's another game I have like over like 100 and something hours into. So I actually have it. I found it. I'll replay this. Like I'll play this. I'll play this again. Another thing that was pretty cool about it, if I remember correctly, is you could upgrade your crew members like stuff. So I can't remember what it is, but you have to find materials to turn like Nami's like clean attack into the perfect clean attack, to turn Usopp's slingshot into the Kabuto, and like getting Zoro's other sort of stuff, which would change up the combos and strengthen their attacks and get in different specials, which I really like. But this is this is my favorite One Piece video game. Pirate Warrior is one I like a lot too, but this is my favorite One Piece video game. So that's my 28. That's my 28. Timmy.
Gramps is 28.
Yeah, I did.
Oh wait, so you have to
It was
do
Casper.
27. My fault. My fault. Actually, I'll just go again. I'll go again. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we got
27 is the things over on. That's my bad. So
Yes, yes.
Super Danganronpa 2. Wait, hold on. I didn't even put their name properly. I don't even have the name properly. Let's say the Goodbye Despair. That's my fault. I must have not been paying attention. So I'll fix that later. This is one of. This is only really low because of how much I'm like mad at Kodaka and some of the things that they ended up doing with the Danganronpa franchise. But I cannot ever deny that this is one of the greatest video game experiences I ever had in the moment that I had it. How it tied to the first games, the mystery of what happened. My boy Izuru, goddamn Nagato, the super luck. Now then, Hajime, will you battle against me? No, that's wrong. Danganronpa is a game where, well, it's basically a prestigious academy, and if you graduated from it, you pretty much become like a leader of the next generation, or very, 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 very famous, very, very popular, very, very successful. Basically what they do is they take a lot of high schoolers that specialize in something or the best at something. So you might have like the ultimate high school level football player, ultimate high school level musician, and the character that you play as, especially in the first game, is like he's there because he's supposed to be lucky. They just choose somebody random and throw them into school. Something happened where for whatever reason it's not what it seems, and the only way to graduate is to commit murder and get away with it. So what happens is when 3 people find a body, a class trial will be held. You have a certain amount of time to gather evidence and the things that you need to solve the case, and then you hold a class trial where everyone's involved. And if you accuse the right person, called the blackened, they get executed, and everyone goes on with their school life. But if they get away with it, they will graduate, and everyone else will die. It's fucking phenomenal. Great game. I'm just very upset with what the anime and later entries ended up doing to it, but I'm never gonna act like that. This game did have a profound effect on me and added to my extreme love of visual novels. It's a great game. What's going next?
I will go next.
All right, Skeet it.
Let me go next. So for my number 27, it is Tales of the Abyss. Yes, the JRPG, a JRPG on my list. Would you look at that? And this is actually the first JRPG on my list. Congratulations to Bandai Namco. Tales of the Abyss, phenomenal game. Now, will this eventually be changed when I play the games that are heralded as the best in the series? Potentially. But as of right now, Tales of the Abyss is firmly planted in its spot. And Tales of the Abyss, or Tales series in general, is a action RPG created by Bandai Namco, in which you get to play as a character. You get to play as party of 4 in battles, and it's all real time action combat. So you don't take turns. There's a 3D little map that you get to run around and you do attacks and whatnot. And each game is standalone, essentially, though the attacks, spells, monsters, so on and so forth are the same, but the world, the characters, and their stories are all different. So they're standalone, but it's a recurring universe, if you will, or recurring concepts. And in this game specifically, you play as a replica, and that is exactly what it sounds, a clone of somebody else named
Oh, really?
what the fuck is
Oh,
the name?
okay. I was totally off. Thought it was the original.
My name is Luke. There you go. His name is Luke. Luke Fonfabre, and you pretty much follow his life and his journey through life, which I won't spoil it too much, but man, Seal of the Abyss, as you see in the GIF on screen right now, has one of my favorite heroines in JRPG, in tier Grants. She is absolutely phenomenal. Her design is phenomenal. Her role in the story is phenomenal. And the game and story is just, oh my god. It also has one of my favorite sensei slash mentor characters in Jade. I don't have him pictured, but he's a character. He's one of those characters where once he joins your party, he was so OP that he literally has to be nerfed after a certain point so the game can be challenging again. But he's so fucking raw. The story is phenomenal. I didn't think I would enjoy the story like that because it kind of starts slow, but when it picks the hell up, Jesus Christ, it picks the fuck up. It
I
has,
still
and as you
genuinely
see
think
on
it's
the
the
chip,
best way to tell a story because it kind of starts slow and build on it instead of starting with a bang and having to like maintain that or recapture that later on. Like, sorry, keep going.
yeah. So it because it actually started like super like almost vanilla, like super duper duper vanilla s, not like SNES level vanilla where you fucking start your mom's fucking house. You pretty much like you chilling at your apartment, you rich, you got your friend, he coming over real quick, you do a quick sparring, then some shit happen, he go through a portal, and a biddy come through, he like, who the fuck is you? Then y'all go through a portal, and then y'all don't know where y'all at and whatnot. It starts like that. So it starts super vanilla. It's not a Sekai because you're still in the same world. It starts super vanilla, but when it picks up, I mean, this is one of my favorite JRPG stories. This is a game that I need to own it 3 times. You see it on my shelf. I have the DS, the English DS release, and I have the Japanese PS2 release. I need the English PS2 release. It's a phenomenal game. The voice acting, phenomenal. It got that freaking early 2000s Funimation shit. Both Johnny Young Bosch and Yuri Lowenthal in this game. So you already know
Phenomenal English voice acting. Okay.
You already know what time it is with the English dub on this game. Gameplay is a lot of fun. Story is a lot of fun. And finally, it has one of my favorite 1v1 boss fights, as you see on your screen right there. That is Luke, the character you're playing as, versus his original self, Vaughn. And oh my god, this is like the second and last boss fight in the game. And I'm not going to spoil you why they fighting, but it has one of my favorite lines ever, where
Can I make a
Vaughn
guess?
says,
They fight
Go
over
ahead.
what they fight over the bitch, and now she likes the copy more than the original.
Not even close.
Damn.
Not even
All right.
close.
That was my guess.
Vaughn says one of my favorite quotes in JRPG and probably video games, period. Vaughn says something along the lines of, "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about who's the better student. This isn't about logic. This is about me and you." I said, "Oh my fuck, Christ almighty. You got the theme song playing. You in the fucking all white room. 1v1 boss fight. It's the type of shit like this that gets your blood boiling. Real shonen shit." And that is why it is my whatever the fuck, 27, 28, whatever number we had. I don't fucking remember.
27.
It's a game that I actually would recommend. Even if you don't like JRPGs, I think it's a game that can ease you into it because it's not turn-based, because the action is simple enough, but also complex enough where you can actually break it and do really fantastic combos, like 20, 30, 40 hit combos if you know
Oh,
what
I
you're
like
doing.
the combos. I mean, kind of.
Yeah, trust me.
He's whispering sexy words in my ear.
And on top of having a legitimately good story, it's not fucking dumb or whatever. I think it's a legitimately good high fantasy story.
And that matters. Because sometimes Japan go off the deep end. I'm like, why? What
Oh
happened?
no, they be going off the deep end. But here, it stayed like it got like it's a little power level to it, but it's not like freaking no planetary shit, and it stays within what it sets for you early on by at least by the halfway point.
Okay.
And I think it really plays well into the wall that it constructed around itself.
I feel it. So like we'll talk a bit about it off the screen because I'm a little intrigued now. But all right, bam, 27, right? 27.
This is going to be the first one that has multiple entries on the list. Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess is 27. Where do I even be? Well, let's get this out the way. Minna's the GOAT. We're just
Yep.
gonna start there, get that out the way, and then we'll
Both
actually talk
forms
about the game.
would. Mm-hmm,
Yeah, both
absolutely.
forms. She can get it 100%. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
In form, I need it. I need
I
Um,
need it.
This game was, for a long time, my favorite Zelda, up until another game came out that we'll get to later. I absolutely adore this game. Atmosphere, the way that the conflict's set up, just the gameplay in general. It's typical Zelda shit. Like your classic roll around, swing the sword, get the items, go in the dungeons, do the puzzles, get the thing. But what this game does in the way it excels above all the others, I think it has easily the second best dungeon design in the entire franchise. And personally, I know a lot of people have a problem with the Twilight Realm. I have zero issue with it. Being a wolf is fucking raw. That shit is
Awesome.
gas. I mean,
The only thing I didn't
I'm
like the
so here
very
for it.
first time was when you had to like kill those shadows with like the same move at the one time. It was a little hard for me the very first time I did it, but I'm with you.
Yeah.
There's also a game where
Riding-
I don't hate the beginning of Orion Village. I don't hate it. I like it. I don't have a problem with it.
Like this game takes some of the best aspects that Ocarina had, and I think gave it a new lens that I just think appealed to me more than Ocarina ever did. Like I can't say technically speaking or how the gameplay functions, it's a better game than Ocarina, but everything else, like the aesthetic of it, the role Zelda and Ganondorf play, Midna's whole plot, this version of Link, I think is one of the most well characterized ones in the entirety of the series. And I just love the I can't harp on this enough. The dungeon designs are fantastic from top to bottom.
They made a good water dungeon. I remember that's the one.
Facts.
I'm like I genuinely like this, and if I see water temple, even in Tears of the Kingdom, even though you're running underwater, this shit is ass.
Yep.
Like they're like 1 for 7.
Next.
This would have been on my list if I didn't implement my rule. It would have been there. It would have been on it. I don't remember what number, but it would have been there. But Midna is the best Zelda character, though. I will not argue about this. I will not argue. All right, give us your 26.
Transformers: Fall of Cybertron. Anybody that knows me knows that out of any other IP that I enjoy, this was my first jam. Out of anything else, this is what started Glam's journey into media. This show, especially the 1980 version. This game is the pinnacle of any Transformers fan could possibly want. I said Fall, not Rise.
Oh,
because you're on War, which is the game that came before this, which is also very good. But Fall is the game takes place entirely on their home planet, and it is a third-person shooter. It's one of the most mechanically sound third-person shooters I've ever played. But the thing about this game and its predecessor, War for Cybertron, is that there's a meme for gamers where it makes you feel like the thing you're doing.
So it makes you really feel like Spider-Man.
Facts. The ease in which you can change from your vehicle mode to your human mode in this game, you just feel like I am 100% the character that I am playing as. And the multiplayer for this game was fun, but the campaign mode is where it shines the most. And each level, you're basically playing as somebody else at a different time. And
She asked if you could become cars. We said, okay, I'm sold though. He said, I'm sold. He's sold already.
You can become you can become a car whenever you want. If you're playing as a character that, for instance, if you're playing as Starscream, you can turn into a plane whenever you want. If you're playing as Jazz or Vortex, you can turn into a sports car or a helicopter.
Starscream, bro. You don't want.
Whenever you want. Starscream is raw. I'm not going to go down that path though. And what this game sold me was that motherfucker on the right of Naya's screen, the GOAT, Grimlock. Being able to play as the Dinobots in this game was some of the most fun I have ever fucking had. Because I am a giant robot man with a flaming sword that turns into a T-Rex that breathes fire. There was no other reason to not like this game.
Keep it simple. I'm not mad at it. I don't think I've ever played. I don't know if I played any Transformer games. I played a lot of robot games.
This and War for Cybertron are the best. Just point
I'll
blank.
take a
period.
gander. I'll take a gander.
They're just they're real fun third-person shooters.
Mecha games are
Like,
lit.
it's still a travesty that all of these games got delisted and are still delisted to this day.
Facts.
I own Revenge of the Fallen physical and whatnot.
That game was a banger with its multiplayer on the PS2. Woo!
Yeah, I own the PC version. I think at least one of them should be on my abandonware, but there are games that I've been trying to play for a very long time. I'm just very mad that I never pulled the trigger when they came out, because I remember when each and every one of these games came out. I even remember the DS version of these games, and now that they're freaking gone, I just really it pains me so, because now it just make that much more hard to obtain and actually play.
There is a tech to get both of these games on PC. I did it last year where I got both War and Fall. I even got Fall on Steam again. There's a whole process you have to do it for, but you can find ways to get both these games, of course, illegally. I'm kidding, Twitch. It's all a lie. But no, you can get these games just. You can still get these games on PC. It's a fucking process to do it, but it is still possible.
Freaking just a little side note, so we not freaking detour a little bit. Just like how you could still get freaking GTA 1 and 2 on PC legally, you gotta hit up the freaking UK version of Rockstar's site, and they have both of those games for free. But yeah, they're games that I've been meaning to play for a fucking long time.
Very fun.
Niggas in disguise.
Yes, sir.
Oh God.
All right, Sim, hit you.
No humans to hold down the plot either. It's just all mechs.
Oh, okay. That's even better. 26. Sammy.
26. My fault. All right, so let me open my shit. I can just look at your fucking stream. I'm not open nothing. Where are we? As he scrolls down. 26 is yes, 26. Virtua Fighter 4 and its updated version, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. This is a game that I got. I was in. What's it going? Oh my goodness. I'm not gonna say that I'm good at this game, because I don't want to fucking hop on this shit and get my ass beat. But what I will say is, though, this was during the very tail end of my time period thinking that fighting games was my favorite genre of video games. Virtua Fighter 4 is one of the best fighting games ever created. First and foremost, these graphics are absolutely insane. Yes, it is a game that I own physically. Unfortunately, I don't have Evolution. I need to go get it. But I do have vanilla Virtua Fighter 4. And I just have so many fond memories. I remember my sister put this scratch and sniff sticker on Virtua Fighter 4, the vanilla, and it smelled like strawberry. I still remember that strawberry fucking smell, because I used to smell that shit every time I come home from school and play this shit, and I was on this shit for hours. First and foremost, this game's graphics are phenomenal. I still think it's some of the best graphics on the PS2, especially the snow stage and Evolution. I'm like, bro, I've never seen fucking physics like this before in my life at the time. Like, I walk and the snow move, we roll in the snow, and then like, the more we fighting, the more the snow is removed off the stage. I'm like, bro, this is so insane. The way they clothes moving, it's just absolute insanity. And I adore the cast. I adore the cast so much. They're very memorable. Akira, freaking with his Aikido. Vanessa, just freaking police officer, and she do like sambo. She got the silver hair. She buff. She raw. My boy Jackie and his sister Sarah. Like, oh my goodness, it's such a fun time. And I know me and many other people are on our knees begging for Sega to get back in the fighting game business, because Virtua Fighter is legitimately a good fighting game.
Busy making mediocre Sonic games like Frontiers. I'm sorry.
Right? It's got DLC. Another one.
Hey, we get to play as Knuckles, though. Respect it.
Now you can play Knuckles with a birthday hat. Okay.
Come on, bruh.
No,
You want to punch
Bro,
the robots?
Even in the gif that you see right now with Lei Fei, you can see some of the physics I was talking about with the sand. You see how the sand molds are forming as they fighting on the stage. Like, bro, this is a PS2 game.
Even getting kicked up
PS3.
a little bit when they're moving.
Like bro, it's insane. And just like as you said with Captain Ninja Revolution 3, this is a game with the sound effects. Oh my God Almighty! Especially when you hit moves that cause stun. Oh my God! You really feel like you crunching bones. It feels satisfying. It looks satisfying. It sounds satisfying. It's just a fantastic fighter. And this is just someone who has fallen away from fighting games. Fighting games themselves may not necessarily be the problem. I more so have a problem with the fandom. But Virtual Fighter 4, it's a good fucking game.
Man, it kind of reminds me way back when we had that Ufotable discussion about like impact and it looked like liquid, where like I like to feel the weight of what I'm doing, and I didn't know that until I played Glass of Ninja. Like I need that screen shaking, bones crunching, sound effects sound like I just killed a man with one kick. Like I need that. It's like part of the reason, as much as it looks cool in Ninja Storm, a little dinky, ding 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 ding
Yeah,
ding ding, like I'm tickling him, like I'm not hurting it, nigga. Like I need to punch him. I'm ready to clutch you to ribbons. That's what I need. That's what I need, bro. That shit moves me, so I feel it. I never played any of the virtual fighters like that, if I'm being honest. It might be time.
it's a shame. It's because Virtua Fighter, I guess they were trying to compete with Street Fighter naturally. And I
Yeah.
think they really had a solid footing because Virtua Fighter was really, really, really popular. It's one of the earliest 3D fighters and one of the earliest 3D fighters that had like actual mechanics, like a system to it. So a lot of those 3D fighters, and I adore this era too, they were just very gimmicky and they as a technological game, they were very bad. But Virtua Fighter was one of the first ones to actually like nail it from entry one, and they just improved upon it tremendously. And 4, unfortunately, being the last entry is just a travesty. And I'm not Showdown on PS3 don't count. We don't care about that. We need an actual Virtua Fighter 5. But Sega don't want to do it.
Hopefully the time will come. Alright, my 26 is very basic. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Um Part of the reason that I knew I had to put this game on the list somewhere is because I kid you not, I still check on that Chow Garden every once in a while. I still check on it. I still go in there, make sure they nice, they good, they fed, they look raw, they beating people in races, they winning in fights. But this was the introduction of Shadow the Hedgehog during my edgy teen years, and I thought he was the coolest nigga of all time, and there was nothing you could have done in the moment to convince me otherwise. Now you can. That moment, there's nothing you could have said to me. That was the coolest nigga that ever existed in fiction. I thought he was so raw. He was cool. He was skating. Like he like Sonic, but he cool. Look at the silver. He flying in the air, and I'm like, this is my dude. I just play shadow levels over and over and over and over and over and over. I am one of those people that pretty much after you beat the game, I completely ignore Knuckles and Eggman and Tails. I don't want to do that shit. I need to go fast, bro. I play Sonic to go fast and no other reason. If you want to make a Knuckles hunting game or something, make that its own game. I am trying to run fast. You see Genesis Knuckles? He run fast, he glide, he go through the boulder. If I'm doing that, I'll do it. If I'm not, I don't want to play as them. I'm not interested in going slow. I do not play Sonic for any other reason but fast platforming. That's all I care about. I don't give a damn. But yeah, this is to me, I think I could make a case that maybe Sonic Generations is the best 3D Sonic game. I'm not sure what the consensus is out there. There's a lot of other ones that I enjoy, but it don't got Shadow that I can play as, so this wins. That's the only reason. Or else I'd probably put Generations. I really like that game. I really do. You don't like the jewels? Hey man. I just need to run fast. All right. I'm not trying to find the Master Emerald, the nigga rapping in the back. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a shit. No, I'm kidding. The songs are gas.
Down in Pumpkin Hill.
The Master the Emerald, you know I gotta feel. I used to be dying of laughter listening to that shit.
I search that up the wall. that shit gas, dog.
Wait, Knuckles! Don't touch that lever! Whoa! Nah, this game fire, man. This game's fire. I'll do my 25 since I'm here. Number 25 is my favorite crossover fighting game, which is Tatsunoko versus Capcom Ultimate All Stars. All right? You got cute. Yo, listen, man. The very first anime that I ever watched, and I may not know at the time, was actually Ninja Science Team Gatchaman. So I just remember one day looking at this and I'm like, wait a fucking minute. This is that show I used to watch with my dad from like the 70s. No, wait. Yeah, I'm like, oh, I see Ken the Eagle, Juna Swan. I'm like, no fucking way. And then I did some research and some other stuff. And I don't know if I ever told you that I kind of watched a little bit of Yatterman just to kind of acclimate myself and Techman stuff. I didn't really go all the way through it, but I kind of did it and I bought it. And there's even a couple of Capcom characters that in this game that I wasn't really aware of, and some that I was shocked made the game. Like I won't lie to you, I didn't know Alex was ever popular like that. Apparently, he really was at one point. I expect to see
Street Fighter Alpha.
yeah, I expected to see like Ryu, Chun Li, and maybe someone else. But when I saw Alex, I'm like, this guy's from Street Fighter. Who is this? Because I actually didn't play any of those 3D Street Fighter games. I didn't play EX, whatever, with Skullmania, whatever. I didn't play any of those. I pretty much played like up until 2, and I didn't come back until 4 dropped. So I just completely pieced at a Street Fighter. But this is my favorite crossover fighting game. I know most people will say Marvel's Capcom 2. I'm not mad at that. I'll never yell at you for saying that, but this resonated with me on a much more personal level. My team was generally Zero and or Morgan, and then I'd probably use Techman Blade a lot. I like them a lot. Or, yeah,
Oh
or
my
the
god.
He only had
raw.
Morgan for the titties. We all know it.
Soul
Wait,
Feast.
listen.
Soul Feast.
Listen.
Soul Feast. I like the spam glam. You're wrong. You're right, but you're
Listen,
wrong. I like the
listen.
spam projectile. Soul Feast.
Listen. Yo, nah, listen. That girl has singly held the entire country of Ireland. Yes, she's Irish on her shoulders since the inception of Vampire.
Yep. She got yitty. She got the yitty.
He's a great ambassador for my people. We love to see it.
I'm actually my grandfather is actually half Irish. I don't know if you guys know
Oh shit. You gotta look at the Irish.
that.
Wait a potato. Top of the morning to you, laddie. Go out in the fields and get the taters for the family.
You see, you
Oh
know
my
what
goodness.
Morgan looks like, really? That's interesting.
You don't know, bro. This man.
I feel like if he
uncultured
sees her,
swine
he'll be like, "Oh,
upset.
that's her." Maybe he didn't know her name, but I feel like Morgan is a character you see her. She iconic,
Twitter.
bro.
Nah, but
Twix?
as he's doing that, Capcom vs. Tatsunoko, phenomenal game.
Mhm.
And when you think about it, it really makes you irritated because Capcom vs. Tatsunoko showed that it is capable to make a Capcom versus game in 3D look and play phenomenal. And then they had the audacity to drop Marvel's Capcom 3 on PS3.
Mhm.
And it's the same generation. The same generation.
Oh, real quick, I really like the system. I can't remember what it was called, but there's this thing it would do when your health would turn kind of rainbow and power, or your turn rainbow to power up your attack, but it cost health. And I just thought it was a really good like cost benefit, kind of like okay, risk reward. Like you could use a lot more health, but if you do it right, you can just do big damage. It was also interesting. I always like told people not to pick these characters, or I'm not playing. But the really giant ones, where you just only pick one, and it's just ridiculous. Like that's kind of fun too. Like I actually think fighting games are secretly at its best if it's slightly broken or there's something about it that's a little bit silly. If it's perfectly like balanced, I think that's good, especially for the competitive scene, but it's kind of boring in my opinion. So even if just one character is kind of busted, I'll be like, this kind of makes the game a little bit better to me. I don't know why.
I actually
I
feel
have
that logic because at least
yeah.
on the
Go ahead.
casual side of things, it makes it more
Mhm.
interesting, it makes it more fun, it makes it more trolly. Oh, we're
Mhm.
gonna ban this character. Oh, whoever win this round gets to play as this character. But if you lose with him, you gotta buy us all pizza or some shit. Like it just makes it more fun on the casual side. Like it's fun, it's cool to appeal to more serious, more MLG, more major league gaming
Mhm.
folk. But for the couch gaming, for just we at the function, we at my friend house, whatever, we just playing. I think that's really where the fucking brokenness shines. So I understand that logic.
I will say this like in my mind, I could think of even like Meta Knight and like Brawl. I don't think that's a good game at all, but like that didn't really bother me personally speaking. I beat a lot of Meta Knights with Pit, but there's one that I don't like. It was Bayonetta in Smash 4 just because she's not playing the same game. We're playing Smash Brothers. She's playing Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That's not fair. That's not even fun. It's not even hard to do. I did it. I did that off the top combo in one attempt. And I'm like, if I did this the first time I put the character up, this is fucked. But other than that, exactly. I like to compete and go at people or go online and stuff like that. I've been to tournaments and everything. But there's times where I'm just trying to have fun, bro. You gotta have fun. You gotta have fun, be casual, throw items on, whatever. Like, there's times where I'll do that. So I need imbalances for me to abuse. Exactly. Especially if I know the game and no one else knows it. So I know all the intricacies. I can just be a dickhead. I used to troll with Elizabeth and P3 Ultimax. Just to hit these niggas with things they never seen before. So yeah. Anyways, Sibi, give us your what a fat.
25. 25. Yeah, 25. Now it's my first anime game, and that being Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure. Now, I might have the hot take here, but I think Advanced Adventure is the best Dragon Ball GBA game. Will my opinion change when I finally play Legacy of Goku 2? We shall see. But
Okay.
as of right now, as it stands, Advanced Adventure is not only one of my favorite GBA games, but I think it's the best Dragon Ball GBA game. And the reason that being is that, one, it follows the entire Kid Goku story, and two, it's 2 games in one. This is so insane to me. It's a beat 'em up and a fighting game in one. So throughout the stages, right, you have normal stages that you move to the right, got platform, and they got secrets and enemies to beat up, and a boss at the end. As seen in the first GIF, the very early boss that you fight, Yamcha, right? But it also has a fighting game mode. It has both world tournament arcs, and when you're doing that, the game turns into a fighting game, where it's on a 2D plane. Both of you have health bars, and the mechanics change. I think that is so brilliant. I love when games have more than one genre within them, as you could change the GIFs. Shoot, you could change the pictures there on the stream.
Sorry.
Um,
I took a tinkle.
oh,
I
I
was
was saying you
listening.
could fucking
I was
do-
listening though, but yeah, there's a Yamcha
Yeah.
part. Yes, Dragon Ball, the best Goku, Kid Goku. Yes, sir. Wolfang Fist.
Just the combat feels legitimately smooth, both in the beat 'em up form and in the fighting game form, as you'll see in the second GIF. And the fact that the game goes through all of Kid Goku's journey in order is just insane to me. Like, they managed to fit all of that on this small cartridge and fit 2 different games in one, a beat 'em up and a fighting game. The first time I played it, I was so mad that I never had the chance to make my mom buy it for me when the GBA was still in circulation. The first time I played it, I beat it, and I immediately replayed it again. That's how much I fucking love
That's
it.
how you know you love a game. Just hit new game plus,
Bro.
new game, right again, new file immediately.
Oh
I
my
did that shit with
god.
Bug Fables. I went to the second file right after the credits rolled, bro.
You see in the second, I don't know if you saw the second GIF. That's the second world tournament arc. You get to do both of them. And you actually get to fight the characters that were in there. It's just so raw. You see the parry, the Kid Goku does on T, like, bro, oh my goodness.
Yes,
The game is
sir.
just good. It's just good. Then look at the graphics. I think the graphics are phenomenal. I think the graphics are absolutely phenomenal. The sprite work looks amazing on the Game Boy.
Still looks
It's
good.
just a grand old time. I think everybody should play this game.
I haven't played this one. I'll play this one. No, I haven't played this one. And I haven't even heard of this, honestly. So that's on me. But yeah, this is gas. This is the best tournament, bro. 20. I think 22nd Budokai Tenkaichi. Also, we have his 22nd, 23rd. I think 23rd is the Piccolo one. This one's so good. Oh man.
Yeah, I think it's 26.
All right, Glam. Ben Simmons number. Oh, it's a Cuphead. I was
Yep.
I was like,
Okay,
I was like, what happened? So, Cuphead is a good game.
One of the most dog. Shut up! Quit your fucking grunting over there. Anyway,
it's so funny because we can't hear him.
I know.
I can hear. That's annoying. Cuphead is one of my favorite fucking run and guns to possibly ever exist. I think the main thing about this game isn't even like the boss difficulty or the shooting mechanics or anything like that. It's just the art style and the music. Like it makes the game so much more fun to play doing it in that sort of style the entire time. Like, sure, the gun combinations you can have are cool. The items you can use are cool. The bosses are super interesting mechanically, and it's a very fun challenge across the board. But it's just that old timey animation style with the music. That is the main draw here for me.
Steamboat, Mickey Mouse bounce and stretch.
Yep.
When he's fucking
It's
whistling.
old Looney Tune type shit. I'm like, this is my shit, man. I love this game to death, primarily to that. It's one of the hardest games I've ever played. One thing I always hold over fucking Souls fans' heads, like, y'all ain't played Cuphead before. And every time they do, they're like, yeah, our games are not as hard as that.
I don't even know if that's true or not. It's just because one's much more of a platformer like shooter and one's more like combat stuff, but I feel it. I don't think this game's that hard, but I think it's challenging. I actually think, you know what though? I keep saying this. I have not played that DLC with the Chalice. I don't know if that shit's hard. Because I said, once I beat Cuphead, I said, I'm not playing this again. That robot boss took me 6 hours to get past. That's the one boss I couldn't beat. That one, but after I beat him, I breezed to the rest of the game, honestly. I think I trained myself so well.
Third island boss.
Yeah, I trained myself so well. By the time I got to like the Demon Train and King Dice and the Devil, I'm like, oh, I'm too good now. I had the same problem with Ascension. For the first time in my life, I learned how to play God of War because that one part in the prequel Ascension with the Medusa part of the train, the elevator going up, I think it was. I just mash, eh? That's not a game where I have to try hard. I just mash. I had to learn how to play God of War to beat that section. I actually learned how to play the game.
Not knowing God of War is a mash game is wild until Ascension. Jesus.
No, I knew it was. My point is, like, that section was so hard, I had to play properly, is what I'm saying. I couldn't just swing my fucking chains around. I had to dodge right. All right, she's looking this way. Mink, mink, bink. Dodge, roll back. Wait it out. Wait for it. Like I did not ape it. And I'm like, wow, I gotta play this game fucking properly. I was sick, and they patched it out later to make it easier because that was actually a random difficulty spike. But Cuphead is super dope. So you played Cuphead yet or no? I don't remember. I don't know if you played this yet. I don't remember if you ever spoke.
I bought it the day it came out. I never beat it though, but I bought it the day it came out. That's just on my fucking library. Shit.
The game is fucking raw. I absolutely adore it. I'm gonna play it again probably this next year.
I want to play the DLC secretly. All right, I'll go next. I know what we were doing earlier, but I'll go next. 24 is Iconoclast. And if anyone's been here on this channel for like years, you probably remember the opening where you saw this character. Because that was everyone's favorite opening. We got no time to parlay unless it's big checks and parlays. Conversation with the constellations. They said the world was in the dark phase. Yeah. This is one of those games where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have fun just with this little like platform puzzler / Metroidvania with this like girl with a wrench, and I just was not prepared for the darkness, the story, and all the twists and turns that it took. I still think there's a couple of parts that's a little nonsensical. I was just genuinely shocked with what the story ended up shaping out to be, where I ended up sucked in and hooked, and I basically looked and tried to find everything, find every boss, and all of those things. I actually think this game is decently challenging. Sprite work's really good. I think the puzzles are fun. I think it makes it very obvious which areas you'll have to come back to with a certain ability or upgrade or whatever the case is, where you don't have to like, you ever find something early and think you can get it and spend too much time trying to get it? This game doesn't have that problem. Is basically what I'm saying. Because sometimes I'm like, okay, I probably have to come back to get this chest, but I'm just going to see what I can do, and I'll be running around for like 15 minutes trying to get one chest I can't get until I get the Monarch Wings or something like that. So, really good game. Story was very interesting. A lot of those characters, I think, have some of the best sprite work from like pixel art, like just artwork, not even just like in-game work. Like this is like a GIF, I think, for promoting like the opening, but I think it looks really good. I like this game a lot. I almost had I had to choose between this and a Messenger to put here. but I chose this, and you probably obviously know why. But yeah. All right. Simi, give me your Kobe 24.
All right, for 24.
Jesus, give me your
Oh,
Kobe.
why that pop him? um,
Check out my
my 24.
extra large spirit ball.
Another anime game. I gave you 2 anime games back to back, and we are still in the land of Dragon. Still in the Kira Toriyama land. Yes, it is Dragon Ball Z. Tenkaichi 3, otherwise known as Dragon Zeto Sparking Meteor. And man, oh man, oh man. What can I say? This game is just legendary. This game is just absolutely legendary. This game, I think, still holds the record of most playable characters in a fighting game. Period.
They cheated,
I
but
think
yeah,
that's raw. Yeah, they cheated, but it's fucking raw.
yeah, but they did cheat.
And I actually really adore the style of having the same character have multiple slots if
Mhm.
the way that they fight is that drastically different.
Okay.
And like Goku early, mid, and end, they all fight different from one another. And I thought that was so brilliant. Like it's not just freaking Goku, but now he could transform into Super Saiyan. No, like his moves from his special even to his normal attacks are all different animations from Goku early. And
I
I thought
used
that
to
was
like to
really,
pick
really fucking cool.
which was one? Oh, I used to pick like I think it was mid Goku with the I
Yes,
say
it's mid
mid.
because
I
you
say
have the
mid.
kick animation.
Yes, the
Yeah,
kick with like it's Frieza. I used to love pulling
yeah,
that kick is so clean. So I feel you. But they count every form as a character. I don't know if you knew that.
yeah, yeah. I
So
knew that too.
so that's really why I'm cheating. I don't even care about the different versions of the characters. I think I'm okay with that. I was like, Super Saiyan 1 Goku is another character. All right, well we'll take it. We'll take it. Well, yeah, this is my favorite Dragon Ball fighting game. So I'm with you.
Yeah, it's something that you roll your eyes at, but it's still a labor of love and the animation and the characters that they have. Like fucking Kui, like bro, Kui, bro, character that you would never dream of will ever be able to be playable is playable. It was so cool. You get movie characters, OVA characters, characters in different
Fastest in the
of their
universe,
life.
Berther. 55 hits. I'm like, no way he's fighting like this. I used to piss people off. I'm like, I can't believe I'm losing to Berther. I'm like, nah, bro, you're the fastest in the universe. You're not listening. Go ahead.
It's such a fun time, and I actually really adore the story. I know people like Tenkaichi 2 story more, but the reason why I like Tenkaichi 3 story is I love how they incorporated multiple episodes slash chapters into one fight. The idea of, oh, like for example, when you plan the part in the Saiyan saga where you plan as Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, um Tien Shinhan and fucking Chaozu, right? Against Nappa. I really thought it was so brilliant how they hid that it's a multi-man battle. So y'all all fighting Nappa, y'all hitting him, he's not flinching. That's number one. So I love that attention to detail. You trying to survive and you're going through R3, and you play a different character, and then the final time you hit R3 and it's fucking Goku. It's gas, boy. Like the fact that they incorporated this entire fight into one stage, if you will, in the story, instead of having it broken up into like 7 different stages slash entries, I thought was really, really, really fucking cool. And that's why I like this Tenkaichi 3 story the most out of 1, 2, and 3. And I think it plays. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you mentioned something about this game that I noticed too. I don't. This might be in Tenkaichi 1 or 2, but I didn't notice it in those games. A lot of people like 2 the most, but I like 3 the most as well. I noticed like when I'm in like Broly in my legendary Super Saiyan form, if you're at a certain power level, you do not flinch until the combo ender. But if you're strong enough, you will. So like I think if I remember correctly, Super Saiyan 1 Gohan and like Teen Gohan, right, and regular Gohan, when he's punching Broly, he's not doing damage, but I can flex through it and just hit you or grab you or whatever. But once he goes 2, he starts fucking you up. Every hit hurts.
Yeah,
like, I like that attention to detail.
That's in 1 and 2, but in 3,
okay.
they added it to specific missions, story missions. Like for example, when you normal Raditz will flinch against anybody when you're playing the normal versus mode. But when you play the story mode, you play that first mission in the Saiyan Saga. When you're playing as freaking Piccolo and Goku early, he doesn't flinch. That's so raw. So it's like
Yeah.
it's actually emulating the
The power levels of the show.
what's happening. Yeah, the power levels in those chapters / episodes, and I thought that was really really fucking. The other two games don't do that. And that only happens in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fucking raw. Tenkaichi 3, yeah, it's my favorite in the series. I still think it's the best Dragon Ball game. Period. No Dragon Ball game comes close to it.
I probably
And
agree with
just-
you. I think this is the best Dragon Ball game. My
it's
favorite
just
still
so much
probably
fun.
Legacy of Goku 2, but this is the best one.
Yeah,
But then I play those games for completely different reasons. So you know.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah, so shout out to Legacy of Goku, man. Give me your Kobe. I want your Kobe clam. Give it to me.
My Mamba mentality game. This is gonna piss you off. It's Pokemon. It's Pokemon Platinum.
That's disrespectful. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I don't care what any of you fucking but my Emerald head axes gotta say.
Too
Gen
much water.
4 is the best. You have too much water, and your movesets suck. I'm gonna say that right now. The best roster, the best gyms, the best region, the best legendaries, the best starters, and second and the two most important things, the best music and Cynthia. That's all I gotta say. Cynthia's the champion.
Cynthia attacks is powerful. Cynthia attacks is powerful.
Right? He waited to end it with a perfect cincher. Damn, that's crazy.
That was his combo finisher, bro. He was hitting you with the make, that Cynthia, and just how he would fucking ball of fire just blast you away.
I don't want the hardest champion, trauma-inducing, and that music leading in. When that piano came on, it was over.
Is she hard? I don't know if she was hard.
I mean, as a kid, she is.
But I feel like I just compare everyone to Lance because I don't know how to be dragons when I was a kid. I just click the water hydro pump and shit.
Just getting folded.
Then
Like her team.
I put my entire heart into beating one Dragonite and just threw another one. I said,
also gotta say,
I couldn't fucking believe it. I said, no way.
This game has, I think, arguably the best quote unquote story in Pokemon. But for me, the biggest tax here is that it is my favorite Pokemon in the whole series, Lucario. That's my guy. That's my boy. He's been my boy for forever. And this game introduced him, and I love having him in every team that I possibly can. Just design, goated, gameplay raw.
Do you guys know what my favorite Pokemon game is?
I don't think I've ever asked that before.
Colosseum.
That's a good choice. That's a solid pick.
Colosseum is a very long game.
Colosseum a lot, but as flat out say it's your favorite?
Yeah, it is. I'd probably say black and white one. Cause I like N, the story of ideals versus truths. I was like, Pokemon story kind of moved me. That's interesting. But yeah, you know me. I'm not a Pokemon head, but I'm not mad at it. This is the game that I stole though. I don't know if you remember the story I told you guys on the bus when that shit slid down. Cause this is like the third version, right? This is not. It's Diamond and Pearl and Platinum.
This came after Diamond.
I never played Diamond and Pearl. My friend, I never forget this. It's game. I remember it hit my shoe. Put that shit in my pocket, and he said he couldn't find it. Say, ain't no one leaving the bus until we find this nigga's game. Yo, you got that shit? Yo, Simi, you took that? Yo, don't be fucked up, bro. That's our boy. Yo, take that. I was not a good person. I stole the fuck out of that. I probably could still find that game, but all right, I'm gonna come to you, Simi. Give me a Michael Jordan.
23.
Give me your MJ. Oh, I respect this. Though I fuck the fuck out of this.
Finally, my very first extreme sports entry, and it's Tony Hawk's Underground. Now, I'm one of the people who I was around. Well, I was in fucking diapers, but still, I was
you
around.
Said you're LeBron. I'm disgusted. I'm sorry. First of all, he wears 6 now. He wears 6.
He going back to 23
for the 6 rings you don't have. Okay, good. Go ahead.
That's crazy.
I don't understand basketball moves. No.
Before you go into me, I'll say you prefer this to Pro Skater 2?
Yes, actually, I was just about to talk
Okay.
about that. So, I
Ooh.
was around for the boom of the extreme sports era. Man, oh man, it was a fantastic time, bro. And when Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 hit the shelves, it was a revolution like you never seen before. And I'm so glad I was a part of it. One of the only memories of my non-existent father that I have is him buying me Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. And the amount of hours, and I mean hours I have in that game. And to think they would be able to top it with Tony Hawk's Underground. This game captures skater culture. They
What it
gave
used
you a
to be.
story. Well, yeah, what it used to be, anyways.
Because now
I
they
don't know about what the fuck.
now they comply with the with the establishment.
Hell no.
They're
They,
such bitch ass niggas now. They're not, it's not raw anymore. But your point's still well taken. Keep going.
they lost the punk, got
They
taken out of
lost the
punk.
edge.
That's crazy. That's
They're
crazy.
not contrarian. They're not anti-establishment. Nothing. They just be like, yeah, it's different
Bro,
day, different time.
bro. They get not only they gave you a story, not only could you create your own character, not only can you get off your board, but man, oh man, everything came together. Graphics, gameplay, story, character creation. Oh my god, the whole nine. You start off in Jersey. It look like shit. Oh my god almighty. You just skating, having fun, freaking trolling your local police officer, and then get fucking sponsored. Bro, the story to this game is legitimately good. Like, this should make sense. You legitimately make a good story just about a freaking teenager skating. You get to be fucking anti-establishment, freaking anti-police. You gotta be a punk as punk
I'm
can
not
be.
conformist.
Break shit, freaking do what you want, be yourself, get into trouble. And it's just so raw. The different stages are so memorable. Moscow, freaking Jersey. Forgot the name of the place where you do the fucking McTwist over the airplane. Fuck, I forgot the name of that stage. But the stages are memorable. Music is fantastic. And I will never ever forget the commercials. So I'm in the alley shooting dice, and Officer Leroy comes up to me and he's like, "Boy, I thought I told you." This is Tony Hawk Underground in stores now. Oh my goodness, bro. It was just such a phenomenal time. I remember watching freaking 106 and Park, and these niggas was giving away Tony Hawk Underground to these biddies. Thank you. Dad. I was able to get the game though, and it was just nothing but fun from there. This is a phenomenal game. Is this probably my favorite Tony Hawk game? I would say yes. And that is a very big yes because the majority of the series is good. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1, 2, 3, and 4, fantastic games. People would even say Underground 2 was better because of the incorporated multiplayer. Unfortunately for me, when I was a little youngin', I ain't have no fucking RJ45. I ain't had access to the internet like that, so I couldn't play it even if I wanted to. American Wasteland is good. Uh, Project 8 is also good. Then afterwards, can't speak on it. But Tony Hawk series has a Downhill Jam, also good. Has a lot of good games. But Underground, I think Underground has the perfect everything out of all their games. It's a game I'd recommend even to this day. On top of that, it's a game that gets modded to this day. All the mods you see, like fucking Lane and Shrek, and like freaking, you could even find fucking like, what's the dude name from freaking Juju Baba Doodoo? What the nigga?
Gojo?
There you go. Bro, people still mod
My
this game
second
to this
answer was
day.
Sukuna. Sukuna, whatever the fuck his name is.
No, it's most definitely Gojo. You could still find mods for this game today, and that just shows you its legacy. That's why it hits my 23.
I respect it, man. I miss this era, man. Extreme sports, BMXing, dirt biking, skateboarding, snowboarding. I was the SSX nigga. I played every single SSX game known to man. Oh, what an era! What a time! Gotta bring it back. These burgers ain't doing
Right, we
it.
need a bag bad.
Hmm. So my 23 is something that I had to pick one. This was actually hard. I switched this like 4 times, but I ended up going with Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War because I think it's the most important Fire Emblem entry, and it kind of sets the staple for what every Fire Emblem game would be a lot. And a lot of people don't realize that Awakening took a lot from this game, despite it's supposed to be like the culmination of every game. Actually, just like a much more modernized, polished version of Genealogy of the Holy War. And what was profound to me about it was I remember I don't want to kind of spoil it if anyone wants to play, but there's a certain part that you hit, and I was genuinely shocked that the character went out as pathetically as they did, just like the reality and gruesomeness of war. One thing that I think a lot of the older Fire Emblem games do a lot better is capturing the kind of like moral gray of war, where it's not necessarily like that's the bad evil dragon that's coming back that we have to stop. It's like you have your reasons for fighting, you have your reasons for fighting, you have your reasons for fighting. Maybe we shouldn't be warring at all, but everyone has their own reasons for why they're doing this. There's not necessarily a evil person. You're all killing people. So is it also fake intelligent? Bring back hating nerds. Yeah. So, I think I wouldn't call this necessarily the best Fire Emblem game, but it did have a really profound effect on me. And by the time I played this, I'd already played pretty much not a lot of them. I played what the one with Lindis, Binding Blade, I think it's called, Blazing Sword, the Telos games with Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn,
Radiant Dawn.
Awakening, and I feel like the
You
Shadow
played Sacred, you
Dragon.
played Sacred Stones at that point?
Sacred Stones. There we go. That's what I'm forgetting. Like, which one with Erica in it? Like I played all of those, and when I played this, I'm like, this game is fucking amazing. Because I basically played all the classic Fire Emblems post Fates, because I didn't like Fates. Now I went back to play all these old ones from the first one, from Mystery of the Shadow Dragon or Mystery of the Emblem ever, all the way to this game, and this game genuinely blew me out the water. Where I'm like, this might be the best Fire Emblem game. It's got some Super NES, Super Nintendo jank, but I had a great time. But I played with save states, so for me it was a lot easier to play than maybe having to play it back in the day. Great game, highly recommend it. Especially if you like Fire Emblem, I'll tell you to try this game out. I don't know if anyone wants to chime in. I don't know how much Fire Emblem you guys care about or play, but
I mean, I have one on the list, so I can
Okay.
make that my 23 right now. I got Fire Emblem Awakening on mine. It is
Okay.
my absolute favorite Fire Emblem. I love the shepherds, each and every fucking one of them. The plot line with the time travel, I actually think is one of the better executed ideas for time travel that I've ever seen. It's not perfect. Cabrera does it better. Hashtag had to get that little promotion in there, but
Hey.
I don't think Awakening does it bad in any way, shape, or form. And the first time playing it, it was really cool trying to figure out who the fuck Lucina was the first time going around. Afterwards, knowing who she is, it's like, okay, this is very obvious. But I have a lot of like one thing for me about this Fire Emblem is that I feel like, and I can't really speak on this for like in terms of like maximum certainty, but there's a level of unit variety in this game that I don't recall a lot of other Fire Emblems having in terms of who you can have in your squad in terms of the shepherds, especially when all the kids start coming in, because then you're able to customize what they want to like specialize into, and also and it's interesting seeing how, and I'm fairly certain other Fire Emblems don't do this. The romance pairings all resulted in one of the kids being different depending on who their dad was, because I know it's determinant on who the mother is for the most
Genealogy.
part. Yeah, so I was about to say I think Genealogy is the only one that I've heard about that from. Which is why
In terms
Genealogy
of
is also on my
kind of
list.
completely tailor suiting a character to be whatever you want in variety, I'd say Three Houses and Shadows of Valencia. It's pretty good at that. I'd say.
Yeah.
But I hear you though. This is a great game. I actually think it's one of the best Fire Emblem games. I really do.
Yes.
As
And
much,
I think just
as
its
much as
general
it's
story is so
the
good.
new one with the new era, I think is a good game.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like Chrom is a good secondary MMC, but I think actually Robin as a player character is really quite excellent, especially with all the amnesia stuff going on. I enjoy having a character that you know is cerebral, and having your main character literally be called a tactician in a game where you're controlling everybody and making them move around, I think is kind of a brilliant move by the team in charge of this. And also, shout out Frederick for being your classic beginning of the game powerhouse. Always
Yeah.
need one of those in one of these types of games. Yeah, I just heavily enjoy this game story, but that's mainly because of the diversity of the characters involved. Like, there's a lot of people, a lot of them are archetypal, but I think they fit those archetypes well. But there's some of them that are like actually super layered, like Longku, for instance. I think is absolutely brilliant in terms of male characters in the game.
Give that nigga Killing Edge and watch him go
Mhm.
crazy. Oh my god, he was like Lindis. Shit was robbed. What was the other game where you were a tactician or a strategist? I'm trying to remember. Was it the one with Lin? I think so. But you don't actually get to play as a unit though. I think you just are like in the story portions. Like I have to think about that. I don't remember. It's been a while. But shout out Fire Emblem Awakening, man. Good ass game.
That's
Mhm.
so funny. Small world, because that's the only Fire Emblem game I played. I ain't beat it, but I play a little bit of it.
This is the most accessible one in my opinion, especially with pairing up.
Yes.
Pairing up really makes it a lot better and easier. And they added that with that Phoenix mode they added. I think that's disrespectful, but um, I don't think it's Fire Emblem if your units come back to life. That's just my opinion though.
I believe you can set the difficulty to where they
Yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
die.
I know, but I'm saying like I just don't think you're playing Fire Emblem if they don't die.
Yeah.
That's part of the draw, in my opinion. I'm not gonna. If you want to play how you want to play, I'm not gonna harp on you. But just know you're playing Water Emblem. All right, Simi, give us your 22, man.
At 22. So my second crime sandbox of my list, and it goes to my prince, the prince I'll never forget.
Oh, classic pick.
Sleeping Dogs is a phenomenal game. Just
Good
as I
job,
said
Simi.
earlier. Why, thank you, Glam. I appreciate it.
Great pick, mate.
Just as I said with Dragon Ball Advance Adventure, I love games that have more than one genre in it. So if you're a game that allows me to both punch and shoot, or just whatever, if I could like platform and fight, if I could like race and puzzle, when you incorporate, and I don't just mean elements, when I mean full blown two genres in one, high chance I will like it. Sleeping Dogs does exactly this. It is both a third-person shooter and a beat 'em up slash fighter, if you will. And it's just a grand old time. As Yeti will show you the GIF in a second. This combat system is some of the most satisfying. When I say Gurksa, man, you will be running
No way he rolled
around.
that down on his head like that. Yo, I see that
Yes,
coming.
sir.
He pulled that shit down. Oh shit.
This game was an all-time classic on the PS3, man. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
mean Gurks, oh man, you will be running around and getting these Chinese folk the fuck out of here. Some of the most brutal takedowns and environmental takedowns I have ever seen. The combat is so good and it's upgradable. You can upgrade your combos and your abilities, and the shooting is good too. I remember the story being pretty solid at that. And finally, the parkour slash free running also feels really nice. It was a culmination of 3 different genres into one. The driving is whatever, but I don't really care about that. I'm not a driving head. I'm not a car head, so I'm not gonna harp on it. But the fighting, the punching, the shooting,
Bugatti.
and the free running, the parkour, the Bugatti. You want 13 Bugattis in China? It just felt so good. It's a marvelous game. People have been harped. I remember everything about this game from when it first got rumored that True Crime is going to come back. Then it turned into this. And then we got the first trailer. I remember all of it. I remember getting it. I remember playing it and just enjoying every single second. And of course, I remember when Square Enix closed down the doors of the developer for us to never see a sequel again.
That's when
Just
Square
one of
Enix died. I'm not gonna lie.
And that's just one of the many reasons why Square Enix is one of my most hated developers and publishers of all time. But anyways, Sleeping Dogs, phenomenal game, man. Once again, if you like crime stories, organized crime stories, and if you like it more on the brutal side, because this is a triad. This ain't your little Crips and Bloods, little American gangster. No, this is the triad, and you know how the fuck they get down. Chop your ass up with the butcher knife, sell you in the fish market type shit, and that's not even exaggeration because there's actually a fucking scene like that.
Jesus Christ!
It's really fucking dark. It's really dark. It's really crazy, but the gameplay is so fucking fun. You get to do that bad cop mentality, and it's just a lot of fucking fun. It was a marvelous time. You just had to be there.
It's crazy that I thought this was Watch Dogs.
Lamau, not even close.
I'm like, oh, the game where you can just be like, oh, what's this guy about? Oh, he likes furry porn. I'm like, no, it's not the game.
Yeah, that's Ubisoft. That's Ubisoft.
I know. That's my fault. I saw dogs and I was like, oh, something dogs, and I was like, yeah, I know this game. It's just fun. I want this. I gotta keep this one in mind.
I high key had forgot it existed until somebody just brought it up, and then all the memories came flooding back in.
Actually, that happened to me a few times making the list where like something happened. Like, I forgot this game existed. Hold on, how much do I like this game? I was at my real house. He knows what I'm talking about. And for some reason, like Mario, like Superstar Baseball, almost made the list because like fuck, me and my father's son, we played the fuck out of that game. We used to go hard at it. So I was like, I have some good memories with that game. But yeah, shout out to Sleeping Dogs, man. I might have to. I want to do this to somebody. This look raw. Take your rib cage out,
bro. I had a second GIF, but didn't cooperate with Twitter. I'm so mad, but the second GIF was raw.
I was having the same problem with Weebly because apparently if it's over 10 MB, you have to have Pro. I'm like, I'm not paying for this.
Yeah, it's fucking ass, man. So, just on a bike, he driving, freaking action, vault off of it backwards, shoot the exhaust, shit blow up, bro. It just make you feel like you on top of the world, make you feel unstoppable, make you feel like a super soldier. Freaking, martial arts, you fighting the Chinaman, them, you shooting them, you gurksing them, they try to gurks you back, story crazy. It's a game I'll never forget.
MC, if I recall correctly, he don't even want to be there. He's like, man, I guess I gotta do this shit just cause. He's like, just let me vibe. I don't want to be doing these illegal activities. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, you're not a criminal. You a cop. But hey, you gotta get your hands dirty.
Yep,
is what it is. Glam.
22, correct?
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
If
real pirate game.
If one was gonna make my list, it was gonna be that or 3. But no, or actually no, I like Origins the most. I'll slide.
2 probably. Well, the real pirate game, real fake stealth. That's what we're here for.
A real fake stealth? That's a bar.
We know how they be with like, yes, get your hidden blades out and fight in the streets to the 100,000 people, and you'll just be fine. But nah, Edward Kenway. The GOAT. There was only one character in Assassin's Creed better than him, and that's Ezio, but his games just don't stack up to these. And because what this game does better than any other Assassin's Creed, because 2, Brotherhood, Revelations all got good stories in comparison to 4. But 4's gameplay is on another level. You get the stealth shit. You get the sword combat. The big one, though, you see them van braces on the chest. That gun shit in this game is raw.
Yo, I gurk somehow with the flintlock.
Yes, sir. And also the biggest thing, this might be my favorite pirate ship or sailing ship mechanics in any video game I've ever fucking played. And I'm a guy that spent like a substantial amount of time in something like Sea of Thieves, which I actually think does it pretty damn well. Even
son, I hate to cut you off, Glam, but naval combat was so good that they made sure to add at least one naval combat section in every single Assassin's Creed after this.
Yep. And we can thank 3 for giving them the idea to do this in the first place with the Revolutionary War.
Shout out to Radatonke on Connor Kenway. I can't say his name. It's been years since I heard that man's name, but yeah, keep going. Don't worry about the dogs. Let's talk.
Well, my dogs are freaking out for it, so somebody else gonna have to do it.
I said don't worry about it. Nah, I love this game though. I love this game. This is probably my favorite one to play. I think in terms of emotionally gripping, I like 3 and Origins more because I felt Bayek's rage, fam. I felt that.
Oh
Said,
my,
nah,
bro.
bro.
It's one of my biggest W's with you. I'm like, bro, you gotta play Origins. Yo, we black and we in Egypt. It's gas. And
Yeah,
I
but
don't know for whatever reason I moved in, but he played it, and now look at it.
Bro.
I'll say
that
as
shit,
well, this game had an absolutely like if you remember correctly, it was the girl pirate who pretended to be a guy for a while. The plot line with her in this game, fan fucking tastic. I'll say it right now. They should have clapped. I'm mad that they didn't. I'm so pissed that they didn't.
hey, that man had to go home to his wife and kid. Nah, this is an absolutely phenomenal game. I'm not mad at this. Again, if I had Assassin's Creed on this list, it'd have been this or probably Origins. Probably the thing about 3 is I just felt what Connor was going through. I just felt it. You know? I understood it.
Yep.
But that's also the first Assassin's Creed I did play. So
This
it
motherfucker
probably
Edward was just trying to do a pyramid scheme every fucking chance he got. It was the greatest pirate. It was just pirate season. It was time.
I feel it. All right. So my first, I guess, extreme sports is Ollie Ollie World. Now,
Yeah.
I played this for the first time. Was it 2021 or 2022? I think 2021, and then the DLCs came out in 2022. But as a testament to how good this game is, I'll still play it. Like I'll just turn it on and go do some levels in Radlandia or in Narvana. Sorry, like it's like gnarly, but Narvana. And just compete against other people because I actually would argue that I got pretty good at this game and I said Skate God, yes sir. I got that Cal Arts Adventure Time style of art of animation that I'm fond of, and I thought the character customization was absolutely incredible. Like I think the best customization thing just lets you kind of just be whatever the hell you want. You just could be some green abomination. You'll be black, white, this or that, whatever identity. I I remember when I saw I don't know what they're called, but the things that Muslims wear, I don't know if it's burqa or the whatever. Like there's turbans and all of that stuff. Like really good representation here, which I thought was super dope. I thought the game is really fun. It's still a bit of a platformer, so like I love trying to get through entire levels in just one go without having to restart or checkpoint a single time. And I think the way it implements small mechanics that carry over into all the other ones, they teach you it really well. With one exception, um, I just know to manual because I know skateboarding. But manualing is something they teach you in the third world, and I think they should have taught you that from the beginning to keep your combo going. But aside from that, this game is fucking amazing. The DLC was extremely good too. I actually want to just play. I want to just beat the original Ollie Ollie and Ollie Ollie 2, but I played them. I've never beaten them. I don't think, but I need the Ollie Ollie World sequel at some point. You guys did a great job with this. I was very happy with this game. So yeah. Oh, bro. My character got drip. I think this is the game where I posted the most screenshots from my Switch or like most like maybe Bug Fables, maybe the second. And I use them in a lot of videos too. Like let's put a tower of the type of tower god and slap some shit and it looks raw. You see what I'm doing? You know I'm nice with it. Okay, that's all I'd say. We all just did 22, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go again then. So Simi and I probably both have a Disgaea. I think I've seen that on your list. I ended up going with 5, and I'll tell you why. Um, because 1 is such a phenomenal game, and 1 has like one of my favorite all-time trios in Lahal, Etna, and Flan, and it's the first one I played. But ultimately, when I thought about the gameplay, I like the gameplay of 5 more than 1. So I ended up going with this. But I have like a different reason for like liking different Disgaeas, if you will. Like 1 I think is just like classic. The beginning, you have Hall, you got the mid boss, you got Axel the Dark Hero. I think Prism Rangers I think still make their entrance in that first game.
They're in the first one.
Like all of that. Super hilarious. 2, I like the girl Rosalind. I liked her. 3 is the one where I have the most issues with. I think 4 has the best cast, but 5 has the best gameplay. I think the cast of 5 is still really strong though. But I highly recommend the Disgaea games if you're into strategy, tactical RPGs, whatever they're called. Super good, super fun. If you actually really like grinding, this is one of the best games to grind in. I'm not a grinder, so I don't be in the item roll like that. Or I just look up a way to cheese and get my level up really quick and like reincarnate and then do what I gotta do. I just look it up. But I think the Sky games are just a bundle of fun because it's just so unserious with just like the printies, the ridiculous things the characters do and say, how over the top the attacks are, stacking yourself to like out of space and then like just headbutting somebody from like it's just so great. It's just a great game. So yeah. Shout out to the Sky 5 Alliance Avengers, which is the last Sky I played because after this they went 3D and I don't know what to do with that zombie nigga. He didn't move me. The new nigga in 7 is moving me, but I still don't like the 3D, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll have to see what happens. I'm not gonna lie, without seeing the other TL, I would have been open to entertaining the idea, but no. But yeah, man, shout out to this guy, Simi. 21?
Yeah. What's 9 plus 10? 21?
You stupid.
Yeah, so my 21 is actually a budget game, if you will. John Woo presents Stranglehold. And funny enough, I have not seen a single John Woo movie. And it's so funny because this one Chinese director has such a strong influence over the shooting genre, both first person, but most specifically third person. And he finally gets his own video game. Well, he finally gets a video game with his name on it. I absolutely adore this game. Like, I literally remember playing the demo just on a whim. I'm on my PS3. I'm bored as all hell. I'm young, dumb, and I'm broke. I ain't got no goddamn money. I'm playing this demo, and I'm like, bro, it's like they took a third person shooter and made it into an arcade. So the big takeaway from this game is there's like gimmicks and shit. So like if there's a rail, you could jump on the railing and slide down. You could shoot signs off of buildings and make it fall onto people. You could shoot down scaffolding and they fall off the scaffolding.
I feel like I'm John Woo. Looks like you go. That's a tool.
But you could jump on you could do the climb on the freaking on the dinner cart and wheel across and shit while shooting people. It's just a grand old time, man. I believe it's an original story. It's not based off of any of his movies. It's an original story with good old Chow Yun Fat playing as the MC of the game. And it's just a good old time. I do own it physical. I owned it twice. I don't have my PS3 version. Actually, I do have my PS3 version, I think. But who cares? I bought the PC version physical and I bought it again once they re-released it on GOG. It's a good time, man. It's just a lot of fun. I know it is essentially a clone, quote unquote, and it's a budget game, but it's just so much fun. There's bullet time. You have special powers. You have a freaking power where you have 2 Gatling guns and 2 freaking guitar cases. You have a special power where the doves flying around you and you shooting in between the doves and you can eliminate all the enemies in the area. You got a superpower that puts up your health. And on top of all the freaking fun gimmicks that you can do, shooting out scaffolding, shooting explosive barrels, sliding down railings, vaulting over tables, it's like an arcade game, trying to rack up as much style points as you can as you fight the enemies. The physics is a lot of fun. They be flying all over the place and flopping on the floor when you kill them. It's just so much fun. It's a lot of fun. And as you know me, shooting games, both first person and third person, is my favorite genre. And I think it really did a lot of good. Good old popular YouTuber Racific made a video about quote blank clones because blank is actually on my list and I'm not going to say what it is. And he speaks about Stranglehold and he doesn't really have that much positive to say about it. And I practically 100% disagree. It's not that what he said is wrong, but it's that everything doesn't need to be perfectly well made and well constructed. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and it gave it to you. And that's what we need more. We need more AA games. We don't need everything to be epic. We don't need everything to freaking blow our socks off with the voice acting and the music and the story. Sometimes you just need a good AA or mid-tier, if you will, budget game that just here's some fun for X amount of time. And that's exactly what this game gave me. And I've been replaying it ever since I first played it on the PS3. That's why it's my 21.
I respect it. I jump over cars when I shoot. Feel like I'm John Woo, John Woo, John Woo. All right, go ahead on Glam. 21.
StarCraft 2.
I know nothing about this. Is this the game with the black guy that was in Pacers Also Battle Royale? Or that the wrong game?
No.
Wow.
What are you talking about?
What is he on? Is he
No,
okay?
wait. Hold on. I'm looking it up. Keep going. I'm looking up. Wings of Liberty.
One of the greatest RTSs of all time.
Fuck is that
Honest to
game?
God, the last good product Blizzard put out. And this is despite all of the problems that it has with its story, even though the story is still kind of gas. But it took everything StarCraft 1 did in terms of its story, gameplay, and atmosphere, and just turned that bitch up to 11. Playing is in sequentially released each faction as well. Human campaign, hell of a lot of fun. Completely got no problems with it. There's not my cup of tea. Zerg campaign, innovative. Had some things people
Oh,
didn't
it's
like
called
that I wasn't.
Starhawk. Okay, I'm an idiot. My bad.
This motherfucker, bro.
I asked. I didn't say I was right. I asked the question. I got
It
the
don't
star right.
matter.
I got the
You're
star
still
right.
wild.
And the character is real. I didn't make that shit up. Using PlayStation All Star Battle Royale. Sony, make it for PS5 right now, nigga. Go ahead.
Zerg campaign, innovative, new lore added in. A lot of fun mechanically with some of the new units and the upgrade systems that it had. But for me, cream of the crop, as per usual. Protoss campaign, that motherfucker in the middle of the screen, Artanis, the GOAT. Hierarch, yes, sir. Hell of a lot of fun. Best story out of all of them. Best cutscenes out of all of them. Best unit diversity out of all of them. 3 different variations of each unit depending on which Protoss subfaction you wanted to represent for it. Shit was fire. We're not going to talk about the epilogue, though, because that's just pure trash. Fuck all that.
It's so funny because I
don't know
actually
nothing about
own
this
the
game.
big box for Starfall.
Hmm.
Yes, I know. Real time strategies and y'all are like water and oil. Y'all don't mix.
I almost played Rabbids.
Meanwhile, me, and that's not even a real time strategy. That's an XCOM. And XCOM isn't really real time strategy. It's like a turn-based strategy. Yeah, exactly. So it's still not even that.
All right, y'all got it.
All right, let's chill out. But meanwhile, me, I'm dipping my toes. There's so many RTS games that I own, but I haven't been able to touch them yet. So I have Dawn of War. I have freaking Warcraft 1 and 2, and they re-released it on GOG. And I actually own the big box for StarCraft 1. And I have the entire Command and Conquer series. I haven't been able to touch any of them yet. Those are journeys that I plan on playing. That's why I said and preface that my list has the ability to drastically change because I still have a lot of classics that I need to play.
Yeah, you'll love StarCraft 1. StarCraft 1's also... StarCraft 1 could have easily made this list, but I just think, even with the story issues, I think StarCraft 2 is a better game.
Feel it. Did we all do 21?
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me 20. Clam.
Ooh. Well, 20 would stay in the RTS and the Blizzard section. Warcraft 3.
There it is. I'm so mad they still have not re-released this game.
They remastered it with that shitty remaster, Reforged.
And we don't even.
Yeah. Specifically speaking, Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne, which is the entirety of all the expansions added in. This is what put Warcraft on the map. This is the game that really started the push to World of Warcraft and everything that sort of came afterwards. All-time classic characters introduced with this one. My boy Illidan Stormrage, my other boy Thrall, my boy Arthas Menethil, best villain in the verse, the Lich King. So many developments in terms of that world. I'm not even going to fucking dive into it, but this really put RTSs more in like a popular light for a lot of people. Like this is the gateway drug to RTSs for many people. And I think with the amount of campaign diversity that you have, Alliance, Horde, Undead, Night Elves, just fucking the later expansions with just like Kael'thas Sunstrider's Blood Elf faction, Naga factions thrown in with Illidan. This game had so much to offer, but the story is where it really shines the most. And I'll say there is a tax here as well, even though these games are not ones that I like anymore. This is the origin of Dota and League of Legends. for the and those we know the influence those two games have on just the world at large.
Now I hate this game.
And
I
the
have
reason
no
the
respect for
influence that
League. Zero.
the influence that had is that those games were Warcraft 3 mods, because this game is also one of the meccas for mods in terms of games of all time. If you want to rank like modability, this is probably up there with the likes of Skyrim for many people, including myself. The amount you can do with this game and its engine. Warcraft 3, it's just fantastic from top to bottom.
I do love my history lessons.
You said League of Legends, take this shit out, right? I just have personal beef with League of Legends. Not even about the game.
I do too.
I have no idea if the game is good or bad or not. I don't think it looks fun, but I just have personal beef. It stole my friends in high school. These niggas used to play that shit for hours and not come outside, not hang out. Used to be sad. I come over. Oh, just one more game. One game takes like 40 fucking minutes. I got shit to do and places to be. Fuck you talking about? Talking about, oh, just play it for a second. Play for a second. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Clicking shit. Anyways. 20, Simi.
20. Now it's time for me to look into a dark place. A place that I have once said goodbye to. However, it cannot fully go. A place that will always be a part of me. Yes, it is Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc. Unfortunately, I do not own the original PS2 version, but you see it there, my PS Vita copy on the shelf. Danganronpa was a phenomenon. It just is. Unfortunately, my love for Kodaka has long since waned. As a matter of fact, I
You see
fucking
this
hate
plush
it.
doll I have?
However,
That's how you know how much I like this shit. I have a Monokuma plush doll, bro.
yeah, Danganronpa is phenomenal. It's legendary. It's Hall of Fame. Danganronpa, Ultra Despair Girls, and Danganronpa 2 is an amazing stretch of video games. Yeti already explained what the series is about, so I'm not going to reiterate. I had a really hard time choosing between 1 and 2, and I ultimately chose 1 because you know why.
Can I guess?
Because one of the 4 legendary women to enter the stage ranks of my waifu list, Kiko Kirigiri, in this game, the ultimate detective. Look at her. Look at her. Oh my goodness. But this game is phenomenal. What I really like about this game, and I think it had over Danganronpa 2, is the horror aspects of it. I was absolutely fucking terrified to walk around those fucking walk around that hall of fucking Hope's Peak Academy.
I actually thought someone was gonna snatch me up secretly. You're right.
And there it is, dog. I never once felt safe. I felt like at any wrong turn, I was gonna get got. I was gonna get a game over screen or something.
Just walk in the
Especially
room,
when you
gas.
right type shit. Especially when you get to the highest floor, I think it's the 3rd floor, and you find a room where the evil, most tragic event in human history took place. Bro, the fact that room has completely different graphics from everything else, the fact that room is the only room that has red blood, and the fact that room has no music, bro, I will never forget the feeling I felt when I first entered that room. My heart stunk straight out of my ass. I was so goddamn fucking scared. It's so atmospheric walking around Hope's Peak. The characters are good. The trials are good. The English voice acting is phenomenal. The OST is phenomenal. Danganronpa is just a really good game. I still won't recommend it though. I won't recommend it because even though Danganronpa 1, Ultra Despair Girls, and 2 are good games, they ultimately will never come to its full potential because the conclusion that they got with Danganronpa 3, the anime, and then Danganronpa V3, the visual novel.
It kind of ruins it. Because the reason why it's hard to recommend, because you might watch me like, all right, just play these 3 games and stop, but then you're just in limbo. You got no closure, right? So it's hard to still recommend it, even though I legitimately think like these are especially the like 1 and 2 are like 2 of the best visual novels I have ever fucking played with a cast that I love. It's just hard. It's just so unfortunate what that bozo did, bro. I have to make the anime because this is something I could only do in an anime. And like, what did you do here that you couldn't do in the game? And then the stuff you did with Junko and all. Oh my god, it's just so unfortunate. I'm still gonna play Rain Code though.
Me too. When that shit drop on PC like next year, but me too.
Yeah, when it's for the cheap, for the low, I'm gonna be on that. But yeah, man, let's go through the rest of these real quick. Ding dong, y'all are wrong. Started what? Shigaoyu. No, that's wrong. Shit, so fucking raw. Um, on the subject, I like to ask the teddy bear if there's an accomplice. Are they too considered the villain? Also, this is the second rawest Byakuya ever. I still like this Byakuya a lot. I think I only know 2 Byakuyas, but they both raw. I like this nigga.
Bro, he's so gassed. That's my son, dog. I hate this. I love this bastard with a fucking passion. And like the UI is just really good. Like just the way that the game looks just pops out out at you. Jesus Christ, English.
Yeah, it's got a very distinct look because even when I looked at what was it that I looked at and I immediately was able to tell it was the same artist from Danganronpa. Was it? I don't think it was Dead Man's World's End Adventure. It was something else. Was it? Was it a Nishio Ishii and something? Was it? Was it Decapitation Cycle? And I'm like, that artwork looks super familiar. I don't even remember. I'll look in a second. But
I know he drew a servant for Fate Grand Order, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I immediately he just like fucking Komeda. I'm like, you're not Slate. But
DKM. All right. I'm doing what, 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is one of the ones that we have overlap.
Yeah.
Persona 3 FES. Shin Megami Tensei. I have played Persona 3 Portable as the male and female leads, but I like this version the most. I actually don't think the CPU is stupid in this game. For me, at least. I got lucky when I played it release. I know some people have different experiences, but if I'm like, all right, I need Akito, I need you to use this is Zio. What's the lightning one called again? This is Zio? Dio? What the fuck is it called? I can't even remember now. I need you to use this because it's a weak to it. He will do it. Like they were not stupid in my game. I feel like I made more mistakes having to control every single party member when I had to play in Persona 3 Portable. But also, I don't like that you can't walk around in that game. That's kind of the reason why I like the FES a bit more. Plus, FES does have the journey and the answer to the stuff with Aegis and everything. So I think it's kind of like the best version in a lot of ways. I think it's the best Persona game by far. I think it's the best cast. I will say the combat in 5 is probably the best, all things considered. The story is really good, um, uh, emotionally gripping. I think the graphics for the time look amazing. I don't even think the remake looks particularly better that they're doing for the Reload. Plus, I'm not particularly moved to play it. And you guys know that I'm a character person. This game has my favorite Persona character through the franchise in it, and that's Elizabeth. Elizabeth is my favorite character. And if she was an actual proper option in that game, I would have breeded it. Breed.
Sir?
Breed. BREED. Okay? Out of it in there. Shout out to the Velvet. Welcome to the Velvet Room. Anyways, this game raw. Shout to Makito. He fucking punching niggas. Shout out to my boy Shinji. I'm gonna just say that. Leave it there. Hey, fuck that kid. Fuck Ken. He a burger. Mitsuru. Mommy. So yeah. Shit raw. I'm gonna do my 19 off rip.
Okay.
And that is AI the Somnium Files. And I could go into many things about this game. I probably will a little bit, but there's one main reason why I respect this game so much. That ending is phenomenal. I could not believe the story wrapped up so well. Like there were so many things we had questions about, and and if you got the payoff for every single mystery. Why do I have Aiba in my eye? Why is my eye missing? Why is this? Why is that? The stuff with Falco, I'm gonna leave it at that. Like it just all came full circle, and I just don't trust Japan to do that. So I was like, oh, no way. Instead of being like, all right, let me just suspend some beliefs so I don't hate the game. So we just suspend some of my belief. Yeah, really phenomenal game. Shout out Aiba. If you actually look at a lot of the stuff that I have, oh my god, it's dropped my cards. Like my phone case, you see Aiba on the front. Look around my room, a couple of AI Somnium File stickers. I can't remember the organization with the A on my computer and everything. Like This is just a very well put together story on in game. Simi knows there's one part I don't really like. I thought the stuff with the porn mag was a little lame. It was a little annoying, but other than that, phenomenal game. Shout out to Aiba, man. Shout out to my
It's
shout
one
out
of
to
the
one of
many
my favorite
reasons.
AIs.
It's one of the many reasons why Kodaka is like one of my favorite authors out of Japan and probably like period. Because not only does he do an amazing job of incorporating real life stuff in his work, what doesn't make it seem like he's full of shit, but he knows how to freaking wrap up his stories.
Yeah. Yep. This game is so good. It's actually a travesty. I actually think that I subconsciously am scared the second game won't live up. I think that's really why I haven't really played it yet. I was thinking about it because I've had opportunities and I'm like, am I scared? Am I scared?
But me,
So I'll get around to Nirvana Initiative soon. I will. All right. 19. We're gonna go glam.
Metroid Dread. Now, I will say this: Super Metroid is the better game, but I don't give a fuck.
That's the right answer.
There is.
I don't fucking care.
Reason, and one reason alone why this will always be my favorite Metroid game. Speaking Chozo to that boy Quiet Robe was the greatest shit of all time. That shit was gas.
I couldn't
fuck everything else in this game. Fuck being terrified at the beginning of the fucking robots that I can't remember the name of. Fuck the easiness that the parry system brings. Yeah, Emmys. The first one anyway, where it's terrifying. The rest of them are like whatever. But fuck the parry system. Fuck all the power-ups you get that are raw. Fuck the new environments. Fuck the way the looks. Fuck the way the controls feel and how fucking fast Samus feels. Chozo language. End of discussion.
I just want to know why.
Any other 2D Metroid game I play.
I also want to know why the nigga's name was Quiet Robe. I'm like, I like that. And like, you're just Raven Beak. You just didn't try. Just bird body part. I guess. that's the funniest part of the game to me. I'm like, a Quiet Robe. I'm like, that name carries a certain level of, being distinguished and whatnot, and reverence, and I like that. That Raven Beak, and I'm like, I'm gonna pack him up for having a name Raven Beak. Nigga, be Falcon Talon. Like, bro, I'm disgusted. That's not hard to make. Quiet Robe was a good theme. Should have kept with the Quiet Robe theme. Called that, I don't know, Noisy Quilt. I don't care, something. I need something. No, this game genuinely surprised me with how good it was. Like, I didn't think it was gonna be this good. I was genuinely shocked. And she was
a whole stream for this game.
Yeah,
that's how much it was schmood for us.
It's a good game, man. Very good game. Shout to.
I'll also give Raven Beak a pass because his boss fight is fucking incredible. It's one of the best final bosses in Metroid.
It is. But yeah, this is a good game. Shout out to Samus. Did we all do 19? Or am I dumb?
No.
Simi does.
Simi.
Yes. And now here's where the overlap begins. Look at us. Look at us, huh? Look at us. Look at us.
The fucking meme with eating the chicken wings. Look at us.
Look at us.
Who would have thought? Look at us.
Who would have thought?
Yes, my number 19. It is Persona 3 FES, as I do physically own this game. Yeah, it's phenomenal. I mean, he already spoke about it. I'll just speak a little bit more about it. Yeah, Persona 3 is a phenomenal game with a phenomenal cast and phenomenal music. And most importantly, the dungeon crawling is just legitimately nice. It's just legitimately. If I had the time, I would have showed y'all my save file where I reached the level cap in the game. But it's just a good game. It's a phenomenally good game. If you never played it, you could probably go ahead and play the little remake or whatever. As I said before, I have no intentions on replaying this game. It released 3 different times. I don't plan on looking at it a 4th fucking time. But that being said, that first time, if you never had a first time, make sure you go have a first time. And not only that, but Aegis is one of the few characters that got very, 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 very close on entering my waifu list. She's absolutely phenomenal. Love my robot waifu. She's fantastic. We love her. Even though the answer itself is not really that good gameplay wise, but
yeah, I agree with that part.
Regardless, FES is a phenomenal game, man. Like, and I'm not even gonna be like, it's good. Oh God, I'm not gonna be like, oh well, it's good because it's dark. Even though being dark is kind of the point of one of the draws of SMT because it's urban fantasy. But it's good because it explores a lot of cool themes with his character. Just as Yeti was saying, you're saying that he's a character merchant. The cast in the game, both the protagonist and the antagonist, so the heroes and the villains, all have really good stories, at least in my opinion. And the dungeon crawling legitimately feels nice. Like I legitimately just lose hours exploring fucking
Arnorus?
Tartarus. Yes. I don't feel bored or annoyed or irritated exploring Tartarus. It's legitimately fun of that risk and reward of am I in here for too long? Is death gonna come after me? Okay, just one more corridor. Maybe I'll find a fucking treasure. I'll find a treasure chest. And so on and so forth. The gameplay combat is really fun. The characters are fun. It's just a good time. It's a good fucking
OST
time.
slaps. I'll say this. I this is one of the few games I beat being decently underleveled. I actually I remember I think Nyx, whatever one of the boss is. I just had
Yeah,
one
yeah,
person attacking and everyone else was healing.
yeah.
Shit
Next
took
to the
like
final boss.
that shit took so many hours. But what happened to me was I obviously it's more for old school game. I played on my PS3, but when I was in college, it was like 2010, 11, somewhere around there. I don't remember. When I was in college, honestly. I don't know how old I am. I don't know. I don't understand time. Anyways, and I fell asleep exploring, and when I woke up, I saw this demon. And I'm like, what is this? Oh, must have stumbled to a boss fight and not remembered ever, and that shit one shot everybody. Death just murked me. And I was like, wow. But that wasn't that bad. The first time I ran into the one shot skill, is it Muda, whatever the fuck it's called, but the one that hits everybody, it missed
Yes.
everyone except my NC, and I lost 2 hours of progress, and I just stopped grinding. Also, I just did not grind again. I said, nope. I'm fighting every boss. I don't care if it takes 3 hours to beat it. But I love this game. This game's really good. It's my favorite Persona game. I don't think it ever will not be. I do like 2 though. I think 2 is really good. It's a good cast. But 4, I like 4, but it is I like making fun of it for calling it Diamond is Unbreakable, Diamond is Crash. There's so much overlap, and 5 I just burnt out, man. I'm not as harsh in 5 as Simi is, but there came a point where I just wanted it to be over, and I was just speed running to the end. And I always say this: if the Mementos thing, if I didn't do that myself and I had to do it all at the end, I would have turned the game off, watched the ending, and moved on. But luckily, I was doing it. Give us your 18.
And more overlap. So my Uchikoshi entry, my number 18 is Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. This is legitimately one of the best stories I think ever conceived. Not only in just visual novel, but just in literature period
I agree.
that I've experienced. Virtue's Last Reward it's a journey. It's a journey that I had no idea what the fuck I was getting myself into, but I'm so happy that I did. It gives you everything. It gives you comedy, it gives you suspense, it gives you horror, it gives you a fuck ton of horror. It'll make you cry, it'll make you laugh, it'll make you confused, it will teach you shit. And most importantly, the cast is raw. Bro, you know a game is good when I played this series out of order. VLR, this was my first exposure to the Zero Escape series. I did not even
Did I
play
know that?
999.
I don't
Did
think I
you?
knew that. I don't think I knew that. I thought you played 9 hours, 9 days, 9 doors, or the fuck first. Interesting.
No, I played it afterwards because they gave VLR away for free and on PS Plus. And I downloaded it because it was free. I speak the language of free. I never played it. And then one day my ex was playing and she actually went on the right route first. And she got the first and you were supposed to get with freaking Dio and Fi on the fucking blank doing blank. And she's like, yo, look at this. This shit look crazy. I said, well, what the fuck? So now let's start playing this. I started playing that game, and boy, howdy. I would spend my heart was just racing. A lot of the time, the Sigma is by himself, or when he's traveling to get to a certain room, my heart is racing. I think just like in Danganronpa, walking around the halls of Hope's Peak, I feel like every turn I'm finna make, I'm gonna die gruesomely. Or I'm gonna see somebody dead gruesomely. But even through the horror, I'm just reading. Boy, this story is so good. It has so much shit that comes from real life. Real life science and psychological experiments are in this game that it kind of blends what's reality and what is fiction. And it's just, as y'all saw from my tweet, mystery is in my top 3 genres. And this game throws so much mystery at you. You just want to keep going. You want to find the answers. Every time you think you're about to find an answer, you're stuck with a roadblock. You get hit with that roadblock. Now you gotta go down a different route and see what the fuck going on over there. And it's even crazier than the last. And oh my goodness. And when it finally comes all to a head, dog almighty. The OST, phenomenal. I still listen to it to this day. So many quotes. Fire is one of my favorite female characters ever conceived. She is so goddamn raw. She is no
what's the
man.
bar?
She is not.
I'm not Superman. I'm not Batman. I'm not
I'm
Aquaman.
not Superman. I'm not Batman. I am not a merman. I'm not a what the
I
fuck?
don't remember it.
A
I don't remember it
merman. I'm not
anymore.
a
I used to know it.
seaman. I am no man. Oh my God almighty. Memento Mori that the 9th lion ate the sun. Jesus Christ, bro.
It was teaching
There's
me
so many things.
Latin, teaching me about thought experiments. I learned a lot playing these games. That's one reason why I respect them so much, especially this one.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why Uchikoshi is one of my favorite writers, not only out of Japan, but just period. He does
He's
so
up there.
good. And it's just a lot of fun. Now, this unfortunately is a game that I wouldn't recommend to everybody because the gameplay, it's a puzzle game. So you're not gonna be punching, you're not gonna be slashing, you're not gonna be shooting, you're not gonna be platforming. No, you're gonna be solving puzzles. You're gonna be finding items, and you're gonna be connecting those items to the right things. And sometimes you gotta do even more. VLR took it balls to the wall. I was playing this when I was like in my sophomore year in high school. They have fucking a calculus puzzle in this game. Calculus every time.
Like this is a game where I played with a notepad, calculator, and dictionary by my side, bro.
Real classic, real pen and paper 80s type shit. Yeah, it's a good time, but it's still one of the best experiences I had ever been on. Every single twist didn't feel useless or just like, okay, well, that was pointless, so I don't care about this. Every single twist had meaning, purpose, felt impactful, and it stuck with me. It's just a good game.
Yeah. Think about it to this day, honestly, all the time. And I just think it's one of the greatest visual novels ever made. What's up, Impanzu? We just saw we sharing our top 30 video game list right now. We are currently on 18. And Glam is going to share his 18 with us.
Ace Combat 7, Skies Unknown. I am a flight sim merchant. I think it was Ace Combat 4 or 5 is what made me fall in love with Star Fox in addition to that.
Okay.
But I recently played 7. And while I don't think it is the best game in the series, it is my favorite for one reason and one reason alone. It surprisingly to me has a very engaging storyline out of all the other Ace Combats that I've played. Ace Combat to me is usually a turn my brain off game because I don't really find the story that interesting. This one really did, because the main character you play is known as Trigger. He's like a prodigy pilot who just comes out of somewhat obscurity because of his relatively low rank. But before he can even get to rising in the ranks of a conflict that sparks, he is framed for murdering his own side's leader and is thus thrown in jail and has to lead essentially. He has to lead like a penal colony fighter squadron the whole time. And
that's actually very interesting. That's very interesting. What the fuck?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Do I just keep going now, or do you stay?
I'm here. I'm sorry. So someone get to my door. I'll just.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, keep going, man.
So yeah, he does that, and it all sort of and there's the classic fighter pilot trope. There's another ace on the enemy side who's different. This motherfucker's pulling out moves where he's getting trailed by somebody, and he'll just full stop 180 flip right behind them as they're going full bore into him and just murk them from above. and you have to fight against this motherfucker multiple times, multiple conflicts, and you rise the ranks as your penal colony gets more notoriety because of you. You end up going back to the regular mercenary. Now you're the leader of your own squad, paired up with another squad who you helped save from this other person. And your boy from the penal colony, there are only 2 members of your penal colony group that are with you that survive. One of them becomes the second squad leader, another team on the other squad, but then he has to eventually take over that because the leader of that squad dies. And another guy who was like your former wingman, he's out here helping this princess bits. There's all this shit going on. But eventually it comes to where I think it's an interesting commentary on war is that a lot of the premise of the game is the opposing force has drones that are opposing your group, but you're just fighter pilots. And it's sort of this stance of what's the future of war going to look like? And could drones ever sort of replace could they ever replace human beings in combat? And essentially your character's proving like, no, that is not the case.
Bro, what the
I had no idea these games had any of this.
And eventually you have to fight these 2 master drones at the end. And they're detaching their parts and shit. And then the final level is when the last 2 levels were the first time I couldn't help but audibly exclaim like, this game's fucking raw. It's one where you're just a coalition of forces against this gigantic drone carrier, and you are just in charge, and you're the one like you have to do these impossible feats that nobody else can do. And the final mission, after you face these 2 mega drone pilots that are based off of your pilot data, or actually, your the enemy fighter pilot who you had to like go toe to toe with multiple times, based off his data, they detach and go into a tunnel, into a space elevator that you have to fly through and up the elevator out of while fighting these. It was gas.
I'm like kind of shocked. Like I'm shocked. I'm like this game has all this in there. I thought you just fly. I don't know.
You're flying, but I haven't even talked the flight sim combat's actually fucking awesome. Like you can have manual controls where you're actually having to worry about pitch and yaw, or you can just be like, I'm gonna move my analog stick and it handles it for me. And also the weapon customizations are there, and you can even play multiplayer matches to gain points to buy other jets in the campaign as well. What I personally did is that I rushed one line of planes because I wanted to get the plane on the screen right there that's behind Nia. It's an F-22. It's one of the best planes in the game, and there is a difference in performance for some of these, because once you get to the higher tiers, there was one point where I was flying around and I turned so much more sharper than I had before. I was like, yo, wait a minute, this feels different. And you can have tons of different weapon loadouts, but as a personal flight sim stan, this game just took the cake for me. I absolutely adore this game.
Bro, they said, hold on, we haven't had an Ace Combat game in a long time. Let's give y'all something. Nah, I'm legitimately blown away from that story description. What the fuck?
Yep. It's got actually good, and your character doesn't say anything. You're just getting all this stuff from other characters talking.
I can't promise anything, but I'll take a look now. I'm a little intrigued. But there's 7 games. Shit.
It's one of those titles where it's like you just drop into this because it's just not like a connected verse or anything. But I played it this year and I was like, wow. And I just come off of playing another game that will be on this list in a second, and I was like, wow. I had just as much fun playing this as I did that.
I feel it. All right. Speaking of artificial intelligence, my number 18 is Horizon Zero Dawn. When we done fucked the world up. Yeah, we done goofed. We messed up. We didn't listen. We didn't listen. I like that South Park episode. I like that. I haven't watched South Park in like a year. It's been a while. So Horizon Zero Dawn came out, unfortunately, the same year as Breath of the Wild. So at my first playthrough, I kind of did one of those things where I just main missioned, and I didn't really absorb what was happening. I kind of did a super speed run in a way, to the point where I was like, there's these moments where I'll replay a game and I'm like, was this story this good? Did I just not pay attention for some reason or another? And that genuinely shocked me. Horizon, I guess Forbidden West. Fuck Ted Faro. I'm about to say fuck that nigga. I haven't played the second one yet at all. I'm kind of scared too because I actually kind of like how this game ends. Shout out to Silence, Hero. But yeah, this game was just really fun because it's one of those things where like I like to explore and kind of do my own thing, and I think the ways that you can destroy some of these machines with like wire traps and different arrows and corruption arrows and all the ways you can get super creative and taking one down is extremely fun. Is top 30 music incoming? I actually asked if you guys wanted that. I don't mind doing it. I don't know what you want. Do like albums, songs, artists. I'm not entirely sure, but we could talk about that after. But I'm interested. I don't mind doing it. I don't really talk about music that often. But I think Aloy's a really good MC. I actually resonated with like her personal struggles a lot and the things that she was doing. I thought it was really cool. I think the whole Ted Faro stuff and how it all comes full circle as you're piecing the story together piece by piece is really good. I think the Frozen Wild DLC is amazing. I like all the different outfits, little missions, exploring these caves by the old ones, which is this old civilization before the world went to shit and kind of got repopulated. And there's just a lot of twists and turns that I didn't expect that I found was very very engaging. I think I have to probably really like go through the PS4 archive, but I think this is the best PlayStation 4 game that I've played, bar none. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for this game. It's really good. Yeah, you can be in it if you want to be in it. But yeah, I'll think about the music thing. I know I still have to do what like best fictional weapons, so that's coming up next. But yeah, don't know. I recommend this game though. I don't know enough about yeah, the civilizations are raw. What were you called again? The Nora Seeker. I can't remember the different tribes and stuff. And I actually am excited to see how they expanded it in Forbidden West. But I'm kind of scared. But Silence was that nigga. And rest in peace to was it Lance Reddick? Vance Reddick was his name. I think he voiced him. He passed away, so it's unfortunate. But very good character. Yes, fictional weapons. I'm on the top 30 athletes one, but that would be nasty. I don't mind doing that, but I don't have 30 athletes I like that much. So I have to like 10, like 15 maybe. But not I don't I don't like 30 athletes, bro. The Noras. But what were you exactly called? Like you as Aloy, you like the Nora Seeker or the Nora something? Can't remember. But yeah. Wait, we all is at 18?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go again then. All right. Listen. I might be sucking dick, but it is what it is. Sea of Stars made the list at 17. Okay?
Let's go.
I just beat this game like 4 days ago. But this was one of the greatest turn-based RPG experiences I've had in such a long I guess I can't say such a long time because I did start the year off really strong. We'll get to that later. I'm not going to talk about it now. But I have to understand with something about me. Okay, Nora Seeker. Thank you. Nora Seeker, that's what it was. About me. I really like character-driven stories. And the Messenger's connection to this game truly elevated it for me when I went for my true ending run because I kind of didn't expect it to connect that much. I'm like a reference here, an Easter egg there. But when it all came full circle and I started to see some things from the Messenger, I was genuinely like, oh my god, like you're doing what SIU is completely failing at doing and creating his Tales user story universe. Like you about to really make this like interconnected game universe because a lot of the concepts are overlapping. And I couldn't believe it. It looks phenomenal. The lighting is crazy. The soundtrack is fucking beautiful. The remixed OSTs from The Messenger for the same areas you visit in this game is phenomenal. And one thing about the two turn-based RPGs that I played this year that surprised me is they have one character that I grew such an attachment to. And in this game, it's Garl. So if you right now on my screen, you can see three of them running. Zale in the front, Valera in the middle. I picked Zale, by the way. Sun Boy, Sun Gang, we Kryptonian. We fuck with the sun. The moon's cool though. And Garl's the one in the back with the backpack. He's the heart and soul of this trio. And you understand why he's such an important character, despite not particularly being super strong or being a solstice warrior, is because of his heart and his good nature. And everyone sees it, and he's such a likable dude. Like he's so well socially calibrated. It's so awesome. The combat in this game is really good. It's like one thing about me is I like a lot of classic RPGs, like your Chrono Trigger. Oh, by the way, this is where Chrono Trigger was going to be. This is what it was going to be. It would have been here. but I ended up deciding that I like this game more. I do. It is what it is. Chrono Trigger is still a classic. It's a really good game. Um, the combat in this game is good because it's simple with a lot of options, which means and like you can't like go back to an old area more often than not and just brute force your way through easily. You still have to think about, okay, who do I want to attack? Why do I want to attack them? Okay, I have to manage my mana. Obviously, these are things you do in most other games, but the thing that I like about this game a lot, I don't think a lot of RPGs do this, but they're starting to do it now because I think it was always stupid. You don't have to waste a turn to switch characters. So at any given point, and I don't like when you get like 20 characters, but you're going to use 3 at once. I hate that. To keep it simple, by the end of the game, you basically have 6 party members, and you could swap them at any point, which makes them easy to use. And if someone's dying and you can't really heal, you can swap someone else in. The game has a thing called a lock system when a character is going to use a spell, and you have to use specific attacks like a blunt move, a sword, a slashing attack, a poisonous move, a lunar or solar move to break the lock, and then they can't do whatever special attack they're going to do, and they lose their turn. And that's one of the most important things you have to manage in this game. So I think Sea of Stars is the second best game I've played all year, and already one of the best 30 games I've ever played. I'm very impressed with it.
I love you.
I might be sucking dick, but it is what it is.
Suck it harder.
As someone that's playing it right now, it definitely has potential to get in the list. I just gotta beat it first.
I don't think you're gonna get the same thing out of it without playing the Messenger, though. But hopefully, you still like it. But again, I'm still interested in seeing. No, I really you understand that the whole the true ending is all the Messenger.
Oh.
like that whole quest is all about that connection to that game. So yeah.
I mean, I could do a tech of where I beat it normally and then play the Messenger. And then
no, this is not top 30 games of 2023. This is top 30 games that our favorite 30 games as of 2023. I usually put the year just so I can document like how my thoughts and opinions and tastes have evolved over time. So if I do top 30 manga, I usually put 2022 so I know what year it is when I go back and revisit it. I'm just cataloging it. I haven't even beaten 30 games this year.
I have.
I haven't. I think I'm around
coming close on that.
I think I'm around 16. So that wasn't what I was doing, but this game is great, man. Sun means life, G. I feel it. West season F3 top 30. Yeah. All right. Who else go next? Simi. I choose you.
Okay, so 17. 17. I am back in the realm of 3D beat 'em ups. You know me, I do love my beat 'em ups, specifically of the 3D variety. It is Urban Reign. This is probably my second favorite PS2 game of all time. And I'll never forget. I got a random Namco demo disc. I remember it was purple. It had fucking Pac-Man World 3 on there. I'm like, why the fuck they turned Pac-Man into Metro? Why he punching shit? I'm running around here and like this fucking factory punching shit. Took that demo off. We had this game called Urban Reign. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I started this bitch up. It's talking about some from the creators of Soul Calibur and Tekken. I said, okay, we starting off good. Playing as this white man in the alley with his freaking like snakeskin fucking coat and fighting 2 niggas. And then we get to fighting. Bro. It has one of the most unique, like, I want to say battle systems so bad, but I'm just going to say it for lack of a better term. Battle systems, period. So it's kind of like you have an open area, as you see in the GIFs. You have an open area, so it's kind of like a Power Stone type, or so a party fighter, if you will. You have a big open area. You can use weapons, but the physics are ridiculous. So you can use bounce back. You can make enemies bounce off of each other, off of walls.
You can kick that nigga. Oh my god.
Yeah, and you can do combos, both punches and grabs. So as you see in these freaking GIFs, you could use weapons, you could throw weapons, you could send people flying. There's like, you could have 6 characters on screen at one time. And bro, it's just insanity. I mean, like, it's like playing Paniku Man, but instead of wrestling, we fighting. Like, I'm going flying. Be human. Be humans. And I really like it that it incorporates like the whole world. So you got your street niggas. Then you got the triad. You got martial artists. You got freaking mafia. all just interacting with each other. I think it's really fucking cool. And I really like how the different characters really represent where they come from. The story itself is pretty fine. As you see in this combo here, in the last GIF I posted, bro, it's so insane.
Off the ground combo. Jesus Christ.
Like you just playing as people that dress. They dress like it's freaking Stomp the Yard, and they fighting like this. Oh my God Almighty! When I finally bought this game, I beat it in one sitting. All the 100 missions, I did an all-nighter playing this. Dog, it was insanity. Just sending people flying, bouncing them off, trying to bounce them off walls, do an air grab, I'm picking up freaking pool sticks, throwing it, bounce it off, and bounce off the head, grab it again in the air, swat him like a baseball bat. Like, bro, it's crazy. It's one of my favorite beat 'em ups. It's like it's one of those unique beat 'em ups where no other game really plays like it. And it just baffles my mind how was this not more popular? Look at this combo.
I never heard
These
of it.
motherfuckers
It's
are
my fault.
schmoving.
I know, like you see the way he just like, bro, when he trips him and he flips upwards, I said, God damn.
The environments are destructible. As you see, he break through both freaking stools. When he sends him flying, he's gonna break through the barricade. It's just it had everything I love from a physics engine to destructible environments and just the absolute insanity of it. It's so much fun. It's a beat 'em up and a fighter in one because you have the story where you have multiple characters and like there's certain stages where you'll sometimes you'll do 1-on-1, sometimes you'll do 2-on-2, sometimes you'll do 3-on-4, sometimes you do 1-on-6, right? But then you also have the fighting game mode where you get to unlock the characters that you fight against in the story mode. And you could do all of those in the fighting game. You could do 1-on-1, you could do 2v2. It's so much fun, dog. That's a game I recommend for everybody. If you like freaking action games, if you like 3D beat 'em ups, yo, you got to play Urban Rain. It just still baffles my mind how this game wound up being niche, if you will. It's just a fantastic fucking time. Weapons, son. It don't make no sense.
Gaseous pack.
I'm a simple man.
Sometimes we are, man. Sometimes we be simple, man. We punch raw, I play. Shoot raw, I play. You know me. I jump to the left, I jump to the right. It's tight, I play.
Yeah, and there it is.
Glam.
My number 17 is The Wolf Among Us.
I respect it.
The only sort of I mean, this is like I guess Telltale games are really like the Western version of visual novels in a sense.
Well, they're adventure games, to be specific. The actual genre is adventure games, but yes.
Yeah. It's so crazy that I'm sorry, just real quick. Like I love Fables and I love these comics and everything, and I've yet to play this. I haven't even played Black Sad yet.
Yeah,
me neither.
Don't. I'm telling you both, y'all. It is not it. I tried it. No, just no.
But if I get it for free, is it not it still?
The voice acting is gonna make you stop. I'm calling it right now. It is just so bad. But anyway, getting off topic. This is to me unequivocally the best Telltale game by far. At the time I played it, I didn't even know what Fables was. It was just an original story that I was trying out, and it was just such a unique concept at the time that and to be fair, Fables is still kind of a unique concept, at least at the point in which it was written. There's a lot of those type of things now with what was that fucking ABC show that they had with like Ichabod Crane or whatever the fuck it was, but that's a whole other topic. And it was just the thing with Telltale games that you really just have to talk about the story, and the story of Big B Wolf in this sort of verse is just fantastic. And having read a substantial amount of Fables at this point now, this game really kind of puts into context what this dude was like before like shit starts popping off in that comic, where it's really cool to have a noir setting in in our sort of period now. Because like, what was the last banger noir game that had come out before this? Like for most people would have been LA Noire, and then this game comes out, and it was just Absolutely fantastic. Just the QTs that Telltale does in this were great. The choices in this were awesome. The diversity of characters that we got to saw in here, like just seeing somebody like, I don't even know, Beast and Beauty, where they're just like, yeah, we're fucking having our first world problems over here, but I have to work a desk job at a hotel, and this man's a plumber, and this is like the life they've lived after they've lost everything. And meanwhile, they have to deal with the sort of injustice irony of the big bad wolf being the head police officer of their community. It's just such a dope concept, and the way it's executed in this game is just top notch.
I'm
And I
probably
will
gonna
say,
end up refreshing my memories on Fables before I play this though. But I do.
Mm.
It's been on the list for a long time. I just
I think
haven't gotten
reading
around to
Fables
it.
actually makes playing this better in
Yeah,
context.
I know. I know that like a lot of people play this game, and I'm like, you guys know this is a part of a comic book universe called Fables, right? Like, no. I'm like, no one just does any type of research ever for any reason, eh? They just play stuff. Should I try Fate? Or do you guys have advice? Oh yeah, Fate Stay Night's phenomenal, visual novel. The only reason why it's not on any of our list because it would be probably in Simi's top 3 or maybe 1 is because we decided not to use traditional standard visual novels without like the true unquote video game sections or game sections. That's why or else Steins Gate would have been on my list because Steins Gate is one of the greatest visual novels I ever played. I love that story. Zero still good, but not as good as the original ones. But this game is shout out to Bigsby Wolf, man. Shout out to the guy. Shout out to the guy. But
Man, we back.
Simi, you have any? And Paz wants to know if you should try Fate.
I mean, well, if you like fantasy,
He's never played a visual
specifically if you like
novel
urban.
before, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, I figured. If you like urban fantasy, I would say yeah, give it a try. I will warn you though that Fate is pretty heavy on the content, as in it is a dark story. It is pretty graphic. So if you have a problem with like graphic content, it may not be for you. But if you like fantasy, if you like urban fantasy, it's also a long game. It's not the longest visual novel out naturally, but it's still a long game. So you'll be playing it for a while. But I think it's a legitimately good story. It is still my top one, my favorite visual novel of all time. So naturally, it always has my cosign. But if you like urban fantasy, if you like action fantasy too, because it's still a battle royale at the heart and soul of it. If you like action and if you like fantasy, then yeah, I would say you could give it a shot. Though I would say watch if you are intimidated by the whole visual novel thing, because Fate is still not officially licensed. You will have to still do some legwork to get to play
Put your
it.
straw hat on.
I would say you can watch
Army
the
matey.
2006 anime adaptation by Studio Dean, not the 20 whatever the hell by Ufotable. The Studio Dean adaptation is a nice introduction to the series, I think. But regardless, if not, and if you feel up to it, yeah, I would say you should play it. It's a fantastic game.
There you go. All right, 16. Simi.
16. So my first entry from one of my favorite.
Sorry, I love that line.
Warriors.
Go ahead.
My favorite developers and publishers. Now I know they have fallen to the wayside since, but I do still always have a very strong place in my heart. Yes, for number 16, it is the Warriors, and this is quite frankly my favorite tie-in video game ever because it does so much good. Just outside of the gameplay, this tie-in video game added so much lore and expanded so much to the movie. It's actually ridiculous. Like you would feel like playing this that they took this content from like a source, like a comic or something. And not only is it added stuff, but it's stuff that's believable. So the game doesn't just follow the events of the movie. The game follows months prior to the movie's events. Or it follows the Warriors when they pretty much just start and their unknown gang to getting notoriety, then getting the invitation from the Rifts, and then finally the movie events. And it has side content too on how each member of the Warriors joined. It's a phenomenal game. And now, finally, most importantly, the gameplay is fantastic. Brothers, this is one of the best 3D beat 'em ups of all time. And it has complete story co-op. So you can play the entire story, all missions and side missions with a buddy. All they have to do is connect the controller and press start. And it is a grand old time. It's gritty, it's dark, but man oh man, you can throw people off buildings, use weapons. One of my favorite animations, period, is when you freaking kill a gangster, he crawling on the floor, and you kick him so much that he throw up before dying. It's the most visceral things ever, but it's so fucking raw. It really gives to that gritty feel that this is some 70s ass fucking gangster shit. We're not just using guns. No, we are literally punching each other to death. You got weapons, you got a grapple system, you got physics, you got park war, and the missions fantastic. The voice acting, they got as many of the original voice actors as they possibly could. It's a grand old time. It's one of the greatest games that Rockstar's ever created. Anybody who has played Rockstar games outside of GTA and they played this, they will tell you that the Warriors, this is a good ass fucking game. And not only that, but The Warriors is my favorite movie of all time. So to see that my favorite movie got a fantastic game to its name is just such a chef kiss to the entire package.
Come out and play,
Play.
nigga. That was in the original version. You guys didn't see that one before your time.
Why'd you do it? Why'd you shoot Cyrus? Because I like doing things like that. Listen, Luther is one of my favorite antagonists. He is such a troll. Just a little short dude with a bandana who's a menace. Who don't be doing shit. I love this asshole.
I'll go next. So my 16. Drum roll, please. No, I'm kidding. So this is my my favorite fighting game. Listen, we know what happened with Lab Zeros. Fuck Mike Z. Is his name Mike? I remember his name. So that's how much I don't care about
that's his name. That's his name.
But Skullgirls is actually my favorite fighting, like I guess classic fighting game. Second encore, if you will, if you have to be super specific with all the new characters and additions and stuff. This game moved me tremendously. I remember the first time I played it, I pretty much only wanted to play it based off the art style. I'm an artsy fartsy ass nigga, and all the bitches were firing those panty shots. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in there. They nerfed it, but they nerfed it. It's cool because you could pick like one character, two characters, or three characters, and depending on how you want. Like I usually go two tag team for anything. I don't usually go three. I think three is too chaotic. I can't with three characters. Honestly, I 1-on-1, a 1v1, or I tag team for the most part. But the main reason why this is here is just because this is my favorite fighting game. I don't think it's actually the fighting game I've played the most because this is one of those fighting games that when I bring it up or I bring it somewhere, I have to introduce it to somebody. Like, they're like, what is this? They never seen it before. As opposed if I bring like Street Fighter or something else over, they know what it is, or at least have some inclination, or they can at least maybe do a Hadouken or something. Valentine is so fun. I feel it. I like Parasol. I like her. I like Valentine. I like Cerebella a lot. I was like the wolf niggas that they added. I don't mind him either, and a lot of the colors. Yeah. A lot of the color schemes they have are super cool. Like like some for Dio and certain characters that are pretty well known. They have a lot of really good color schemes that obviously reference a lot of characters. But I don't have to overcomplicate this. This is here because again, it's probably my favorite fighting, like classic like fighting game. So the Skullgirls, fuck Mike Z, because I could have gone. Oh God, I could have had Red from Transistor in Indivisible RPG, bro. I could have had her. She was right there. I could have had Juan from Guacamelee, Zakosaurus. I could have had all of them, but no. He want to be a fucking Clam. It's just 16, bro. I'm getting angry. I don't talk about it anymore. I almost didn't want to put this game here just because I'm like, every time I think about that nigga, I'm like, why did you do it? Go ahead.
My 16, this is a bit of a weird pick, just in terms of the way I'm going to do it, but I've chosen Total War Warhammer, and this is the series as a whole. If I am forced to pick a specific one, then it would be the third game, even despite the horrible patching process and DLC practices that have been going on for it. But even still, this is easily my favorite Total War game and my second favorite strategy game of all time.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be on the list. I just was wondering when. I thought it was going to be a little bit higher though.
Well, not this list isn't really totally in order to me. Like it's like It's not going to get totally in order until like top 10, but this it's sort of like
I secretly
vague-ish.
feel that, whereas like a lot of these can kind of be interchangeable in the 20s to some degree, but you
Yeah.
know, I did the best I could.
But with this game, I think Simi knows the main reason why, and Naya probably too. This game introduced me to the world of Warhammer Fantasy, and when I tell you, I am a fantasy nerd.
Well, is this the
in
one
terms-
that you and
especially in
Miles
terms
we
of-
always talk about?
Yep.
Yes, during the
Okay,
Grim
okay,
Future.
okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry,
Yeah,
keep
this
going.
the 40K is the sci-fi one. This is the fantasy one, and this one I prefer. If there was any verse that would rival my love for Lord of the Rings,
Blood
this
for
is
the Blood
it.
God.
And yeah, Milios knows if there's any game that sort of encapsulates the greatness that this universe can bring, it is this. Every faction in the world fleshed out in it with, and that was the goal. All 16 ones from the army books for the tabletop game in the game. But the series has expanded so much beyond that its popularity got so it generated so much popularity that it has sort of refreshed the verse in terms of how Games Workshop's going to build it. Like their faction, like for instance, in the third game, Grand Cathay, it's based off of China, didn't exist for an army in the source material. It is now going to get that, and they have had official co-sign to put those things out in this game before they even get tabletop models. And that faction was one I was looking forward to because it's actually now my second favorite one with all the new lore added in and all this sort of story like content that they've generated for it, and even expanded things for existing factions. Like if I just ran down the list of things that it has, like the core gameplay is just like any other Total War game. Grand strategy map, you got to conquer the world or do a certain quest objective. And then when you get in the battles where the nitty gritty comes down to it, where you're controlling an army of 20 units, all varying in sizes depending on what the unit type is. You can range from infantry, ranged infantry, cavalry, missile cavalry, artillery, single entity monsters, monstrous infantry, flying monstrous infantry, or flying cavalry, flying singular monsters. A sort of a fucking there's an example of a dark elf unit where it's just a gigantic statue of one of their gods with a blood cauldron on it that buffs enemies or your allies around you if it's just in the vicinity. It's just a passive buff machine. And if I just ran like the faction diversity in this is amazing. Like the one that Naya has on the screen is just like this is the Empire, and just you are the basic bitch human faction. But as you can see, they still have things like griffins that they're riding on. If I went to my personal favorite faction, the Lizardmen, where we are Aztec lizard people that ride around on giant dinosaurs, some of which have laser beam shooting powers, with toad people that can cause earthquakes with their magical skills. Like this is the level of shit you get in this. And there's like, I think 20 or so different factions throughout the entirety of the game, ranging from demons to elves of 3 different variations.
I don't have enough memory in my brain for all this.
Yeah. to fucking 2 different variation of dwarf to your orcs and goblins. Like it is packed full of fantasy tropes all over the goddamn place. And that really is the reason, like the game in and of itself isn't really that spectacular, but the way it's sort of represented a somewhat niche fantasy universe that I think is just filled to the brim with good content and does it to a high standard. It just speaks to me, and I just couldn't not have it on the list.
I feel it. I respect it. We all just did what? 16?
Yes,
16.
I can do
All right.
15 if
Yeah,
you
go
want.
ahead.
So this is the big daddy of all real-time strategy games. Homeworld 1 had to be on my list.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Homeworld 1 is quite easily the best mechanics of a strategy game I've ever played, and also easily the most original story I've ever seen and executed well. It is in a sci-fi setting. You are in charge of your mothership. You are Fleet Command. And you have discovered that you are actually the planet you live on is not your homeworld, and you have to find your way back. That's a Homeworld 3 image, but we'll take it.
Shit. First of all,
yeah, it's
why is there 2 here? Oh, because my things are my fault. I'll find another one. Keep going.
And you have to find your way back to your homeworld. Before the tutorial mission is done, you come back to your planet and you have found it is decimated. It is burning across the entire surface of the planet. And you find that your enemies that have been against you do not want you to find your planet and decide that we are going to perform essentially mass genocide on your planet. And you come back to this mission, and I'll never forget this mission. It had a musical piece playing for it called Adagio for Strings.
Is that better?
That's Homeworld 2, but it's still fine.
Oh, wow, it says 2 right there too. What the fuck is? What am I on? All right, take 3. One more time.
It's a musical piece for it called Adagio for String that plays, and you hear the main character of the game. She's in charge of fleet command of the mothership. She says, like, your homeworld is Karak, and she says, Karak is burning over this song, and the game just goes from there. Like, you are on a quest now with the only surviving members of your race aboard of this mothership, constantly having to build up your space forces and your fleets, and you have to find that's Homeworld 1. You got it. And you are just trying to find the planet of your origin, and it is super dope original lore for it. But the best part about the game is the way that the combat occurs when you're playing. Like, it is all real time. You are thrown into these missions. Like, if you think this is a game where you can okay, I'm thrown in the beginning of this level and I can build up my forces, hell to the nah. You got to be ready to adapt with anything you got from the minute that mission starts, most of the time. If you got resources to collect, immediately go. You got fighter squadrons and cruisers and capital ships to orient and set up. You need to do that off rip and be ready to think on the fly with whatever's coming at you. And the mission variety is all over the place. And the variety of ships is great, but the way the combat looks when the ships are actually flying around, zoomed in on it, this shit is gas, dog. Like, it is. These motherfuckers are out. It's just the units moving, but it's just constant dogfights all over the place. The guns shooting on these ships from far away, depending on what their specialization is. Match up unit variety against each other, where you'll see a missile corvette fly into the middle of a formation of fighters that are trying to attack it. But since the missile corvette is suited to fight fighters, it just shoots a bunch of missiles out of it when it flies in, and there's all these like little dots just disappear on your screen. Meanwhile, a capital ship's in the background being guarded by your bomber squadron around it, and it's just going to town on lower level frigates. Like, this is the type of shit you're getting. If honest to God, it's like a Star Wars fan's dream without lightsabers. Like, if you're trying to just do pure space combat and you're just like, I want to see this from a cinematic aspect, it's
so not Star Wars. Fuck.
Yes.
I'm so tired of niggas saying that to me. There's no lightsabers, there's no Star Wars. Need the Force. What the fuck? That's just a sci-fi series.
Those motherfuckers like them space battles in that series, man.
But, I need lightsabers.
That is true. But this game is just fantastic, top to bottom. Easily the best strategy game I've ever played.
All right, I need Simi to talk about this. I'm so excited.
Yes.
Talk about number 15.
My number 15. One of the most important games of all time. Yes,
I nearly put this 15, on my list too. I might have. I nearly did.
It's Super Mario 64. What a game. What a game. Yes, this is, in fact, one of the most important games of all time. Mario's first foray into the 3D world. This game is just generational. Thank you. He literally stole the word out of my mouth. It's generational.
Think that Mario. I'm talking shit.
Not like it's first. The era of 3D was such a magical time. The jump in graphic fidelity when we went from 2D sprites to 3D polygons was so insane. Everybody was so experimental, but because people was experimental, the first entries in games was pretty wonky. So it was rare to have your first entry in the 3D space be good, and somehow, some way, Nintendo nailed it. Super Mario 64, the different worlds, they're all so fucking iconic. From the fucking underwater ship level to the first bomb level to freaking the hidden level where you got the wing cap, like, bro,
going into the paintings. Iconic.
Shit, exactly. Everything about
this game. Fuck that nigga say to me. In a pickle. I don't know if I can say it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just great. The graphics was so crazy for the time. The music, the sound effects, and of course, when this game came out, you see, even though I'm a very avid gamer today, I had to pay my dues. So I will reiterate the story real quick. When
Here
I
it comes.
played this game for the first time, I didn't know how to play video games. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. First of all, I was sitting cross-legged or Indian style, if you will, depending on where you went to school at, so hard and for so long that my foot would fall asleep. So I couldn't even play for long periods of time. But I would play this game and I'm like, why the fuck am I going to castle? I'm not going to castle. There's fun to be had outside. So first, load up the game, start a brand new game, new file. The very first tree you see, the closest one, I jump on that bitch. I jump on the tree. Then I shimmy up the tree. I shimmy up the tree. Hear the sound effects. See the leaves falling off. Fucking, it's atmospheric. You keep pushing up, and what does Mario do? He handstand on top the tree. Bro, my mind is blown. He did what? He handstand on the tree? Then you press A, he flip off that shit. I'm like, oh my god, oh my, I've never seen animation like this before in my life. I'm just running around in circles. I'm like, bro, side is gas. Then I go to the bridge. I'm like, yo, there's water. But the water's not even that high. It don't matter. There's water. I go in the water. I swim underneath the water. I see my health going down. I'm like, bro, what the fuck gonna happen if my health go all the way down? Start drowning this nigga. Then he gets 0 health and I die. And I'm like, this is the greatest game of all time. And I turn it off. And that's fucking did in that game. Stars. I never fight no Bowser. I never do no freaking glitch to slide up the stairs. I never fight no Bruise. I never race no Yoshi on the roof of the fucking castle. I didn't do none of that.
That's how much I was dying the first time ever. My mind was blown. Bro, go in the castle. You didn't read the words? Like,
No.
yo.
I didn't read that shit, bro.
He said, "Why go to castle? We outside. There's fun to be outside." It's so fucking hilarious. It's like,
why would I go?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at his assessment. I'm like, yo, there's trees. There's shit to do out here. Let's do some shit outside. Like, I'm not mad at it. Oh, fuck.
Dog. That's not even an exaggeration. That's legitimately how when this game first came out, that's legitimately how I played it. I did not properly beat this game until the fucking DS port came out. That's how I beat this game. When I came back to this game in high school on the DS version, I didn't even get the DS version when it first came out. It was out for a couple of years, so I bought it for cheap. And I bought the DS version with the freaking digital fucking analog stick. And I beat the entire game like that. That's when I first beat the game. When it first came out, N64, the vanilla game, that's how I played it. I did not go in that castle. I handstand on tree, then I'll drown myself and I'll turn it off. And I had the most fun I ever had in my life, dog. In all seriousness, this game is phenomenal. The music, the levels, it's all iconic. The fact that Mario's first foray into the 3D world was such a good take. Not even a good take. That's an understatement. It was a whole
honest to God, it might still be the greatest 3D platformer of all time. I'm so dead ass with that take.
It's up there.
I have no problem with that.
It's up there. I'm not mad at that take though. I have to think. I'm not really thinking about 3D platforms right now, but I'm not mad at that. This is my favorite 3D Mario though.
Oh, for sure.
I'm not a Sunshine lover. I don't hate Galaxy. I think it's really easy. I don't think 2 is a different game. 2 is just fucking Galaxy with Rock nigga and Cloud nigga and B nigga or something. So it's the same fucking game to me. Yeah, Mario Odyssey was a game I had a lot of fun with, but as soon as I beat it, it had no lasting appeal. I immediately stopped caring about it. So it's a top 5, but it's debatable. Let's see. I probably could think of a couple, but yeah, I just need y'all to hear that story, bro. Like that shit. First time you told me that, I was fucking in tears. Said,
I'll say this is a game that I considered putting on the list, but I just don't. One, I don't remember it well enough, other than the vibe that I had from it, and just everything that I see from it again now, and also just my connection to Mario isn't high enough to really put it up on my own personal list.
I have a Mario game.
It's just a great game,
but I'm not mad at that though.
Damn, I was gonna say something else, but I forgot.
Oh, sorry. Was it about when you were playing on DS and you finally beat it?
Nah, it was something, but it's not really that important.
If you remember,
I
just
won't
cut
rack
me
my
off.
brain. All right,
Just cut me off if you comment. So,
but let's keep going.
if you knew something about me in the past, Naya did not want to get into robot. The robots didn't really move him. I gotta read a story about getting into the robot. I don't care. I gotta watch a story about you getting into the robot. I don't care. But if I get to play in the robot, I do care. I care a lot. From Xenogears all the way up until motherfucker. Let's talk a lot of people because I talk a lot about Shulk. How much I like him. Xenoblade Chronicles X. I don't give a fuck how anyone feels about it. That's my favorite Xenoblade game.
Oh my
I don't give a flying fuck. I love this game. This game changed my life. This game, first of all, I played this shit on the Wii U. I'm like, how are you handling this? This is a bitch ass nigga system. You can't do nothing. Frames be dropping for anything. Fire on the grass, it drops frame. Like, I don't even know how you put this shit out. But okay. So mind you, I fuck with all this titles already. I've played Xenogears, Xenosaga 1, 2, 3, and Xenoblade Chronicles 1. 2 is not out yet, and I fucking hate 2. Rex is a bitch ass nigga. He's a burger, a twerp. He's a dweeb. I fucking hate him.
The cast isn't good.
Anyways.
The rest of the cast isn't good either.
Now,
but
this game, story, whatever. I don't know. I even remember the alien races fought near Earth. Earth blew up, and now we had to go to Mira, White Whale, some shit. You gotta understand something to me. Good stories are icing on the cake for me when I'm playing a video game. The most important thing to me is always literally the gameplay. Am I having fun when I'm pressing the buttons? That is the number one criteria for me enjoying a game. I might comment the story didn't particularly move me, but if the gameplay was good, the gameplay is good. I love the switching from long range weaponry to close range weaponry, and the fact that you can attack and move like you can in Xenoblade 1. In Xenoblade Chronicles 2, you have to stop to attack. I hate that. This game had appendages. Different monsters in Mira had like, I don't know, like a blob on the shoulder. And for a mission, you might have to fight a monster you can't beat, but all you require for the mission is like the rock nigga, the juice, the Rokaka juice from the shoulder, from the shoulder. So you can go target that area and dip. Right? So I'm having a good time. Mira is it's colorful. The environments are beautiful. I'm leveling up. I actually like Elma. I think Elma's pretty fine. My character was Lazuli. I was some blue bitch. Whatever. I don't really care about the story. But then you get this one mission. And by the end of this mission, you know what license you get? You get a Skell license. I'm in the robot. I'm driving around in the robot. I'm fucking shit up. Shit that takes me 3 minutes to beat on foot. I'm beating it in 30 seconds in the fucking machine. But wait, there's more. There's more. The flight module. Now this game has the verticality of this game starts making sense because I can fucking fly in it. Originally, you can't fly yet. You're just on the ground. It's still gas, still fun, but you're on the ground. Now I'm in the skies of Mira, and I'm just doing everything humanly possible. I'm fighting everything. Level 70, level 56. Fuck you. I'll beat your ass. I was just fighting everything, and I got so good with the overdrive system, man. I love this game. Story-wise, not the best one. I still think it's Xenogears. Then probably Xenoblade Chronicles 1. I love Shulk and them boys. Dunban, all those guys. I love them. They're great. But I ended up picking this one solely because in terms of the literal gameplay and the gameplay loop, this is the most fun I was having with a Xenoblade game. And that's why I picked it. Plus, make your own character is cool. So that's why I picked it. Oh, man. That should change my life. You guys don't understand. I love that game.
I love the Skell story so much.
I know.
Once he got that bit, it was over for him. His whole life was literally changed. He's never been the same since.
No, I haven't. Like
exactly. The tax for this game is going to be crazy when he finally plays Armored Core. As
well. I'll go again for 14. For my favorite, for I believe is I actually think River City Girls 2 is going to eclipse this, but I actually have not played it yet. I'm ashamed to say I have yet to beat River City Girls 2 or play it really. Like a little bit of the first area, but me and my boys are planning to play that because we've been playing Streets of Rage, Double Dragon Gaiden, TMNT, Shredded Revenge, all sit together. But River City Girls is my favorite like 2D beat 'em up game. Moves me tremendously. And I like this I played this game during the pandemic when me and my boy Nick just went ham, bro. And we're like, yo, we like at first you start the game, you walk in slow, your combo's not that sick, but you go to the dojo, you get your agility up, you're jumping up, your power up. You go to every store when you eat an item for the first time, you get a bit of a stat boost. So let's say you get ice cream, so good. You might get like 2 power,
Yes, yes, yes.
2 skill, and 2 agility. And boom. But if you eat it again, it just heals you. That's it. I thought the gameplay loop was amazing. I thought it looks good. When me and Nick started comboing niggas as a tag team, I'd like volley him in the air and then I fucking oh god, it was just so much fun, man. But this one is only limited to 2-player, which is why I think I'm gonna have fun with River City Girls 2, because that one is 1 to 6 people. And unlocking Ricky and Kunio was incredible. I think Ricky's mad fun to use, and they're gonna be like in the game from this get go. And then there's what Maria and Pruvia, I think, the breakdancing girl. So should be fun. But I think this is absolutely one of the 5 best beat 'em ups that currently exist. So shout out to River City, man. Kunio Kun. Misaka? No, Misako. Misako. I like her. She my favorite. She my favorite. I like Kyoko. She raw too, but hey man, the heart bag moves me. The stockings. You know what I'm saying? So we here. That's my
It's
14.
Yankee season. You know we love Yankees. Son, where my delinquent biddies at? Yo, Misako talking about she didn't even buy this uniform shirt. She stole it from the fucking the bus stop. It was laying on the bus stop. She took it. She just started wearing it. I said, what is wrong with you?
That's a goal. This game's good. I've played this game from start to finish with like 4 different people. So you know, I like it a lot. Guacamelee is another one, but only twice though. But all right, Simi. Valentine's Day
Yes.
14.
14. So just a bit of a disclaimer. For 13 onwards, you're gonna need to put on your desktop audio because I have some video footage for some
Okay.
of my entries. But
Witcher
yes,
1.
14. The Witcher 1, or otherwise known as The Witcher Enhanced Edition. Yes, it is my favorite entry in the series. 2 and 3 don't even come close to this game. Not by a long shot.
Elias
3
don't like
might
none of my
have the
picks, eh? Anytime you guys put something, he feels it. When I say something, he'll say nothing. Fuck you, nigga. Like my shit too. No, I'm kidding. Go, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
3
You be commenting on mine more than yours too. That's crazy.
He's like, this shit mid, trash.
It's so funny because freaking I don't even interact with fucking Milios like that at all. But hey, looks like we fucking vibing. Yo, wanna come join the Empire? But anyways, yes, The Witcher 1 is my favorite entry within the Witcher series. 2 and 3 do not even come close to it. 3 might have the best story out of the trilogy of games, but 1 has the best combination of everything. 1, well, all of them have bugs. 1 may or may not have as the most bugs. It kind of just depends on your mileage. Because for me, 2 was the buggiest, and I've seen other people say that 2 ran fine for them. 2, I think, is the worst in the series. But 1, oh my god, this is a game where, and I really love I love the PR for it. This is not a game. It's not a game about right and wrong or good versus evil. It is a game about choices and consequences. And that really sticks true. The entire development of the game sticks true to that. So essentially, for each chapter, there's a major choice you have to make. Neither choice is good or correct, right? They're all just morally gray. And whichever choice you choose, it will drastically affect the game. So, for example, in the very first chapter, the story starts where some random freaking mage steals the secrets of the specific Witcher clan that Geralt belongs to, right? And now y'all trying to get him. Y'all trying to get it back because like that cannot be fucking in the public, period. Because Witchers are pretty much abomination. They're human experiments. All right. They're humans who experiment on themselves to gain the powers that they have. So if someone steals that, and even if they just do as little as we can sell it on the black market, we're done. We're finished. Right? So we're trying to get it back. So we start in a small village outside of the fucking big town. I'm so mad I forgot all the names of my locations too. But there's a witch, right? There's a witch. Everybody hates this witch. And essentially at the end of this chapter, you have a choice between one or two things. You can either kill this witch because the entire village is mobbing against her, or side with said witch. Now, if you decide to kill the witch, you will do exactly that. You will kill Abby, and that's it. She's dead for the rest of the game. That period. But if you decide to side with her, you have to kill the entire fucking
she
village.
hitting it. Hey, yeah. Sorry. Sorry.
You have to kill the entire village, and they dead, period. But Abby's still alive, right? So that's how the game is. There's choices and consequences. You have a choice between two things, and they both have their consequence, and it will change what happens in the future of the game. So it's not that bullshit that you see like in Telltale The Walking Dead, for example. It doesn't matter what you choose, you're still gonna get the same ending type. No. The ending itself is static, but the journey to get there is completely different depending on your choices. Who's alive, who helps you in the future, who betrays you in the future, so on and so forth, based off the choices that you make. And you hardly see any games, period, back then and today, that actually stick to its guns and have a system like this. And it's so fucking good, dog. It's so good. Also, I firmly say that this game has the best gameplay out of them. Yes. And I wish so badly that they would go back to the point and click, quote unquote, style of gameplay, because this game I actually felt like a Witcher. I actually studied up on my freaking mutagens. And I would be like, oh, son, I'm fighting a freaking insectoid. Damn, let me go fucking make this mutagen so I could be resistant to poison or some shit. Like I actually was using my specific mutagens to face specific monsters, to get my meditation, gather my shit, drink my mutagen, get ready to fight. It was so raw. It leaned so heavily in the role-playing aspect of the game. And my signs too. I was using a mixture of all of my signs. Both in 2 and 3, you could pretty much get away with just using one sign, and that's it for the whole game.
You said sign.
Freaking
I heard science.
No, yeah, I saying signs. Yeah, that's a type of magic that Witchers use. Well, again, this specific clan of Witchers that girl belongs to uses. But and it's a phenomenal.
Can you clap cheeks in the first one?
You clap cheeks in all of them.
Okay, so that's what I'm wondering. I know you can in 3.
Yeah, you could clap cheeks in all of them. But and the first one is funny because the PC Gamer has an article where it's like the evolution of sex scenes in The Witcher, how it goes from a gotta collect them all mini game to intricate relationships between the characters in 3, which is actually pretty interesting. But yeah, no, you can most definitely have some fun. You can have some H. The side quests are phenomenal. The main quest is also phenomenal. The gameplay is really a lot of fun. It took some time for me to get used to it and really understand what the hell I was doing. But once I did, man, I was shit. Freaking get my fast style. Oh, he dodging. Shit, get my slow style. Oh my goodness. Shit, use my sign. Oh, I gotta fight a boss. Let me fucking meditate real quick. Drink my mutagen. Shit, I'm out of resource. Let me go pick some plant. Like it really leveled so heavily into the role playing aspect. It's so great, and it really disheartens me. In that people say that the one is bad because of the combat. And that's one of the main reasons, another main reason why I do not listen to what people on the internet have to say. Because I put off playing 1 for so long because of that. When I finally played it, I'm like, bro, they was so wrong. Why did I listen to these burgers? I love everything about this game. I actually don't like 2 at all. Like 2's story is fantastic, but the combat is so ass. And 3, even though 3 is good, 3 doesn't have the variety in the missions like 1 does. In 3, you pretty much do the same thing. You go to a place, You watch a long ass cutscene, you go to next place, you might fight, you watch a long ass cutscene. There's not that much puzzle solving in between with 3, but
No, I have a
1
Witcher
you
3
get
hot take.
all of it. But you say you have a 3 hot take?
No, my 3 hot take was
Oh.
that. Remember, I think I told you. I haven't spoken about it in a long time, and I remember. But I told you my problem with the game was they wouldn't let me play. They kept talking to me, so I just stopped playing.
Well, no, because
I do want to
3,
revisit it and give it a fair chance, but every time I take 2 steps, it's like, Gerald, can you find my sister in the phone where she broke her leg? And I'm like, oh my fucking god, leave me alone. Let me run around and do nigga shit. Like,
nah, there's actually a lot of there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of cutscenes in 3. The beginning is pretty heavy, but like after that, you pretty much have a big stretch of being able
I'm
to do
sure
whatever you
there's a
want.
point where the game opens up. I just never got to that moment
Yeah,
yet like that. I just
but
have
yeah,
to get
no,
there.
you're not
I
wrong. You're
understand.
actually not crazy. I can confirm to you. The beginning of 3, yeah, there's a lot of talking, dog. There's a fuck ton of talking.
Yeah, people get mad at me when I say that though. I don't think it's a bad game though at all. By any stretch of the
Heavily
imagination.
overrated, but I don't think it's bad either.
Yeah, and overrated to me doesn't make a game bad. It literally means, like, to me, it just gets more credit than it
Says,
deserves. That's it.
Facts. No, I agree.
So sorry, I didn't mean
yeah,
to cut
I
you off.
just
I know you were
won.
done. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm done. Just 1, such a good game. Like again, the whole trilogy is good, but 1 is absolutely my favorite. And I heard that they're remaking 1. I'm kind of scared because I'm like, if they add freaking action, the more over the shoulder action,
They're definitely
style
doing that.
combat to it, I'm gonna just be like, ugh. I'm gonna still replay it, but I know I'm gonna enjoy the vanilla more if they go down that route. But that is why it gets my 14 spot.
Number 14 for me. Be the Batman, Arkham City.
Oh, nice.
Arkham
The
City.
best superhero game of all time. Any of you Spider-Man PS4 fans can suck the fattest dick on the planet.
I like Spider-Man more. I don't really
Everything
care.
about
I
your
don't care that
game-
I don't care that you said that, but I like Spider-Man more.
I'm just saying, everything about your game is the Walmart version of this game. Just the absolute, again, the pinnacle of the meme. It really makes you feel like Batman. That is not a joke. That is a real thing. Even though it's been memed to high heaven, I blame you for this, Donkey. Even though the video was hilarious, but this fuck the way that it kind of emulates everything that we want Batman to be, especially if you're an animated series fan. The combat in this game is just fucking elite in every single way possible. It takes everything that Asylum did, which was already good, to just the next level. From traversal around Arkham City to the combos that you can perform, to the way that the gadgets interact in combat, to where you have the quick commands to do the gadgets in combat. So then also the diversity of side quests that were greatly improved from Asylum, to just the way the game looks overall in general for it. And the main quest, of course, is great. And of course, the acting of Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill in their respective roles is just elite as always.
Rip to a real one.
Yep, facts.
Yep.
Rip to a goat. People know Arkham City. There's not really much else to say. Legitimately, I think it's ridiculous how recency bias kind of made people think that this game is just not as good as it is. It is still, to this day, and I'll say it again, the best superhero game of all time.
The
I've
graphics
never-
really hold up well too.
I've never
Facts.
replayed them. I've only played them once. But this is also during the era where I was like I'm like neutral on Batman now, as whatever, but like I didn't like him, so I just played it to play it and then moved on because I didn't like Batman when I was a kid or growing up. Like, still not a fan, but I feel it. I don't even remember. Like, there's a lot of superhero games I have to think of, but
Usually the
no,
ones that are
this is
intention.
this is the best Batman Arkham game
Yeah, for
for
sure.
sure.
It's freaking Arkham, the Arkham series, Ultimate Spider-Man, Hulk, Ultimate
Alliance.
Destruction, Ultimate
Maximum
Alliance.
Carnage is really good from way
Yeah.
back in the day.
Spider-Man PS2 is up there. For me
Yeah,
anyway.
those are
I don't know if
usually the ones
Injustice.
that
I
are
don't know if
intelligent.
Injustice counts, but I still like those games for what they are. They're not like the pinnacle
No,
of
they
anything,
count.
but I like them.
They definitely count.
But yeah, I like swinging through New York City, man. Shit's cathartic. very soothing. Give me your next one.
Simmy's gonna like this pick. He is definitely gonna like this pick.
yeah.
Doom 2016.
Yeah,
My favorite
Yeah.
single player first person shooter of all time.
yeah. Nice.
I know a lot of people prefer Eternal. I think they're smoking crack if they have that opinion. Doom 2016 is to a T the pinnacle Doom experience in every way, shape, and form. The movement, first of all. Oh my God. The pace at which you get into these firefights is incredible. The gun selection, chef's kiss on the gun selection, the mods for the guns, goated across the board. Even with the background story, it's really just saying rip and tear, do your thing, man. But it's still kind of interesting what they got going on. And the environments are awesome. Everything, and just, I'll say this, the controls for the game, it is visceral. How fucking powerful you feel with these weapons in your hands and how fast you're moving. It's just, it's my favorite, probably, even though technically it's its own fucking developer. It's my favorite Bethesda published game ever. It's, oh man,
I knew this game was special because a lot of channels who aren't part of like legacy or establishment media, I think chose this game over Overwatch that year.
Oh yeah.
I think
Doom 2016 got robbed.
I think one was Gamer Ranks. I'm pretty sure he chose Doom as the best game of the year. I can't remember the other ones, but sorry, keep going.
Yeah, it's like Doom is just, I like, as a person who at the time I played, I had never played an older Doom game before, and although I'd always wanted to, playing this was just like, man, if this is just the rest of the series, but it's just like different kind of graphical style, I'm so in, because this game was just fucking elite on every level.
I respect it.
And I know Simmy's a huge fan of this game, so
yeah, well. Absolutely. Yeah, Doom 2016 is a phenomenal game, and not only that, it was, well, funny enough, another game before it, and funny enough, the game before it is a game that is truly the fucking father of FPSs. But essentially, what I'm saying is that era where we got to see 90s FPS game being reimagined in the modern era was so fantastic. We got Wolfenstein, Shadow Warrior, Doom, and
I don't think Quake didn't get one of those at that point.
No, unfortunately not. But it was just so good to see that these classic games that created leaps and bounds, not only in their specific genre, but for video games as a whole, for the entire industry, get reimagined for the modern era, for new audiences, and done well. All three remakes, Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, Doom 2016, and Shadow Warrior 2015, I want to say so bad, 2014. They're all great games. And it's just that was such a fantastic era, dog. Like, damn, that was but let's keep going.
I haven't played it, so I can't say nothing. I can't shoot though. I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian now. I don't got the machine, but I don't Gurks a man with that. Gurks a man with an arrow, crossbow. All right, go ahead, Simi.
Yes, so my 13, we are keeping up with the RPGs. We moved away from the meathead era that was my freaking 17 and 16. Now we get double Western RPGs. And for 13, it is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God almighty. This truly is one of the greatest RPGs ever created. Not only is it that, but this was my first exposure to the World of Darkness tabletop universe. And so funny because Vampire the Masquerade is not even the entire World of Darkness. It is just one small pocket within the World of Darkness. Now, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is not the first World of Darkness game. You had Hunter the Reckoning, if y'all remember that, on GameCube, PS2, and Xbox, original Xbox, not 360. We had freaking Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. Then we have Bloodlines here. And Bloodlines is such a phenomenal game. It does its utmost important job of explaining everything to you So it automatically assumes that you do not know anything about the world of darkness, specifically the masquerade either. And it, oh my god, just the masquerade itself is so interesting and intricate. How there's an entire secret society of vampires, of like at least like 11 different clans of vampires who live among humans under this masquerade. It's literally called the masquerade. They have their own society with their own laws, and if you break the masquerade, you will be executed. And the story of Bloodlines was just
She
so
hitting it over there in the
cool.
corner. Hey,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no, the dancing animation in that game is very meme worthy. That's why I record. These are 2 videos from when I actually was playing the game. And I was crying when I see that DJ just eating it. But what was I saying? The story of Bloodlines is so phenomenal. It starts where you're about to get fucking laid by your fucking girlfriend or boyfriend, depending on what gender you choose. And they sire you. So they suck your blood, right? However, one of masquerade rules is that you cannot just go around siring any old body. You need permission to do that. So the second that happens, when you wake up, a freaking executioner out of nowhere and hits a stake on both of y'all. Now you are being held captive in this freaking theater where they're going to pass judgment. You see this big ass dude with freaking clouds bust his sword and chop off your spouse's head. He execute him, and you about to get the same fate. But then somebody in the crowd is like, nah, let them go. You see, they didn't freaking choose to be here and shit. So they didn't do nothing wrong. They could be a part of Masquerade. You get spared, right? And the rest of the game follows you. You get to choose your freaking clan too. You get to choose your clan as at that. You get to customize your own character, create your own character. You get to choose your clan. They all have their own specific abilities and powers. And look at the freaking dialogue. He says, I need you to be a bad luck farmer. Do you know what this is? Why is it the second option? Translation?
LOL.
Bro, I used the wrong pick too. I wanted to use this a pick of your wallet. It says $0. If you have $0 in it, right? It says $0 in your wallet. You are so broke, you can't even afford to pay attention. I said, damn. The humor in the game is absolutely phenomenal. The story quests in the game are also phenomenal. The dialogue is really good. The characters are very intricate. And the world is so small. Like, it just takes place in this small little town in Seattle. And the world just feels so large because of all the characters that you can interact with and their own stories and whatnot. It's just so goddamn good. And the gameplay is varied. You could use hand to hand, you could use melee weapons, you could use firearms, you could use vampiric powers, and it's just so fucking raw, dog. And I heard the hype about it when I first got into PC gaming, and when I finally played it for myself, I said, yeah, it deserves all the hype it could get. This really is one of the greatest Western RPGs ever created. It has so much replay value, and it even has mods to this day to restore content that didn't make it to the final game, add new original content, overhaul mods. It's just a whole 9. If you like vampires, if you like dark fantasy, if you're a fan of the World of Darkness series universe, any of the answers to any of those questions is yes, you have to play this fucking game. It's phenomenal. And since it's an old game, you don't even need to worry about having a NASA supercomputer to play it. It'll run on a potato. It's old. It's like from the 2000s. So even if your little fucking everyday laptop could probably run it, I absolutely recommend it.
I always speak very highly of this, so I'm very excited to finally dive into it when I do. Though I've dabbled a little, because I actually have one other friend that really likes it, so I was at his house one time a little bit playing it. I can't remember which one it was though. All right, Hunter, The Reckoning, and Evil Dead were sleeper hits back in the day. Evil Dead. I still have an Evil Dead notebook that I write in, and I never engaged with it. All right.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, me and Emilio's just really on the same wavelength. That's so funny.
You know, on my wavelength though, but he about to get on it because it's Hyperlife fucking Drifter, and I know he likes that shit. Or else I'm kicking him out. Co-sign it right now. Okay. Play. There you go. See, let's go. Finally, now I'm satisfied. I don't even need another one. I just needed one. All I wanted was one. That's all I wanted. One pop off. One pop off. This game is special, man. Shout out to it's your top 3 of all time. See, there you go. See what I'm saying? I know you like this game a lot because I need to play Solar Ash. I'm loath to Heart Machine Studios. Alex. He actually had a heart condition or something. He didn't even know if he was gonna live a certain amount of time, like knowing like some of the background stuff of the game. But this game is special. I think that its graphical style is amazing. I love how it feels and plays. Like there's like dash attack that you get, and you can use a version that goes really far and fast. And there's one part where these like fire things come up, and you have to go. And I'm like, dog. Combat's good, and for some reason, I don't know what it is. I like games where like I can mix up like slicing with shooting because you have like a gun. So like you slice it up and you can just go pow, pow. Like I like the mixture of those two things. So it's special. The story, I really like how it's told through the environment and like they don't really speak and use words. Like you got the character and they'll be like, I don't know, it'll show like them sad in the bubble and like holding a bunny, and you're supposed to be able to interpret what it is that's going on, which is very interesting because despite it not straight up giving you the story, just like this is plot point A to plot point B, subplot 6. Like no, it's just you got to kind of piece it together, and I think it's special, which is why I'm very I'm like what they calling it, Hyper Light Breaker. I'm excited for that.
Yes.
Though I know there's gonna be some weird open world type of like roguelike or
Oh,
something.
nah.
They're kind of doing some randomization something, so we'll see how that shapes out first. I'm not a roguelike super stan, but I'll give them benefit of the doubt because I'm already convinced I like Solar Ash, even though I haven't played it yet. So, but
I'm so happy
yeah.
that Solar Ash is getting added to Game Pass this month.
Oh, say
So
less.
when I play Hyper Light Drifter, I don't even need to buy that shit, boy. Yo, we don't buy games in 2023. Yo,
Yup. But yeah, this game is really good. It's one of my favorite indies, man. It's just super special. I'm gonna keep going. Somebody's gonna laugh at this one because do you know what's next?
Oh, here we go. Oh, this is gonna be.
No, it's not, and it's not that yet. It's not that what you're thinking yet. It's be platforming.
Oh, it might be.
It's the left.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I gotta jump to the left. I gotta jump to the
his
right.
favorite game. Oh my god. Okay, but did you know I just confirmed that Celeste is indeed trans? 9 years after the game released.
And I was like, okay, like Game Raw, I don't give a fuck. Like, why didn't you just put that in the game naturally? But I don't know. Maybe it was in there. I didn't see it.
Boring, Naya.
Huh?
You're boring.
Oh, you twat waffle. You're dull. You're boring. You're dull. You're dull. Current fucking day.
Shit.
No, honestly, this game, I truly like. I like platformers and I like hard ones and difficult ones. Simi was laughing one time when I was posting a bunch of Super Mario Maker 2 memes, like clips. He's like, "Why are all these levels just mad hard and quick with like pixel tight Celeste? You just play Celeste Mario style." And I'm like, I like my platformers hard. I like the movement tight. It is what it is. I actually think the main story of this game is very challenging, but I wouldn't call it like hard, at least not for me. It's the B side and the C side tapes, which are like harder versions of the level that take the level gimmick and crank it up to 100. Boy, when I tell you hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of death before I got there, before I got through all of it, I was like, it's crazy. I like Super Meat Boy a lot too, but I like this game better. This to me is probably the most challenging platformer that I've ever played, and I love it. I love it. The stories, whatever, just like self-discovery, whatever. Oh, I'll climb the mountain and discover who I am. There's the darkness inside me, or whatever. But like, this is one of those games where you can somewhat yourself control the difficulty. If you don't want to collect the strawberries, that makes the game a lot easier because the strawberries are usually in an area where like you have to kind of go veer off where it is you want to exit to the next screen and get it and then come back around, so it's harder. So like you can like add levels of challenge. Sometimes I'll just beat the level first and then come back and try to get as many strawberries as I can in the level. But it's just to me just a really good fun type platformer. The pixel art's really amazing. A lot of the artwork they have in it is super good. Actually, I don't know if maybe it's not my favorite platformer, but it's definitely a top three, like one of my favorite 3. But in terms of like challenging platformers, definitely my favorite one. I think it's harder than Cuphead. I don't think Cuphead is that. I don't think Cuphead is, aside from the robot boss that beat my ass for 6 hours in total. I don't think that game is like super hard.
Yet another game I can flaunt in front of Souls fans.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. All right, Simi. Give us your number 12.
All right. So 12, we are still in our RPG season. Yes, did you think I only play shooters and third-person beat 'em ups? I mean 3D beat 'em ups?
Just lying.
Absolutely not. We play RPGs in this house. And boy, howdy do we play a lot of them. But 12, yes, it is Kingdom Come Deliverance. This is one of the best RPGs I've ever played in my life. And I'm really mad that I think it didn't get the hype that it deserves. Apparently, the Kingdom Come series was supposed to be a series, as Kingdom Come is the name of the series, and then the word after that is was supposed to be the name of the game in said series. So you see the first game being Deliverance, and they were supposed to have other ones after that. Will we ever see that? I have no idea, but regardless, Kingdom Come Deliverance is one of my favorite RPGs. I remember seeing it at E3 one year and being super fucking excited. So like, it's pretty much imagine Elder Scrolls, and I'm talking about
I'm taking a 10 call.
pre-Morrowind. Yes, well, Yeti will be right back. He's still listening. Think Elder Scrolls pre-Morrowind. So the very complex, freaky, you have your constellation, you have your stats, you have all this other shit. Think all of that, but without the high fantasy. So Kingdom Come Deliverance is one of those games where it really leans heavily in the role-playing aspect. And just like why I like The Witcher 1 the best, it's why I like this game so much. So you play as Henry, right? Henry is the son of a famous blacksmith. He used to make swords for the army once upon a time, but now he's retired and he enjoys a simple life. Henry wants his father to teach him how to make swords, but he always tells him no. So Henry's kind of just a little shit. The game starts where you literally just dicking around with your friends. You could get into fights with people. There's a seed where you could gather with your friends and literally throw freaking horse shit out of somebody's house. You could punch the man damn in the alley. It's like you could freaking flirt with the biddy at the fucking tavern. You just doing dumb shit, right? And then the Kumin strike. Random man them pull up on your village. They burks everybody. Your father show you a glimpse of who he once was. He wasn't just a blacksmith. He take out a sword and he start murking people. But then, unfortunately, he gets overtaken and they kill both your dad and your mom in front of you. You wind up running away and you survive, but now you are orphaned. And the game pretty much follows Henry's life after that. And what I like about this game so much is that it uses a lot of the Elder Scrolls mechanics. So every skill only levels up if you use it. I think that's the single best mechanic in Western RPGs. I love this mechanic so much. So let's say you want to use axes. If you want to be proficient at wielding an axe, you gotta use axes. You're not gonna be able to use a sword and have your axe skill come up, for example. Right?
That.
So the game is like
I like
that.
You to do that. I like you to do that. I like that.
Like
Fire
in the GIF
simple.
that's right.
Simple? Similar. Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the GIF you seen right here, you're just beating up freaking peasants. There's a side quest.
Mink?
you pretty much run like a fight club. You just fight the man them. Like, look at this man. He got a freaking tunic on. You got freaking guns on his punching him in his face. It's so raw. You could do hand to hand. You can fight with swords. You can fight with axes. You can fight with bow and arrow. But the bow and arrow doesn't have reticle. So it's challenging.
Interesting.
You have a hunger system. You have a tired system. You have to eat. You have to go to sleep. If you don't eat, you will lose health. If you don't go to sleep, you will eventually pass out. It is just so much fun. It relies so heavily on the RPG mechanics. Now watch the end of that GIF though.
Yo, what dynamic entry? What just happened? Yo, I did not expect. I thought he was gonna shoot at you. You said he gave you the Captain Falcon knee of justice. Don't kill me.
Like there even has a freaking like a personality system where if your clothes dirty and raggedy, people will not be appealed to you.
You can't get no hoes.
They'll look at you. Yeah, you will look at you. They won't want to talk to you. They don't want to give you no information. But if you're looking clean, you're looking spiffy, your armor looking shiny, they gonna want to talk to you. See, like there's so many mechanics. One of my favorite mechanics in the game. You have one of the skills is literally fucking reading. You have to learn how to read in this game. Bro, so raw. You go to class and learn how to read. And she like, bro, he looking at the book and this shit look like gobbledygook. And it'd be like one word. That's correct. And you can pretty much like guess what the fucking sentence say. And it gets easier and easier when more you level up your reading skill. And that could directly play into one of the one of the story quests, excuse me. One of the story quests, you come up on a village where this horse is murdered and someone wrote a message in blood. If you have the reading skill, you can read the message. If you don't have the reading skill, Henry won't be able to read the message.
Which is garbled nonsense.
You see his shit? Yeah, he won't know what the fuck it says. So it's like, so it has so many nice mechanics in this game. I know people don't like the first person sword melee. I love that shit with a passion, dog. Learning how to fight, going from trash to freaking raw, being able to freaking parry and fucking what's the word called? The French word, right? It begins with an S, I think. So,
Oh my god, the riposte is what you're
there
thinking
you
of.
go. There you go. It's repost, not S. There you go. You can parry, you can repost, all that. When you get to learn how to do all of that, where every swing doesn't take all of your stamina, it just feels so good to become raw in this game. And the story is legitimate. It's a bit of a self-discovery on top of revenge story because you saw your parents get murdered in front of you. And what will Henry become after that? It's so gas. And it's one of the games that came out in the modern era. That's like, bro, y'all are still capable of creating legendary RPGs. I'm surprised that this did not get the recognition that it deserves, at least in my opinion. It's a phenomenal game. If you like Western RPGs, if you like to lean more heavily into this like super role-playing pack, and not the freaking like overly simplified like fucking Skyrim. Skyrim, you just walk around, if you can take out your sword, slap 2 times to kill everything. Fools roll down, there you go. Dragonborn out, there you go.
If you like Falcon
to lead,
kicks to the face, hey.
Glitching people into the sky? Yeah, my favorite.
I actually like a little bit of jank. This would be funny.
Jank is raw. Euro jank is really one of my favorite genres. But anyways, if you like to lean more heavily into the role-playing aspect, then yes, this is the game for you. I wholeheartedly recommend this game.
All right.
Slam. 12?
Yes.
12. Okay. I Am Gundam, sir.
Is that what actually it's called?
Core 6. No, Armored Core 6. Fires of Rubicon is on my list. This game is raw.
That's all you need. End thread. There you go.
the ultimate mech game. If you are into the mech fantasy in any way, shape, or form, this game is for you. I'm a person that's loved Gundam from a very young age. Oh my god. There's a story I'll say for this. I booted up the game for 3 seconds, did the tutorial parts of it. When I tell you, I was like, oh my fucking god, these controls are so intuitive. I was losing my shit immediately. Then you get to the first boss, and you really got to learn how to fucking pilot your AC. This game is nonstop action. You got to be on your toes from beginning to end.
Mula Flaga.
This is my first FromSoft game that I've ever actually fully played. Oh my god, it is so fun. And personally, for me, I do not think it is very difficult. I don't know what these fucking idiots that are bitching on Twitter about it being even harder than FromSoft games talking about. This game is not hard.
Glenn,
just
can't even
good.
Read. What do you expect, man? Can't even read.
But the one thing I'll give this game, other than the gameplay, which is amazing, with the story, which is surprisingly good, the customization of both the weapons, or actually no, 3 things: the weapons, mech parts, and the aesthetic of the Armored Core. The colors, the decals, the shaders, all this shit. Oh my god. So much fucking fun. Then this is one thing I will really give this game in terms of actually like being able to deal with difficulty in these bosses. This game is fantastic in the way that it's very clearly telling you certain bosses you need to change your loadout for. This game promotes you in getting as much as you can for customization options and not just sticking to one build. Change up how you play depending on what's happening. Now, you don't have to do that. I played the game and basically I haven't had to change my body part build basically at all, other than in terms of like upgrading parts to get higher stats. But weapon loadouts, 100% I'm changing them shits out. And when you get, I'll say this is one of the first games I've ever decided a new game plus for. It is 100% worth it. Especially because you can't get the true third ending until you do New Game Plus Plus, which I intend on getting. You start getting all of your like operating system upgrades once you start doing this too. Like you can max them all out. Like I recently unlocked the one where you can, instead of having shoulder specific weapon types like missiles, and one of them was a drone pod that I have that it shoots out 6 drones that then follow an enemy and all shoot laser beams at him at the same time. I switched them bitches out. Now I have a thing where I can switch between arm weapons if I just press the right bumper, so I can switch between the two. So if I fight a boss, I have a stun baton on me. Beat that bitch up until they're staggered. Immediately switch into this fucking harpoon stab weapon that I have. Do big dig damage to that thing when it's stunned. Same thing on the other side. And you can have all these combinations of shit. Dual minigun. Or you can do a rocket launcher grenade build to stagger super fast. Or you can do what I do is where I'm a melee man. I want to get up close and personal with you with my beam sword and just cut your ass up like I'm on the RX-78, yelling at Char Aznable to come face me. This game is gas. It's one of the best. I told Nia before I did this, like there are going to be some games that came out this year that are definitely on my list. It is so fucking fun.
It looks fun. It really does. It just got to go in order. The best advice that can be given for Armored Core 6: replay the missions to build your mech how you want in Chapter 1. Do that, but when you get close to that end chapter boss, you better have your build ready. You got
Here's my thing, Milios. I don't think he's talking about the end of the Chapter 1 boss. I don't think that boss is very hard. I used my base build. I didn't even need to change my build on that motherfucker. The first boss I had to change my build for was the Chapter 2 end boss. Balteus is actually like I just straight up went in with that motherfucker. Just with beam pistol, beam sword, and rocket pods. And I just cooked them.
Give us your 11
Me or Simi?
You.
Okay. This one actually, I don't know if Simi will agree on this, but Milius, these motherfuckers are just bad. I don't understand how this game had a double filter than other Souls games did, but whatever. Hollow Knighto is number 11.
Knighto.
Yes, sir. Oh my god. What can I even fucking say about this?
Silksong is not real.
Listen, we still hold out hope. Okay,
it's an urban legend, bro. It's not a real.
It's an urban legend that never happened. We made this one up. It's a made up tale.
Yeah, it's a fabrication. It's fiction. We made it up.
This one was invented by a writer.
Oh my god! Give me all. Keep going. Give me all files I don't want. Hold on, I'll find one.
But Hollow Knight is easily one of the best. I am a Metroidvania merchant. That is my genre. Other than maybe Western RPGs, Metroidvania is my thing. This is easily one of the best Metroidvanias I've ever fucking played in my life. And one benefit that I think that has, in which it, and I got one more that's above it, which I'll get to later. But the one thing that I give it credit for is that it found a way to really mix in Souls mechanics into it in a way that I think is seamless with the genre. Having your soul whenever you die, having to go, it's like with Souls games where if you die, you have to come back and collect your souls. Otherwise, if you die again, you lose them all. I think it was a really interesting challenge to put into a Metroidvania like this. It's something unique that the genre had never seen before, and I think really sort of ups that stress factor that you have for this. And this game is relatively difficult. Not for all the bosses.
I think it's challenging.
Yeah, not for all the bosses. Like I think I only hit about maybe 3 walls in the game. Like Mantis Lords was my first real challenge, and then I guess I can't remember. No, second one would have been a Trial of the Fool in the arena, which is fucking insanity. I still haven't beat that yet. But then my third one was
I never beat the Grim from the
Oh really?
Nightmare Troop, but I went back.
Well, actually, I never even did the Nightmare Troop stuff.
I went back to like that and the Godmasters DLC well after I was rusty at the game. So it's one of those things where I was trying to regain my former glory because I forgot to play. I hadn't played in so many years. But I did beat that.
And I'll say my third wall was for sure the Radiance. Oh my god, that motherfucker kicked my ass. But it was so satisfying to defeat it. And the aesthetic of the game. Another thing that this game does well is for this, much like Souls game as well, the story is all environmental. You got to pick up the pieces from what you see around you, and the designs of the characters and the way they interact with them. Like, what's my boy's name with the mask? Quirrell or Quill or whatever his name is, who dies by the lake. Goat, love that motherfucker. Hornet, best character of the game. Love that bitch. That's my girl, man.
I watched that. I watched her beat Vince's ass for like an hour. Hollow Knight, Ori, Owlboy, Gato Roboto, a bunch of others have relied about the genre. Great pick, yeah. Hollow Knight.
Ori's a series that I still need to play, but I know if I did play Ori,
Blind Forest is really good, and I like Owlboy.
Yeah.
What's my guy? What's my guy's name? Let's say sorry. Hold on. I forgot his name. The guy. I used to call him. My shooter. I remember his name. He looks like fucking. Hold on. I'll find it. Keep going. I'm gonna find this.
If I played Ori, both games probably would have been on this list. I already know it just based off my tastes. I just haven't got to Ori yet. But yeah, this game just really does everything for it, man. Like it's recently played 9 Years of Shadow with both me and I have played this year. That game's awesome, but it's just not the same as this. Like this is like an industry defining thing. I think both for Metroidvanias and
I'm thinking of Getty,
indie title.
My shooter.
Because I think as of like recently, this game kind of put indie studios more on the map than they ever had been once it came out. Yeah, but just all around fantastic game.
Yeah, this is Getty. I have to move my camera. He looks kind of like a Zelda character. He looks kind of like Tinkle a little bit, but
yeah, I forgot about Owlboy. I'm adding that to the fucking wish list.
That's a great game though. It's actually not long or hard though, but I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with it. Super dope. What did I just do on my thing? I don't know what I did.
Simi. Oh, I see that next one for Simi. I knew that was
coming. I knew it was coming. I gotta just put it up. Number 11, Simi.
Yes, you're gonna need the desktop audio for this because I do have a video with audio on there. 11. See, I told you the overlap between me and you would happen. Yeah. 11, just before 10, is Disgaea 1. Yeah, he chose his, I chose mine. It's Disgaea 1. Disgaea 1 is probably one of the most important series into my entire life. Like, it is so funny because just one day I came home from elementary school and I saw my sister playing this shit. And at first I was disappointed because usually I'm excited to see a video game, but then I saw it was RPG and I said, man, I don't care about this shit. But then I really sat down and I looked and I said, damn, this series might legitimately be one of the reasons why I like Pointed Ears so much and why I like Demon so much. You just got these silly little guys that wear little to no clothing, just dicking around, doing dumb shit. But on top of that,
that's original VA. I just have to say it real quick. Sorry.
And as you can see, bro, look at the case on my shelf. What does it say? That should say Atlas. Yeah, that's the original release. That's before NIS of America came and freaking picked it up. Atlas originally published this shit. That's the original case, the original release of this game. How many times has this guy Hour of Darkness been re-released? No, that's a vanilla copy, boy. And boy, howdy. It's just, on top of them just dicking around, it has a legitimately good story with legitimately good morals. The humor is just absolutely fucking hilarious. I never in my life seen a character be like, hold on, this is not your name. I'm gonna name you something else. I'm gonna name you Mid-Boss. And then his name literally just changes to Mid-Boss for the rest of the series. It never changed back to his real name. I never seen that before in my entire life.
We did not respect that demon at all and said, nah, we're not gonna call you that. Shinta, too soft for a swordsman.
Shinta. Shout out the GOAT, man.
Call you Kenshin, Mid-Boss.
Iten Mitsurugi stan over here.
I'm gonna play it now. Give me a sec.
The titties?
Why are you screaming?
Oh, this shit looked like Soul Eater art. Did Kubo do this?
For some apparent reason, I can't stand women with sexy
I'm just saying.
On a side note, flat-chested girls like you.
Nah, it's a little too early for that. This came out like 2000.
Well, excuse us for being flat.
I can't stand women with sexy bodies. Wow.
but conversely, girls with that are flat chests like you have no effect. He said it. What he said like it was fine print.
He said that shit so casually. Like, oh no, you guys have no titty. I'm good. You're not sexy. You're like, huh?
Laharo is a generally good MC. I absolutely adore him as an MC. He's one of my favorite MCs. The humor is phenomenal. The art style, I love the art
His
style
trio
so
is special.
much.
I don't care. No one tells me.
Yeah, like the cast, oh my god, they just have so much a good dynamic. The beginning of the game is so memorable. Etna literally just trying to kill Laharo while he sleep. There's just a bunch of weapons spawn all
Just
over the
pew
floor.
pew
She
pew
got
pew pew pew. Fucking just shooting up the coffin. Like, yo, are you good?
she trying to beat a new overlord. He just sleep. She trying to kill him. He just sleep. Yeah, this Gaia one is just a generational game for me. It's one of the most important. It helps shape a lot of the things that I like, from character designs to humor, just to the over the top, zany, ridiculous, stacking people on top of each other, prennies. You throw a prenny, he blow up, type shit, which is have
Dude,
some real mechanics, their real biology. If you throw them, they will blow up. Like it's just
him riding
such a
that
good
meteor with
game,
his
man.
iconic laugh and just
Yup.
just need dog. She's so gas.
Oh my, yeah.
It's so gas. So yeah. Shout out
Yeah,
to the
it's
great
just a
Lahal.
great game, man. It's just
I am the
yeah,
great Leon.
it's oh man.
Yeah.
Like
Alright.
I would absolutely just recommend to emulate the PS2 game. Like don't even bother with any of the re-releases,
Super
remasters,
Ultimate
'cause then they change.
Collection plus Ultra Turbo.
Yeah, all that.
And Knuckles.
Yeah, all that they featuring Dante from DMC series. They change all the voice actors and shit because of the different publisher and licensing and whatnot. Just emulate the PS2 version.
Etna's
And now
original
you'll be on
VA
your
is
way.
special. Just wasn't the same since they changed her voice actor. I still like her, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. Okay. My turn. So at 11, I got Sonic Mania Plus. So similar to what Glam said earlier, I really want to put Sonic 2 here because Sonic 2 is one I play the most. But a big reason why I play that game a lot is for Chemical Plant Zone, which is in Sonic Mania Plus. Sonic Mania Plus to me is it's so good. Has a combination of some of the best levels throughout the Genesis era. Some of them are, and then some of the original ones I think are really good. Like I think it's Print Press Garden. I think is really good. I like that one a lot.
Studiopolis. New
Studiopolis.
shit.
I'm trying to remember the other one.
Stardust Speedway.
That's not new.
On that bitch. Oh no, I thought you meant
the
like
new
old
ones.
returning levels.
No, but anyways, like to me with the
saloon
drop dash
second
too
area?
is a game changer for keeping my speed. Like it's hard for me to go back and not have the drop dash. It's very, I like forget like, oh yeah, this is before we had that. I don't have to go into like great detail. I speak about Sonic pretty often on the channel. I like Sonic. Genesis games are my favorite. But I actually think, from a polished standpoint, from how it looks, how it feels, to how it plays, and the fact that you can use like Sonic and Tails and everything, that I'd actually put Sonic Mania above like 3 and Knuckles and stuff like that. I'm not mad if you have it over though, but I think Sonic Mania is the best like 2D Sonic game. And Plus. Because Plus asks, what the fuck is it? Ray the Flying Squirrel and something the Armadillo. I remember. I didn't know. I had no idea who they were. So Ray the I don't know. I can't remember the other guy's name, but yeah, good game.
Aren't they like comic book characters, or like original TV show characters, or something like that?
I'm just gonna show you guys this because it's here. I don't know why it's down here. It should be at the very top. That's weird. I didn't realize.
Oh, is that my game?
But that's my But that was my like other honorable mention or shout out. It was Rivals of Aether Definitive Edition. I think this is the best party platforming fighting game out right now. Second, I'd probably put Rushdown Revolt. But I love this game. If me and some of my boys like get together, we run this. We don't play Ultimate. We don't play that game. None of us care about that game. I don't even think Smash Bros. Ultimate is bad or anything. We just don't fucking play it. So
we got to run the ones on that game. By the way, we didn't do that enough.
I know we didn't.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to go next?
What are we on?
11?
I did my 11. Yeah, it was Hollow Knight.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we all on 10 now.
Oh, if we're on 10, I'll
just talk to Yeti. Go 10. Yeah.
Let's go again. Yeah. So 10 is I put Mario Maker, the first one. I was really trying to decide which Mario game I wanted to put here. Did I put Mario 3, Super Mario World? Did I want to put Mario 64? And honestly, Mario Maker 1, I have again one of the other games I have an extreme amount of hours in. I actually really like the amiibo functionality of actually being able to properly transform into these other characters. So like people would do super dope shit like actually design like a Metroid stage where you're designed to play as Samus, or a stage with like the boosters going fast where you can go through loops because you're supposed to be playing as Sonic. Legend of Zelda dungeons because they were very puzzly, and I just thought the creativity in this game was something special. I don't think 2 is a bad game, but it's just an imagination. But I think removing that one part of the amiibo stuff really, really, really hurt the game more than it helped it. I know they added like some link stuff later on. You could do a downward slash and shit like that, but this game kind of gives me the ultimate best of all worlds. So I thought it was the best to choose, and I really do like this game a lot. It's not like I'm just picking it because I can play in regular Super Mario Brothers style, where if you have the fire flower, you get hit, you go straight to small. You don't go to Super Mario first, you go to small. And if you go too far, like the screen wouldn't move. But obviously in this, they removed that. Then you could have Super Mario 3 with the Tanuki tail and fly. You run, get your boost. You start running like this. Super Mario World with the fucking twirls jump and everything, the cape, all of that, and then it added the Super Mario like Wii U style, which I don't fucking care about. But that wasn't it too. But the thing about those games that I appreciate is being able to wall jump. Sometimes I forget I can't wall jump in old Mario games, the older Mario 2D Mario games, occasionally. So I think this is the best combination of everything. So I kind of have it as my number 10 gatekeeper. Very fun game, and this is a game that I created levels as much as I played them. I didn't make as many levels in 2. In 2, I made enough to do that like Mario World thing, and I stopped creating them because kill your Yoshi or sacrifice your Yoshi originated in this game, where you had to do really big Yoshi jumps and jump off of it and kill it to get to the next platform. So I had just so much fun with the Mario Maker game, man. Just an absolute blast. And I'll leave it at
I feasted off of Dashie videos for that game for years.
that. Dashi is so fucking hilarious. All right, Simi's gonna go next.
Yes, my number 10. Another one where you need
Two
to
Dwinklocks like
audio
Max
up a little
Payne.
bit.
Sorry.
For the last tip
Two
I have,
Dwinklocks.
because it does have
Wait,
audio.
hold on. I don't remember the line. What is it? Two Dwinklocks like Cad Bane. Two Dwinklocks like Max Payne. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, my number 10, the gatekeeper of the top 10, I would argue is the single most important third-person shooter of all time. It's Max Payne. Oh man, we were just talking about noir style stories in video games and whatnot, and boy howdy, does it nail this to a T. And it's so crazy because I
Question
still
for you,
think
sir.
yes,
Even over Gears of War?
yes,
Okay.
tremendously over Gears of War.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
And don't even get me wrong, Gears is raw. It took me a while because I was a Sony card growing up, but now that I actually own a 360 and I went back and I played the entire series 1 through 5. The one I haven't played was Judgment, the side game on 360. But no, Max Payne 1, like Gears probably won't even exist without Max Payne. That being said, yes,
Very fair. Very fair.
Max Payne 1 is one of the most important games to the genre, period, because it is the game that perfected the bullet time mechanic. Other games came before it and tried it, but it wasn't until this game that perfected the bullet time. And not only that, this is one of the rare games that does not use hit scanning with their bullets. No, every single bullet in the game is a physical object that has its own physics engine, and they have their own projection as well. So sometimes you don't even have to aim at the person; you have to aim kind of in front of them to hit them. That being said, Max Payne is phenomenal. Why? Because it's a labor of love. Every cutscene in the game is acted out by the staff of Remedy. The game's cutscenes are told in its comic book style, and all the characters in the game are people from Remedy dressed up. They had a lot of fun making the game, and it's still so surreal to me that a small studio from like Poland or Finland, one of the two, can come to New York, take pictures to do research, and then create one of the most accurate one of the most accurate depictions of New York I have ever seen in my life, and they are not even from this country. How is this possible? They came, they visited, and they took pictures. And just on those pictures, they created the world that Max Payne lives in. And it's so believable. It's so atmospheric. It is a super dark revenge story told in this noir style. Max himself is ridiculously poetic. He's poetic to the point of being memeable, but his character is so fucking good. As you're going to see when Yeti plays the video, he has so many quotables. This one is one of my favorites, which he's going to play in a second. You can go ahead and play that, sir.
Yes, sir. Sorry. I was typing in the chat. Let me turn this off.
Mr. Payne, it's time to show you the benefits of my brew. Be a good boy now.
You'd find that Lady Luck was really a hooker. You were fresh out of cash.
Fresh out of cash.
Sooner or later, it was going
Grizzly?
to catch up with you.
Mr. Payne, it's time to show you the benefits of my
Dog,
brew.
that
Be a
line
good
is
boy
so
now.
crazy.
You'd find that
And
Lady
then
Luck
you
was
find
really a
out
hooker.
that Lady Luck is
You
a
were fresh out of
hooker. You were
cash.
fresh out of cash. I said, bro,
Sooner or later,
what
it was going
is
to
so
catch up.
poetic? He's like destroyed the entire game. Like his lines are witty, but they're thought out. And like, there's not that many leads that, at least in video games, anyways, that do this. And it's so good. The story is very traumatic. Coming home from a good day at work to see your wife and your freshly born daughter dead in their bed, and some freaking junkies in your house still lingering after the job, getting a call from some random person asking if this is the Payne residence and then hanging up, and just having your entire life spiral after that. The story is legitimately good. The voice acting is phenomenal. The Remedy had such a fun time making the game, and most importantly of all, the shooting is so top notch that it just revolutionized the genre afterwards. And that's why it's my freaking my top 10. The Gatekeeper. It's such a good game. Like the entire trilogy is good, but one is the best. Even though 2 has a more fun physics system and 3 has the best graphics and like gore system as well, it's one that always gets it because 1 has a combination of everything. And it's a game that I absolutely recommend. And not the console version. I do have the PS2 version, as you see on the shelf, but you have to play the PC version. The game, has to be played with a mouse and keyboard.
2 twin Glocks like Max Payne. 2 twin Glocks like Cat Bane. That's all I think about every time I hear any of those 2 names. The one from the Hunter from Star Wars. I'm like 2 twin Glocks like Cat Bane. Nah, it looks fun though. This is one of those games I've always been aware of. I have a lot of friends that play it. I just never played them myself because I'm Canadian. I can't shoot, even though they're Canadian. But I guess they shoot though.
Nah, it's crazy that you say that because the default difficulty in that game is adaptive. So the better you do at the game, the harder it's
there
going to
it is.
become.
Okay. I like games
Yeah.
that do that. Was it Uncharted that did that? I can't remember. But I was ass, so I never got that hard. All right. What's your number 10, Glam? What's your Gatekeeper?
Katana Zero.
Yo.
I was
Chronos
so curious
Pack.
of where that was gonna be. I was very curious. Okay, let me find that.
This is
Keep
I'll say from like 15 up, it's been in order for favorite
Okay.
games. Katana Zero is easily my favorite indie game of all time.
Give me that Chronos, baby.
I need, I will say, Justin, where the DLC at, motherfucker? I need it. Stop fucking around. I'm sick of these little previews. But this game was, me and I have talked about this plenty of times. We even had a whole stream for this game at one point when it initially
There's a
came
video
out.
on the channel if you want to see our conversation.
With Townsy. Brother
yeah.
Townsy was in there.
Yes, he had just finished it. Yes, on stream. I remember we were watching on stream play.
The reason I think we both played this game was because of the gameplay for it. It looked fucking dope.
Yep.
The dodge rolling, the deflecting the bullets with your sword, the slowing down time, the grabbing shit and throwing it at motherfuckers.
You got the
And then
tape
there was
player.
the
You put the music
soundtrack.
in your ears and you just start
Yes,
fucking
sir.
slaying.
Yes, that will work. That shit was yes. And then the
Yes.
music.
Katana Zero,
And
so
then the
fucking gas.
The 16-bit graphics were gas. But then we played the game. And then that story came in. And boy, oh fucking boy, did that change my perception of that game real fucking quick.
We
As
couldn't
soon as that
believe.
story came in, oh my god, I was invested almost immediately, dog. That
You
shit
get to
was
that one stage where
so
at the fucking
raw.
jail,
Yes, sir.
everyone's just like a body, like what? And then you see the real dragon.
The little kid and the dudes with the masks. What is it? Fucking tragedy and comedy? Wherever these idiots came from. And then was my boy Zero. Or no, I'm sorry, 0 and 15 in that
15.
bitch. 15 running that game was that level was gas. And then the end of it with V and with Snow and dealing
Snow.
with the fucking other Null at the end, having to do like, oh, you're gonna kill these fucking family of children here? No, you gotta kill your fucking psychiatrist, choke that motherfucker out in his office, beat his head in with the statue. Oh my god, this game is, and the best part about it,
You don't got any of that time drug.
Chrono, we have no idea if any of that shit was real or if it was just a drug trip. I really hope that it is real, but oh my,
Because
and
the girl is such a like you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say too much, but yeah.
Also, best scene of the game. That church flashback shit where he's like speaking to himself.
Mhm.
And there's like, oh, fuck. That monologue. Oh my god, this game is gas.
Hotline Miami is really
Gas!
good. I beat that. I beat Hotline Miami.
Shout out
That's a good
Hotline
game.
Miami.
It's a good game.
Great top down shooter. Love
Yeah.
Hotline Miami.
Katana motherfucking Zero. A great pick. Great. All right.
Great Piku.
Now it's time, Glenn. Now it's time.
Oh yeah.
Chained
Echoes. It's on the list. Don't berate me more. It's on the list.
This
It's on the list.
is the best game I've played in 2023. Chained Echoes is special. Very special. I think I had to knock Tears of the Kingdom to second and eventually third, but this game changed lives. And as soon as I beat it, I'm like, this is one of the like 20 best games I've ever played. I know that. But it just took a while for it to fully sink in. I think the story is phenomenal. I would maybe criticize some pacing issues in certain spots, but it's an RPG. Like sometimes things just slow down or speed up. It is what it is. I am extremely impressed with the ending of this game. I was genuinely shocked at how it all ended up shaping up and turning out. And I was like, no, I accept this. This is really good. There's one trope in a lot of games and shows and books that I really don't like, and it's a character that just knows something and just won't tell you that they know it. And I think this is the only example that I can think of where I'm like, honestly, aside from you like being literally cursed, like oh, I just curse binds my tongue from being able to whatever. This was like the only like no, I totally understand why you waited until the right moment to fucking bring this event up. This was brilliant. The combat, fucking fire, phenomenal. You don't got to worry about your energy and HP. It replenishes after every battle, which I really like. So you get to go all out. I like the overdrive system. There's like a red, a green, and a regular spot. When you're in the green spot, all of your attacks cost less. I think it costs less TP to do team points. And I think you take less damage. When you're in overdrive, you get hurt. You don't want to be in that red. Certain moves move that cursor to the left and the right, and sometimes when the symbol appears, if an attack shares that symbol and you press it and it'll like glow, it'll bring it back down. And there's certain things you can do. But wait, there's more. Sky armors. There's a point in the game where you get your sky
Mech tax
armors.
again.
You in the mech. I'm in the robot. Mula Flaga, I'm in there. And the gameplay is a little different. There is no real overdrive. Like the overdrive changes a bit. I'll leave that reveal for what it is. And the way you can customize upgrades, switch around the like drones to the held like halberds to the sword to the axe and the just so fucking good. Exploration in this game is an absolute treat. And as you progress in the game and you pay attention and do certain stuff, it has something that I really like. A treasure counter. For every screen that you're on, it'll tell you how many chests you have left to find. I actually found that very helpful in not missing any chests in a certain area. And it wasn't like I was breaking my back going up the way to find them. The cast, a little hit or miss because some of the characters are kind of optional, so they don't get the full fleshing out. But I would argue none of the characters are bad. But the main ones that you have to follow, like Sienna, the girl with the red hair, the main character, Big the Glen, all great characters, fucking phenomenal. I was very impressed. I like the move sets. I like the oil slash, and then if you use a fire move after, it obviously cause it to explode. There's more. All those little things are in the game. It's just really good. Soundtrack is phenomenal. I love sprite work. The game is genuinely funny, and I like any game where you can kind of build a city or a town or a colony or a fighting force, if you will. Just blew me. I started off this year right, man. I got a couple of videos where I was playing it on stream, but yeah, man, great game, great game. Chained Echoes is currently still my game of the year for 2023. I got it at 9. It's almost 5 hours. It's ended up being a longest stream. My longest stream is 8 hours. I was playing Zelda. All right. What's your 9, Simi?
Yeah, so number 9, another classic, another redefining game of its genre. Yes, it is Resident Evil 2. The vanilla Resident Evil 2, not the remake. I had a very hard time choosing which entry I was going to put, and I was across the board because there's a lot of good Resident Evil games. But I
4 could have
ultimately
been an option
decided,
here as well.
yeah, it absolutely could because you could say that it is the father of the current over the shoulder style that we have today. But I ultimately decided to go with Resident Evil 2 vanilla, and that's because I think this is just the perfect blend of everything. We could argue that Resident Evil 1 was too slow, right? And Resident Evil 3 too aimless, too shit. The game is trash anyways. But 2 has the perfect blend of action and puzzles. You get to, and on top of that, you get to play as 2 different characters in 2 different scenarios, and they go to 2 different things. So it's pretty much 2 halves to the story to get the full story. It's a phenomenal game. Leon S. Kennedy, he's a fantastic lead. I absolutely like Burger Dorky Leon
Last name
more
is
than
Vince
more
Smoke.
husband do.
Come
Yeah,
on, man.
right?
Kicking them
And,
Las Plagas, whatever, for kicking them. Sorry.
yeah.
you go.
Instead of more husbando bait Leon better, but no, Resident Evil 2 is just phenomenal, dog. Like it's a legitimately good experience. Both the vanilla game and the remake, I would recommend to play both of them, not just one or the other, because they're 2 completely different experiences, and both experiences are really, really good. But
Okay, so
ultimately,
I'll
my
play the
pick,
original then, because I only played the remake for that one.
yeah, you could freaking Resident Evil 3. You don't even play neither one. I know you already did, but
Yeah.
I wish you didn't. Resident Evil 3 fucking suck. But 2,
You're not the
both
first
games are
person to say that to
legitimately
me.
good.
They weren't fans of the remakes for 3. So
I hate rough shit. Resident Evil 3. Look at Claire in her classic booty shorts. Man, even up Slater State, it still gets me tweaking. I love this design so much. It says so much about her character and her personality, and they wanted to take it away from her. But anyways, that being said, Vanilla Resident Evil 2 gets my pick. It's a fantastic game. Go fucking play it. Go emulate it. I don't even care how you get it. It should probably be on the PSN store. It usually is. It's on PS3 and PS4. It'll
I
probably
got
be
a
on
Steam Deck.
PS5.
You know what I'm saying? I put this shit.
Shit.
Shit. Niggas now got the long
It's-
black deck? Couldn't be
Yeah,
me.
it's Resident Evil 2.
Yo.
What's your number 9, Glab?
My number 9 is this is gonna be weird to say because there's gonna be another game in its genre that is gonna be higher, but I'm still say this. The best first-person shooter of all time, Halo 2. Has to be number 9 for me.
Hello.
This game is just generational. This really sort of defined, even more so than Halo 1 did, because Halo 1 could be described as a generational first-person shooter.
Mhm.
But Halo 2, I think, and I see Miller's right now say 3 over 2. I heavily disagree, and I'm going to give the main reason why. Playing as the Arbiter in the campaign clears anything else in 3 for me. In terms of the mechanics of the gunplay, I think 2 and 3 are about the same. I don't think there's any sort of difference coming between the two. But being able to actually play as the Covenant and seeing how that sort of expanded, like, because Halo 1's story was like, it's fine. But then Bungie kind of knocked it out of the park with this, where it really started to open up like, oh my God, there's actually like something worthwhile to engage in here with this. And this is just beyond the obvious. Like Halo 2's gunplay is well renowned. It's some of the best, smoothest gunplay you can probably find. It's Halo's combat it's oddly a slower style of first-person shooter in comparison to a lot of other ones that are like in terms of multiplayer. Like you're not really fucking zooming around as much as people think, or when you're getting into firefights, a lot of it is jumping. Like it's more so verticality than just lateral movement. Like a lot of other like your Call of Duties, for instance, or your Battlefields. And like I can't get over this enough. Like the gun selection of this was dope, and also the big thing, dual wielding and the addition of more vehicles that you could use in this game. Absolutely top tier. And the one thing I'll say, this is a tax for it too. The remaster is fucking incredible, especially for the cutscenes for the story mode for the campaign. Absolutely breathtaking shit right there. But yeah, I can't give this game a higher enough praise. I absolutely adore it from top to bottom. I don't know how Simi I don't know what Simi's take on this because he's a shooter boy, so I'd love to hear what he has to say about it.
I mean, well, greatest FPS of all time is I am side eyeing you on that, but I do have a very big thing to confess. I've only played Combat Evolved.
Oh, Simi, come on, bro.
Right? Yeah, I know. That's why I said my list can drastically change. I got a lot of classics I still need to play. Yes, I've only played Combat Evolved, and I played the PC version of Combat Evolved. This is before the Master Chief Collection came out. I played the original PC release of Combat Evolved, and I thought it was alright. I haven't got around to play the rest of them yet. Still haven't. It'll happen eventually, though.
Yeah, I'll say as well, this is not the last first-person shooter on my list. I just think from like a mechanical standpoint and how it pushed the industry forward, especially in terms of multiplayer. Multiplayer for this game is fucking immaculate. Even though 3's is better, but I think like this game just did so much for the industry. And I just, as a fan of the storyline a lot, and being like Arbiter is awesome in this game. But yeah, I'll get to it later because there will be reasons why I think this other first-person shooter is much more to my liking than even this is.
Interesting. This top 10 is really going to be interesting.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go next. I'm not gonna go long because we've already spoken about this game, but it's Hollow Knight. I got Hollow Knight at 8. Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games of all time. Hollow Knight is not a game that I've replayed, but I did a very long, thorough looking at every nook and cranny playthrough. And even engaged with all the DLC, though I didn't do the Grim Troop stuff as much as I should have. But by then, I'm like, I don't know how to play this game because I think by then 2 expansions came out. It was the God Masters and that stuff, so I really haven't gotten to it as well as I could. But great graphics, environmental storytelling. I actually didn't have the problem people have with the Geo thing because I farmed Geo really early because I thought it felt like I was getting a lot of money. And when I was kind of lost in it, is it the Forgotten Crossroads or like beginning area?
Yes.
So yeah. So I pretty much just like I had everything before I even reached like the green grass area. Like I had the pin on the map and all kind of stuff like that. And then I just went through it.
I did that shit too.
Yeah,
I had all that shit bought.
I think the platforming is super dope. I actually thought I cheesed the game by doing the downward slash on the spikes, but I realized later on that was something that they
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but I'm like, I'm so smart. Oh, anyways, but the Radiance and the Hollow Knight fight, the Radiance fight is very whatever to me. I actually like the fight with the Hollow Knight himself. Because I remember initially when he was doing what he was doing to himself, I won't spoil it. I was shocked, like, why is he doing that? Because I hadn't pieced that part together really yet. But when he started to get into stuff with the Radiance versus the Pale King and the Worm, I'm like, oh my god, this shit's gas. Like, what the fuck? I thought I was the Hollow Knight this whole goddamn time. I'm just the knight. I'm like, okay. Getting my nail to its maximum upgrade, everything, but Silksong is not real, bro. I'm not getting hyped for Silksong until it's in my hands. It's an urban legend. I don't believe in it. But that game looks so much more fun because Hornets and movement is just so much more dynamic and everything. Like, shut up!
We're gonna be fucking flipping and dipping in that.
I
bitch.
know, bro.
All over the place.
Get good. I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna go crazy. I talk about Hollow Knight all the time on this channel, so they've heard me ad nauseum about this game already. So
Also, shout out Naya getting on my ass when I was terrified of Deep Nest when I first started playing it. It's like, play Deep Nest,
listen,
motherfucker.
I'm scared of spiders. If I can play that shit, you can play that shit, bro.
I was just scared of the potential difficulty. That was me coming. That was me coming off of beating Mantis Lord and be like, "Oh my fucking god, is this game gonna get even harder?" It really didn't.
I actually beat Max on my first try, but I didn't think they were hard. But it's the first boss that teaches you some bosses do not have openings. You have to create your own opening.
Yep.
That's the good thing.
Yep.
That's what it teaches you about that game, which I like a lot. The Deep Nest does something very clever where it gives you a bench that you're like, fuck yes. When you leave left, you have to travel that
That's a
whole
lie.
area to get them. Like you're like, wait,
Yes.
maybe I shouldn't have saved here. Like,
Yeah.
so many really, really, really dope tricks like that. I really love that game, bro. Really good game. Fucking awesome. All right, Simmy's gonna hit us with his OG Kobe Bryant.
Number 8. Yes, my number 8 is, now we're getting into the top of the tops. My number 8, my favorite PS3 game of its entire library. It is The Bourne Conspiracy. Yes, a game that a lot of people don't even know exists. The Bourne Conspiracy is you guessed it, a 3D beat 'em up that adapts the first 3 books of the Bourne series. And I think it does a really good job. As I said earlier, 2 games in one. It's a
Hey,
beat 'em up and it's a
Townsy.
third-person shooter.
Keep going. Sorry.
That being said, this game I think did a really good job of bringing home the idea that Jason Bourne is the ultimate weapon, the living weapon. He can make anything into a weapon. He is the first person that I seen, and it's so iconic, take a ballpoint pen and stab somebody with it, which you can do in this game. I never forget my reaction. It was the very first boss fight you could do. Press circle next to it. He take the ballpoint pen and he stabbed the dude that you fighting in the weapons of his fingers with it. I'm like, bro, this shit is insane. Pick up the passport, beat his ass with the passport. Press circle for the takedown. As you will see in the GIF when he show you out. It's a thoroughly fun game. I really love this game to a passion. As I said, it goes through the first 3 books. And it's just a good time. You beat Russians' asses. You beat Russian ass. You be shooting, you be punching, kicking, doing crazy takedowns, breaking legs, necks, using items. It's just a good time. It's just a good fucking time. And I'm like, bro, this game is raw. Why did this game not get as much? And I know there's a lot of 3D beat 'em ups on the PS3. Looking back at that library, there's a fuck ton.
Yeah, they got a lot of motherfuckers.
Especially like within the first 3 years of his life span, there is a lot of freaking beat 'em ups on there. But this
Sleeping Dogs is probably the most popular of that group, I'd say.
I had
Yeah, I
an
mean, I would
aversion
argue.
against video game movies. I just didn't believe in them. So I know I watched, at least I don't know if there's more. I think there's 4 Bourne movies. But I remember liking it, but I guess I don't know. But I actually knew this game existed. So, but I was also still pretty close-minded in the PS3 era. I just played what I like. I didn't give a fuck what you were talking about. Like, yo, you're gonna play this shit? Shut the fuck up, nigga. Kingdom Hearts out, bitch. Like you know it's on PS3, but yeah, you know what I'm saying though.
This game actually made me want to go read the source material, and I did go buy the first book. And that's the first time when I realized that reading levels was a thing. Like, this felt like a fucking video game. Like, you was ever in school and it was like, oh, this above your reader level, you can't read it. Bro, I felt that. Trying to read the first book, I legit felt like Henry trying to read. I didn't know what the fuck I was reading. It looked like hieroglyphics to me. I'm like, what the fuck is on
First
these
time
pages?
I ever read Old English, I was like, bro. I have to.
Wherefore art thou, I'd ask
I'm
over here.
doing too much thinking. Not understanding, but I gotta think too hard. Like, English is just supposed to naturally resonate with me. What the fuck going on? Go ahead.
Like, in the beginning of the book, he's pretty much essentially he was on a freaking boat and he beating some fucking skipper's ass. But when I'm reading this, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I never seen none of these worlds before in my life. Is he on a boat? Is he in the water? I could not tell what was going on, dog. But this game actually made me thoroughly interested in the source material, and it is one of the novels that I plan on reading. Just the first 3 books, because unfortunately the original author passed away, and his son now takes over for. I don't know if it's still ongoing, but I did hear that there's a decline after freaking book 3, so the 4th
It's
book and
interesting
onwards.
that
So I'm
that
probably
happens.
just
'Cause it didn't happen with Dune as well. Didn't his kids finish the last couple of books or a few books or book? I can't remember what it was.
No. He did all 6 of the novels that he wanted to do, and then it was any extenuating material after that that he had sort of saved up. They started like publishing to come
Mm.
out. It's similar to Tolkien's kid.
Oh,
When
that-
he
so-
died,
so
he
maybe.
had,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, it was a good when he died. He had a ton of shit that was like all this external knowledge that nobody knew about for Lord of the Rings, and he just fucking started publishing that shit. And that's how you got like Silmarillion and all this other like external stuff that had nothing to do with like the actual like plot of Lord of the Rings, but was all part of that world that he had invented.
I feel it.
unfortunately for Born Conspiracy, it's stuck on the console. There's no digital version. There's no re-release. There's no PC version either. So it's only on PC and 360. And just as you heard the news, the 360 shop will be closing down this year. So if you want to play it, your only option is to buy a freaking used copy online or try to emulate. I don't know if the PS3 emulator emulates it good. I have not checked the compatibility for it. But regardless, it's a game that I'd recommend. If you like simple stuff, you like beating up people, you like shooting people, it's a really fun game. And I do think it has a lot of fun takedowns too. Like I don't know if I want to say it really makes you feel like Jason Bourne, but you do feel like a fucking badass and beating down freaking Russians.
It
and
really
shit.
makes
The
you
fuck-
feel
Da-
like
the
Hollow
Matt,
Knight.
the Matt Damon floods
It makes
through
you
your body.
feel like Chained Echoes. What's your Kobe? Old school Kobe.
My Kobe is Darksiders, Simeon Mai's favorite series.
Hey, listen, Darksiders 1 was gas.
Yes, it
And
was.
I still need to play freaking 2 and 3 and Genesis.
I'm in
but
the middle.
one-
I'm in the middle of going through 2 again right now. Actually,
You said
the only
Darksiders
reason
1?
I haven't touched
Darksiders 1. Yes.
Only
Go
reason why I
ahead.
haven't touched 2 is because I heard 2 is longer than 1, and 1 was a fuck ass long game. I said I need
2 is
time for
definitely
this.
2 is definitely longer. Darksiders. I don't like. I can't even remember how I got into it. I think I might have like watched a like random like cutscene clip from it at one point. Just like I don't even know where. But as soon as I saw what the story was about, I was like, "Oh, this is fucking raw." And then I didn't watch anything after that. And I played the whole game through, and I experienced what the story is about. Bro, this game is so cool in terms of what its concept is. The gameplay style is it's like a bit of God of War, bit of Zelda, like 3D Zelda-ish.
Yeah, pretty
mechanics.
much. Yeah, just those 2 together.
And you are playing as one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. And Emilio says, "War is the best one." That is my fucking. Although I love death, and I think Strife could be really cool, and I think Fury's okay. I think her game just kind of fucked her over story wise, but I haven't actually played 3. I need to get to it to really see for my own. I've only seen bits and pieces. But Darksiders 1 is fantastic. Gameplay is fucking intuitive as shit. You feel powerful the minute you get into that thing. You're out here just annihilating demons and angels. You're playing the middle of this type of game, which is usually is kind of different for most of the games in this sort of like biblical fantasy setting. And I'm not going to spoil the story, but the way your character starts out kind of falls into his position is sort of he's removed from everything that he once used to be, and then he has to build himself back up. And then the decision he makes at the end of it, which we are still waiting to get, fucking Embracer Group, free THQ Nordic, you sons of bitches, let them cook. Like I need Darksiders 4 and 5, please. But this game is fantastic. The bosses are fun as fuck. The lore is super cool. The characters are interesting. The overall aesthetic of the verse is raw. Oh my god!
I don't
I
think
love
none
it.
of us
I
have God of
love it.
War on our lists. I'd be shocked if
I don't
we
think
did.
any of us have God of War or.
I don't think
Dante's
any of us
Inferno.
like God of War like that.
Nope.
I don't know about Dante's Inferno.
Nope.
God of War is cool, but I fucking hate Kratos. He's a burger.
This game's
Um,
fucking dope.
mhm.
Absolutely love it. Simi can
Alright.
go sign it too. Like this game's fucking fun as shit, man.
Yeah, it's a good game. Like it, as he said, it's pretty much God of War and Zelda because you have action, you have your combos, you have your
Specialty
skill that you
items,
can upgrade, you have specialty items and
Mm.
platforming and puzzles.
puzzle solving. Yep.
Yeah, so it is actually a combination of those two, and the story is legitimately good. Like it is a legitimately interesting, dark, high fantasy story where you play as a middleman, so to speak. But even still, as a middleman, you kind of get fucked. So now
Mhm.
it becomes personal, and it's a legit,
Oh,
not only a legitimately good story, but it legitimately builds on the world too. So the sequels make sense. They don't feel like cash
Mhm.
grab. They feel like, nah, we need to see more of this because the story's not done. Type shit.
yep. And I'll say as well, the other thing that kind of bought me into the game, you got Mark Hamill as basically your Navi or your Binda in this game, just fucking around,
Yup,
talking shit to you. Just Mark
talking
Hamill
shit.
in the Joker voice,
I'm about to
just
say,
talking
is he in the
shit.
Joker voice? It's like, hey,
Yes, he
watch
is.
out, look
Yes.
out, listen.
hmm
Hey, listen.
listen, bats. That type of shit.
That's kind of funny. All right, give me a 7 though.
My seven is a new title, Baldur's Gate 3. It had to be on there. I will confidently say this: this is the best RPG released in the last decade. It is not even close. In terms
Probably.
of being a D&D fan, I'm kind of predisposed to this, but
Dungeon Dragon is
the
dope.
combat, this is my thing about it. A lot of people probably gas up the story and characters in this game. Those are not the best thing about this game. The combat and the gameplay is the best thing about this game. It is the ultimate turn-based experience. Every single thing you do dedicated to dice rolls, and including the decisions and dialogue options you make. But also, it functions. It's part of me. It's so hard explaining this game because it's like if I was explaining Dungeons and Dragons in actual video game form to somebody. Like the specialization and the stats you put into these things and your like skills affects all your dialogue. Your strength level affects your damage score, your ability to hit these motherfuckers, your intelligence, wisdom, charisma, based on what spellcasting class you are, affects your ability to hit and ability for these dudes to save against your spells in there. And then there's the story. Really cool main plot concept. I haven't beat the third act yet, but even then I can still rank this game this high. That's how fucking much fun I've had with it. The overall plot is cool.
No,
It's
that's
not.
sucking dick. At least I be seeing stars. I feel
Yeah,
better.
I'm definitely sucking dick. I don't give a damn.
I feel better.
I don't give a damn. But I don't think the main plot's the best part of it. Like the side characters, especially in your party, there's 3 in particular. All of them are bad bitches, and all 3 of their stories are fucking awesome. And there's a wizard guy in there named Gale. His shit is cool too. Act 3 is a portion of the story I still need to really dive deep into because that's the part where you're actually in Baldur's Gate proper and you're going to be wrapping up a lot of storylines. The only thing that I've seen for that is the Githyanki character Lae'zel. I know how hers kind of ends, and hers is really fucking cool. But this game is just fucking awesome. Like Larian took their time at this, and I'm very glad they did. I've been with this game since early access, and it's paid off in such a big way, and that's really reflected in how much fucking press it's got, to the point where I will not be surprised if this is a legitimate Game of the Year contention with Tears of the Kingdom. Because until this game released, it was like clearly runaway Tears was going to win this year for me. No, I'm not so sure. Like this game is absolutely incredible, and I don't even think the RPG elements are what sell the most. It's the actual combat.
Because Larian Studios makes good games.
Makes it good. Yeah,
Oh, man,
their
oh, man.
lessons from Divinity: Original Sin 2 really paid off here, in my mind.
Number 7, CR7. Simi. Ooh, I was waiting to see when this was going to pop up.
Yeah, 7. As I said, this is the top list. Now, I actually really am kind of mad about talking about this game because I wanted to freaking save it until I actually played it in front of everybody. But regardless, my favorite PS1 game of all time, it is Evil Zone / Edet's Vaju. And man, oh man, this game is just a very important thing to me. Funny enough, this game is made by Ukis, the same company that would go on to make the SmackDown games for the next couple of decades until they went on to just call the games WWE 12 and onwards. But yes, this is a fighting game, a projectile fighter on top of that. So you anyone when you're on the screen, you can still hit your opponent. Everyone is able of shooting projectiles. is just a phenomenal game. This game probably greatly shaped a lot of my tastes in everything, especially Japanese media. You have freaking the Tomboy Fighter. You
Of
have the
course, a
Tokusatsu
Kuniku Buster.
Hero.
Of course.
That,
I
more
understand
specifically, it's
everything
Astro
now.
Buster.
Everything makes sense.
Yeah, specifically Astro Buster because she grew 6 arms. But
Oh shit.
yes,
Oh shit. I didn't. Oh
yeah,
shit, you did. Oh shoot off.
yeah. So you got the Tomboy Fighter. You got the freaking you got the squirrel girl possessed by a spirit. You got the Tokusatsu hero. You got the bounty hunter. You got the freaking you got the punk possessed by the literal Satan. And it's so raw. Every character is actually based off of some type of Japanese media. And it's just this is a game that I've been quoting since playing on it. Lock on, fool, you're in the way. Earth, wind, fire, magic. Don't run away. Sun's attack. Like, and there's just so many. All of these moves by all the characters, absolutely phenomenal. It actually has one of my favorite like graphics in PS1 games because there's not a lot going on. Like, I really think the graphics are really good. The character models, I think they look absolutely phenomenal. This is a game that's therapeutic for me. It's one of my comfort games, as Gen Z likes to say. Right. This is a game where I would just literally put it on and run an arcade mode on my PC, on my Steam Deck, anything that can emulate a PS1. Shit, I have the fucking physical disc. Well, that's a Japanese version, but still, I have a physical PS1 too. This is a game where just any point in time, I'll just put this shit on, put a fucking run Danzaiverse arcade mode, and just have a good old fucking time. It's just voice acting, fucking John St. John plays Danzaiver. And if y'all don't know who that is, freaking us don't know him. Jesus Christ! Freaking Colonel Campbell is a fucking narrator. Like, bro, it's just a phenomenal game. I love this game to a passion, and I cannot wait to finally play this game, the full arcade mode, so all characters in front of you. Unfortunately, though, y'all do not desire enough for that. But when y'all do, the time will come, and I will show with y'all a great part of Simi history.
I felt that. The desire enough. When he said that, you didn't keep us at 10. I felt it. I'm like, yes, I respect it. Stand on the morals. All right. For one that everyone probably saw coming.
Mhm.
Phoenix Wright, Ace
Mhm.
Attorney, Trials and Tribulations is my number 7. Cristiano Ronaldo, number 7. Yes, sir. Anyways, I just think this is the pinnacle of the Ace Attorney series. I'm not gonna go into detail because this is the next one Simi's gonna play. I don't know when, but I know he's gonna play it next, so I'll just keep it very basic. I love the Ace Attorney franchise. This game is the reason why I love visual novels. But this game is peak. The prosecutors, the last case, what the things that happen in the last case, how it all comes full circle, how you start it off. Because it actually throws you for a bit of a loop and everything. The characters are all great. There's no to me, there's one case where I think the premise for it is kind of silly, but I don't. This one is the one with me. There's no duds. Like I like all 5 cases in this game. Whereas with Justice for All, Big Berry Circus, sorry, I'm not a fan. I'm not even saying it's trash, garbage, mid, but this is not a fan. I dread getting to it every time, and I don't like the Will Powers case from the first one with fuck Dasquez, that whatever her name was, the smoking bitch at the studio. So, but man, Ace Attorney games are fucking awesome. You see Miles, the best. I told you were gonna beat him. You lost. You didn't win. Matt Onguard went to jail, Simi. I told you couldn't beat Miles. You didn't believe me. I told you. No, it's how the game had to go based on what happened. But you see this guy right here with the mask, Godot. He's special. He's special. You know the line. There's 2 lines that I quote a lot that I got from him. One is black. When did I tell you guys I'm blacker than a moonless night? Don't talk about my skin tone. I got that quote from him.
Wow,
Another
that's
one
wild.
is oh, fuck. I want to say it properly. I want to quote it properly. What does it say? All men wear masks. whether it's over their faces or over their hearts. I'm like, I felt that, brother. Bro, I felt that. You know what I'm saying? You got the mask on, but you talking about masking your heart, your feelings, the inside. I get it. I understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, I felt that, bro. Like, deep down in my soul, like, I truly did. Like, it moved me. But
He
yeah.
just
my
Batman.
God.
He just Batman. He just Batman. Don't be acting different.
So, yeah. We all did 7, so I'll do my 6 now. Another overlap between me and Simi, but I really love this game. Like, it's not a joke. But I wonder if it's because I played them in the right order. I wonder if that is factoring in to how we see it. Because let me tell you something, boy. Let me tell you something. When
Boy.
that game fucking ends with that last part at the end with K and the question mark, my mind was blown. I couldn't wait for the next one. And Zero Time Dilemma, well, I still like that game, did disappoint me. But in the moment, oh God, I couldn't believe it. I said, yo, what the fuck is we doing? Wait, I was really the old man the whole time. Like, why you calling me old? Like, my nigga, I'm Sigma. Like, oh, all of that. Couldn't believe it when it all came full circle and how it tied back to 999 and who the new Zero was and everything. Like, it was just so fucking good. Look at all these character designs, bro. They're all fire. Look at this bitch. Kitty out. It's clean. Go. You got 5. Fee, whatever. Go. Right there. Got my man Sigma in the front. Raw. It was Dio, right? With the hat?
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
Kono Dio da! Then he got her. She be moving me. And this is the MC from the first game. Now he older. Like, dog. This game really, I learned a lot from this game, from a lot of words and phrases in Latin, from a lot of thought experiments that I was aware of some of them, like the many world interpretation theory, but learning about some things like the Chinese room and whatnot, I wasn't aware about of some of those thought experiments. And I just thought that the storytelling in this game was absolutely one of the greatest experiences that I ever had in my life. And I just have nothing but praise for this game. I think it's the best in the franchise. Most people tell me their favorite is 999. I'm not mad at that. I just think this one is I really think this game is better from top to bottom. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I fucking
Oh.
agree, though.
Oh. Glam, what do you next?
All right, now here's the weird shooter take. I got Metroid Prime at 6.
Which one? First one?
First one.
Okay. Talk.
While I do think that Halo does basically everything that you want a shooter better than this game, there's a certain level of atmosphere to this that just clears it for me. Where being able to be Samus in the suit, doing the morph ball shit, running around, shooting your cannon, having your rockets just right up in front of you where they explode and you see her mask get backlit off the explosions, throwing hands with Ridley at the end boss fight, going in and seeing the lore of the Metroids fleshed out in the best way possible. Like, this game fucking shocked me when it first came out. I couldn't, because I had expected just to get the 2D shit from Metroid for so long, and then this came out and just basically changed everything that I thought that the series could be, and it just went such a positive direction. Like, all 3 games are good, but this game just changed the whole landscape of what Metroid could be for me. And I just love it to death. Like, it's so intuitive when you're actually getting into the gunfights. It's not like Halo in any way, but it's just like there's something about it being a Metroid title that just took it to another level for me. Like, I absolutely adore this game.
This
also music,
fun story.
and
This is my first
environments,
Metroid
raw.
game that I beat.
Oh my god!
I actually started. I actually
Other
started.
M.
Oh, you're fucking right. It is.
thought it was,
Other M.
yeah.
You're
you
totally
always say
right.
It's
It's Other M, and then I played the Prime trilogy before I went and played the old ones. You're totally right. You know what it is? I have to block the memory out because that game not raw like that. But all right, fair enough. You're right. It was Other M first. I totally forgot about that. I forgot that game existed. The baby. Shut up! Stop talking. Stop talking to me over there. But these games are good though. All right, send me. Hey, that's what number. Six.
With my number 6. Now, for number 6, my favorite PS2 game of all time, it is The Matrix Path of Neo. And I don't want to see anybody open their mouth about no goddamn Enter the Matrix. We don't give a fuck about that.
I
We
ain't none of
don't
that
give a
shit
fuck
either.
about that game. Do not fix your mouth to say that shit to me, dog. Path of Neo is gas pack. Path of Neo is the extreme gas pack. First of all, we get to play as the MC. Second of all, it really makes you feel like the one. Oh my goodness gracious. This is one of those first instances where I played a game, and once again, 2 games in
Really
one.
West
It's a
Coast
beat 'em
side.
up, and it's a beat 'em up and a third-person shooter, but the biggest takeaway, the destructible environments and the physics. There's nothing more raw, and I mean nothing more raw than freaking running up, shooting a nigga with a Kimbo freaking SMGs, get close enough, switch to hand, beat his ass, punch him, backhand him in his face, get the takedown, freaking backhand him, fucking punch him, send him flying, and literally watch him break through like a table or break through a pillar. Dog, this game is supreme gas pack. You
Bro,
get
why
to
you swing the
melee-
niggas like that? Hey, yo! I
Fucking
nunchuck
Neo,
them?
man. That is 100% some Matrix shit right there.
I didn't expect him to do that. I just gonna swing him around. Like you know,
Dog,
like dragon, like the Goku throws, you know, in a circle. Anyway, sorry.
no, boy, we are the one. What is you talking about? I bend the spoon, bitch. Dog, this game, bro, the way that people go flying, the way that the environments blow up, the fact that you can do hand to hand, weapon combat, and gun combat all seamlessly. You can, all you gotta do is hold the trigger button and you shoot in. It's like you let go of the trigger button, you automatically switch to your hands. Press triangle to hand. And if you have a weapon in your hand, you'll be using that weapon. Each weapon has like at least 3 of its own takedown animations. Oh my god almighty. The destructible environments. You can run on walls, you can flip, you can jump high, and it has bullet time. Boy,
What?
you enter bullet time, you do more damage. People go flying harder. You get different takedown animations. Oh my, when I tell you, I have replayed this game and replayed this game and replayed this game and replayed this goddamn game. Oh my goodness. It just is no reason why it has such a grip on me like it does, but it does. It's just so much fun. The
Mr.
levels,
Anderson.
the surprise to see me. The exclusive video game levels are raw. The movie levels are raw. The entire experience is so much fun. I especially love the super surreal levels. So there's a part. So you remember when like it's in the third movie or the second movie with the freaking Keymaster and fucking you remember that part with the long ass white hallway and all the doors? Which movie was that in? Was that the second one or the third one? I can't remember which.
I've deleted so much of those movies from my brain.
The second one has the one with the architect where everyone's like, "This is the most confusing movie scene of all time." But that one where Trinity almost died. Fuck, I'm sorry. It's honestly, I don't. All I remember about the third one is where like, all the Smith are squatted up and he takes over the see into the future
I
bitch.
remember from 3
and
is
they,
like
and
they
they fought.
walk into
But
that
one I remember
weird
pretty well.
orgy.
Like one is one of my favorite movies of all time. So I
Yeah,
remember one
one's
really well.
goated.
I think it's 2 though.
So
I think it's 2. I think.
Point being, yeah, the one with the Keymaster, the freaking where he's sitting in the room and all the freaking monitors and shit, right? So there's an exclusive video game level, and it gets super surreal. So like, it's just a distorted world, and you're fighting fucking ants, human-sized ants that no martial arts. So guys, so freaking just random platforms floating in freaking
It's Matrix.
suspended in
It's Matrix. Sorry. Matrix Reloaded is 2 because Revolutions is 3. So
Yes.
the second one.
That
So
is
yeah,
2.
the Keymaker.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, so there's random platforms that are just suspended in air. It's super surreal and it's just fucking ants. human-sized ants fucking beating your ass hand-to-hand combat. And I really love these levels because I thought it did a good job of portraying when the Matrix starts fucking up and shit.
It makes
And
you
that this
feel
is
like
not
the one.
reality. Right?
He's beginning to believe.
It's just so much fun. It's
Yo,
so
you know
much
how much
fun.
me and my friends meme that line? He's beginning to believe. We say that shit all the time, bro. All the fucking time.
Yeah, it's like so many levels I replayed, like the boss fight against Smith in the subway. Oh my goodness, just doing tricks and stunts, trying to throw him in the subway, trying to very narrowly avoid the train itself. When he throw me on the tracks, throw him on the tracks, try to make him go flying. It's just so much fucking fun. I thoroughly adore this game. I cannot stress how much I recommend this game.
I respect it. Give us your 5.
Oh, I'm still going.
Yeah.
And now my 5.
We are in
My
the top 5
5.
people. Thank you for rocking with us for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I'm sorry I took your day, bro.
Yeah,
I
it's my
thought
entire day.
I
Like,
thought
literally from beginning to end.
I did. I thought we could. I'm supposed to record the Strong Nigga Trio today. I had to tell Townsend, and then my bad, bro. I'm still live. But go ahead.
Yeah, I told you this is gonna be all day endeavor. My number 5.
I was
Now
waiting for Quake. I was waiting for it.
this is my favorite single player campaign in an FPS game. No other game comes close. Quake 2 is one of the most phenomenal. It's so funny too because I have a lot of games that are genre defining. Quake is another game that is genre defining. Really drove home the idea of multiplayer. Is the birth of Capture the Flag, is the birth of Team Fortress. Team Fortress started as a mod in Quake. It is the birth of Machinima. People started making cinema or short movies using video game graphics with Quake 1. Quake is so important to the entire industry. It cannot be stressed enough. Quake 2, though, is my favorite in the genre. Is my favorite single player campaign. The soundtrack, they had 9-Inch Nails on Quake 1, and somehow, some way, they was able to top the soundtrack with Quake 2. All the levels, all the songs, they just crescendo so nicely into absolutely giving the holy hell out of the strong. The guns feel nice, computer updated. The level design is phenomenal. It's just a good length. Too, it's oh my god. I cannot stress this game enough. It's so fucking good. The entire Quake series is good, but Quake 2 specifically gets my pick. And the fact that it just got remastered, I was playing Instagib just last month and I was having a blast. Boy, this game is so gas. And it came out the year I was born, 1997. Shout out me. Oh my goodness. Shout out Intech. Intech 2 also. The Intech 2 engine, which is what this engine runs on, is my favorite graphic style. I love these low polygons, these fat, chunky polygons. So pretty much this, the N64, the way those games look, this is my favorite
Very
art
very
style,
Doom
graphic style.
64
Yeah.
type shit there.
Yeah, so when games look like this, and the fact that indie developers have been trying to make games that look like this more often, it just warms my heart to a T. But Quake 2 specifically, yeah, it's my favorite. Quake 2 goes on sale for cents. It's a part of Game Pass. There is no excuse why, if you like shooters of any kind, why you haven't played it. It's a phenomenal game. It's a generational game. Go experience some history. Go put some hair on your chest and play a real grown man shooter.
There it is. Number 5, Mr. Glam.
All right, time to be an absolute shill. You knew it was coming at some point. Mass Effect 2.
Yo,
That's you know what? That's fair. I actually had something else in mind, but I'm pretty sure it's still on the list. But I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah. You'll probably be able to guess word for word what my next 4 are going to be after this. One of the best RPGs of all time, like no debate. Also, unironically, I've started to get this take the more I've played them.
What about Andromeda? I'm sorry.
Stop, you bastard! How dare you? Unironically, and I think even Simi might think this for he's only played one, but I think for a third-person shooter, it actually does much better than advertised than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Especially in 2. 2 is when the gunplay is at its best. But the one thing I'll give Mass Effect in addition to this, that if you're only focused about gunplay for a third-person shooter like this, then you just haven't played with biotic powers yet, or the other abilities that you have. That shit is so satisfying to use when you get them off. But if I'm going into Mass Effect outside of just gameplay, easily this is my favorite sci-fi story of all time. And 2 specifically is I'll piggyback off a point Simi made with choices and consequences. This is choices and consequences, the game, specifically 2. Because if you fuck up anything you've done during the course of that game up until the ending of 2,
I like that it carries over to other games too. By the way,
yeah, that is also a great feature that BioWare put in.
I don't know
Prepare to lose.
Tears didn't do that.
Your
anyways, sorry, go ahead.
Prepare to lose your entire party if you do some shit wrong in this game by the end of it.
You know
Just-
me, I don't
if
stand
you-
for insubordination, renegade. Don't talk crazy to me. Don't get uppity. Follow orders. I'm a tyrant. I fucked myself over so many
Yeah,
times.
I'm a Paragon boy just because.
No,
I
I think I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like, are you questioning my orders?
The reason I play Paragon for all these games is that they really do seem to have more long-term payoffs if you play Paragon, especially if you do it throughout all 3 games. I just think it's a much more rewarding experience story-wise. But this game's fucking fantastic. Some of the best side quests in Mass Effect, period. Main quest is still very good, but I don't think it's the best main quest. Gunplay is at its best in this game. Environment's at its best in this game. The stakes are fucking high as hell, and that's saying something when you come off of 1 stakes. And graphically, I still think it looks good. Even with the remastered graphics, it looks great to this day. And Simi, you've only played 1, right? Or have you gotten into 2 yet?
Well, funny enough, I first played 2 on the fucking PS2. I never beat it. I got like halfway through. But yes, I've only fully played 1 through completion. I still have not been able to complete my fucking Mass Effect journey.
Yeah.
I haven't even got to start my Dragon Age journey either. Jesus Christ.
I've been waiting for you to get through those. I need to see it. But this game's absolutely fucking incredible. And when you know that this is in my top 5, I'll say this is. Well, I said there were 2 games series that had 2 picks on this list, so we have to wait and see what the other ones are. But we'll get there.
Is it my turn yet? All right.
If you want.
Do you guys know what my favorite video game OST comes from? I played in the background a lot of my videos.
Oh shit, is it Valhalla?
Yes, sir. Ski. Yes, sir. This is my favorite. It's a nearly 6 hour stream. My lord, I know I'm out here. Look at me doing my job properly.
This is a
8
game
hour
that
work.
I always.
Go
This is before you go, Naya. This is a game I've always looked at, and I've always considered playing it or not. I've never been sure to get into it or not. It graphically looks dope.
Yes, the music is good. It's cyberpunk.
You're gonna like it.
Yeah, I think you'd like it. I think you
because it's character driven. Like the dialogue, it's all about the dialogue. Now you might not care for Jill's fucking modern girlism. Not even that. Just Jill's modern girlism, but like the dialogue and
she's a modern woman
the
for
interaction.
Oh well, that's not a problem. You both know I played Haven. Modern girlism ain't a problem.
And you did. I dropped that shit.
I took that off my
I'm
list.
Just floating. I remember the semi. I'm just floating around.
You see it, bro?
I just know Kyoto made the art style, so I'm like, I'm in here.
That game is. I had a fun time playing that game. I beat the whole thing, but I know why it's not for everybody. Definitely not for everybody.
But so as of right now, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say fucking now you're gonna really like it because the interactions with not only the customers with you, Jill, but the interaction with the customers with each other. No, you're gonna like it a lot. It has some really, really, really good fucking dialogue and shit.
It's special.
Just
Man.
Jill herself is a thing. Yeti knows how I feel about her, but the
Yeah,
rest
yeah.
of the cast is
The best
phenomenal.
character is Boss
just-
anyway.
I
Shout out to Dane.
I just heard the fucking trailer music, Naya. Oh, I'm moved. I'm
Yeah, it's-
moved. It's over.
half the time when I have BGM is from this game, bro. All the time, especially if it's a long conversation. Shit, it might be the background of this when it goes on YouTube. But yeah. This is it's just very hard for me to say because it's weird. As of right now, I always call it my favorite standalone visual novel, but technically it's not supposed to be because it's supposed to be getting Nirvana. But it is what it is for the time being. But this game to me, oh man, I'm a cyberpunk merchant. You don't really have to say much more. It's like, oh, this game is a cyberpunk game. And I'm like, okay, we'll play. Like, well, I'm in. Like, oh, you should watch this. This is a cyberpunk. Yo, say no more. What do you mean? You said cyberpunk? Yeah, I'm in. So I am. Marduk Scrambled, Ghost in the Shell, Psychopath. You say cyberpunk? I'm in there. But I was genuinely surprised of watching these characters on their journey, the interactions they had with one another, Jill, and even the staff, Fuckboy Gil, Dana the wrestler, just a legend over here. The fucking Shebas, goddamn George Costanza's in the game, just looks exactly like him. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, that one dude who's like, I want a gut punch, but he's like, what do you say? I want a fairy teeny or whatever. He's like, what? Oh, I want a gut punch. I'm like, no, I heard you the first time. You want a girly drink? Just say you want the drink, get the drink. I didn't hear you. I was just, you know what I'm saying? Serving the drinks and he could add extra. I can't remember I'm not kidding me. I can't remember what it was specifically. I think Ketamine is actually a song, but to like you could double the alcohol intake and get people fucked up if you really want to. And I'm talking to you crazy. You had the black guy who used to come and order a big beer. I love him. He's a funny journalist. He makes me laugh. He corrupt as fuck though. But yeah, man. I just think this is like a really great visual novel experience, and I think this is like a good baby's first visual novel. If you're not really into it, I think this is a good one to start with. If you're gonna get into them, I'm not gonna go into crazy detail, but yeah, this game is amazing, and Dana is one of my favorite characters, like in visual novels in general. She's awesome. She got the metal arm, and she raw. And I like some of the side stuff. And like this is one of those games where basically this game where you work at a bar, Cyberpunk what's the city called again? Glitch City. You're in Glitch City.
Yeah, Glitch
You're a
City.
bartender called at Valhalla. It's not really super popular, whatnot, but people come in once in a while. And like the main part of this is to like make rent, like make enough money, pay your rent, go to the store. You might have to buy some cat food for or four. I'm not sure how you pronounce the cat's name. You can get like decorations for your phone and like stuff like that. It's like, really good, really fun. So, but I'm very excited to go to the next one. I'm gonna go again because it's time. And I got the cartridge right here. And Simi already knows what my favorite. He already knows what my favorite 64 game is, and it's time.
Oh, here it comes.
Snowboard Kids 2! Bro, this game, I can't believe some people never heard of this game. Like, this game was such an integral part of my childhood and personality. And this is the first person where I literally went the meme, he just like me. What? His name is Jam? He Jamaican? He just like me. I always pick that nigga. Always pick that. By the way, I have one right here, and I actually kind of debated which one I wanted to go with because I actually played them both for the same and different reasons, and I like them both for the same and different reasons. Though I do think 2 is just a superior game in total, but I don't like Jam's voice being super raspy in this one. Like, sorry, but in the first game, he's just like normal. He sounds like everyone else, kind of like a kid. I'm like, what? You sound like you've been smoking cigarettes from inside the womb to age 10. This is an auto accelerator like racer, so you don't have to hold A to go. You kind of more control your movements. You have a defensive item box and an offensive item box. Red and blue, you need 100 of each. If you don't have enough in the first game, you smack right into it, and it goes, not enough. In the second game, you'll just go through it and you won't get an item. I think the items in this game are really dope. I like the ghosts and the triple ghosts because I think it's an item that's designed to slow the first player down in a way that I don't think it's cheap. But it's also a game that I like that rewards you for being good. If you're just clearly better than everyone else, they can't catch you. And I have no problem with that. I actually hate that Mario Kart does everything in its power to hold for the first player in the pack of the people. I hate that. I don't like that. In this game, if you're just not good enough, you're not catching a nigga. The trick system is amazing. You can grind. The story mode in this one is a lot more robust, where you actually have like a story. A demon named Damien comes, and he's just like a dickhead, but everything keeps backfiring on him. And this game's like level of courses is so creative to me. Like my favorite level is called Wendy's house. You go to Wendy's house, the girl with the glasses on. And you know what she do? She shrinks us. And then we race. We have a snowboard race in the fucking crib, bro. You see a fucking sponge. You going over the sink. It's big as fuck. Like, it's so gas. And it has one of my favorite projectile items. It's the parachute. A parachute hits you, does it make you tumble or fall or freeze or anything? It lifts you in the air and you float down gently. But if you time it well, when someone's gonna go for a jump, they're in the air forever, nigga. They ain't going nowhere. They're up there coming down. They're falling behind, brother. It's so fucking amazing, man. I could talk ad nauseam for this game, but I don't want to get too much into semi sleep time, so we'll keep it pushing. But Snowboard Kids 2, this is my favorite 64 game. Fucking love it. All right, Simi.
Yeah,
Number
we knew,
4.
we knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. That Snowboard Kids 2. When is 3 gonna come out? When yo, what the fuck is the name of that game that you was showing me? When he was creating some 3D Snowboard Kids like game? Yo, what was the name of that game?
Oh, I actually have it in my playlist, but it was just a guy who was designing like Snowboard Kids 3 like in modern time. Snowman Gamer or something his name is. I'll find it for you in a second, but unless you're talking about something else. But he was just designing another Snowboard Kids game that would be in the regular era. But I don't think he's actually making it. The moment I get rich, I promise you I'm walking to Atlas and I'm slapping him with the water bills. Make Super Snowboard Kids 3 right the fuck now. Right the fuck now. Right the fuck now.
Because I was about to say, look at that classic Atlas logo. Look like the classic Capcom logos.
Mm-hmm. What's up,
But
Al? But
anyways,
yeah, Snowboard Kids 1 and 2, baby. My favorite 264 games. Nigga, Paper Mario was right up there with it though.
number 4 for me, now my favorite Western RPG of all time. Just a little RPG made by a little German developer going by the name of Piranha Bytes. And its name is Gothic. Or as the Europeans like to pronounce it as Gothic. And oh man, I absolutely adore Gothic with a passion. This game is everything that I wanted out of an RPG. It has a unique story. So essentially, humans have been at war with the orcs, so much so that they went through 2 generations of leaders. So the current emperor decided that they would not be able to win this war. So he got a couple of mages to erect a barrier, an impenetrable barrier where you can get in, but you can't get out, and essentially trapped all the orcs in one area. They then started to use the inside of this barrier as a prison. They dubbed it the penal colony. You play as the MC where you're about to be thrown into the penal colony. However, someone hands you a letter before you get thrown in there. He tells you to give it to someone before you get punched in the face by the guard and thrown into the penal colony. And that is how the game starts. And boy, let me tell you something.
What's up, Gomez?
When you talk about do whatever you want, this is a game where you do whatever the fuck you want. So the start of the game.
So the second is it the second game to do that? Okay, bet.
So, the starting point in the game is an NPC who he could lore dump you. He could pretty much tell you like everything that's going on, and it could be very long. You could decide to skip. You could say I don't need no help, and he'll just fuck off, right? And once he fucks off, that's it. Better go fucking just go. So essentially, how the gameplay is, there are 3 different camps that you can join, and once you join a camp, you'll be assigned to that camp, and then the story begins to converge into one, starting with chapter 2. But chapter 1, you're on your own, buddy. And when I tell you this game is crushingly hard, it's crushingly hard. You can't fight. So like you're in the beginning of the game, you find the baby version of monsters. So not even the fully grown adult version of these monsters. So like, for example, there's a snapper, right? It pretty much looks like a fucking a dinosaur with the no arms. He just like has like a fucking like a drill head and and a big ass beak. You find a baby snapper, bro. This snapper will beat the fuck out of you. You can't fight. You don't got no armor. You got a stick, bro. Son, when I say I thought I was gonna be on my freaking Skyrim pack, or I'm gonna just pick up this stick and slap it around. I'm gonna just kill this snap. No, that baby snapper will actually kill you like within 3 hits. It is crushingly hard in the beginning, but gets easier the stronger you get. And I absolutely love level design like this. And just as I said, it's a game that you could do whatever you want. So you could join whichever fucking camp that you want. You could go wherever you want. You could treat everybody however the fuck you want. Right? This is the first game that showed me that being just how much fun being an asshole is. Because everybody in this game, and it really makes more sense in the first game because you are in a penal colony, so pretty much everybody's a criminal. But everyone in this game is a fucking asshole, and they're always trying to one up you. Like, look at the dialogue here. Look at the dialogue you could say to these people here. Hold up, let me get it.
Mother's a
Zoom in.
sheep shagging.
Wait, read it?
LOL.
Okay, let's forget about it. Or you've got thin arms, but then I saw your ugly mug. Or no, there's nothing I can think of. You'd actually, I can think of you'd actually understand. Or how about your mother's a sheep shagging? And
Not
finally,
sheep shagging. Sheep shagging
you're only
sheep.
here to get you're only here to get a chance to kiss Gomez's ass. Like, bro, everybody's a fucking asshole. Everyone will try to one up on you. Everybody will try to fucking steal from you. They'll try to fucking kill you. They'll try to take advantage of you, and you just have to find your way. And it's like, bro, I remember I was like really role playing this shit. So there's a mechanic where if you get into a fight with an NPC, and if you lose, they won't necessarily kill you. You'll just fall to the ground and get knocked out. But when that happens, these fucking assholes walk over your body and fucking rob you, and there's not shit you could do about it. So, as I said, in the beginning of the game, you can't fight. You ain't got no armor either. And a lot of these guys, they have armor. They can fucking fight. So, even if you know the mechanics of the game, it'll still take you a very long time to chip away at these people's health. So, they beat your ass. They're gonna walk up to you, take your shit, and then leave. You can't do fuck about it. And in this game, ore is a currency system, not money. Because there's some people who have gold coins, it's completely worthless. They don't give a fuck about that. So one of my favorite freaking sound bites from the game, he doesn't even have any ore on him. So what I would do is, I found an abandoned hut with a treasure chest in there, and I would freaking, when I knew I was gonna go aggro an NPC, I would put all my ore in the treasure chest, so I didn't have no ore on me. Then I go fight the bozo. He beat my ass, and when he run my pockets, there's nothing in there, so he can't rob me. Fuck is he talking about? You not stealing my shit, bitch. I hate y'all.
If a nigga robbed me, he'll just be practicing. I'm broke. The Chris Tucker stand up thing. But yeah, it's like, yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, so I was really on my deep role playing bag. I really like the story of this. You can choose to use melee weapons. You could choose to use far range weapons, either a crossbow or a bow and arrow, or you could choose to use magic. And I really like the mechanic of this game. So when you level up, you get a thing called learning points. And what that is, you have to go find a teacher or a mentor to teach you something, and you could then use the learning points that you just got to increase your stat in something. So it could either be freaking sword play, axe play, your magic, and there's other skills too, like stealth, like lock picking, so on and so forth. Right? I really adore that style of gameplay that Piranha Bytes came up with, because it really drives home the point of, yo, you don't know shit. You can't fight. You got no skills. You have to have somebody teach you this shit. So you get learning points instead of just like XP and whatnot. And and the story itself is absolutely phenomenal. It's a really old game, so that's why the graphics are pretty chunky. But you know me, I love that chunky art style, and it's very atmospheric. It's
You
very
like this
gloomy.
like this art and like polygon stuff the way I like 8 and 16 sprite stuff. Like this is like your
Yeah.
this is your aesthetic.
Yeah, that's me too. 16 bits
I,
my jam.
I'm a 16 8-bit high bit merchant, sprite work merchant. But sorry, keep going. Let me cut you off.
Yeah, so it's a lot of fun. I love how just like Germans are really bad people. Like they just assholes, dog.
Yo.
But I love being assholes back to them.
Yo,
It's just so much fun, especially when these assholes. What's so funny?
Sound
The
is funny. I
Germans
don't know.
are
It's
real
funny.
bad people has some wild historical context. That's all I'm gonna
Hey
say.
man, listen. A German developer made this game. No,
They said you can't say
they're
anything
not
nice.
good
Be a dick
people.
always.
Bro, I mean, I be on some of my heinous shit when I play a Piranha Bytes game. I would go complete a quest, get my reward, and then beat the fuck out of the quest giver and rob him. Like, bro, I be on some real heinous stuff. Get extra XP because I beat your ass. Then I'm gonna take your fucking ore. Give me some extra ore, bitch. Fuck is wrong with
Thank
you?
you for saving my daughter. Here's some ore. Nah, give me the rest, nigga. Bap, bap, boom, bink. Yo, right.
Run them pockets, motherfucker.
You could even whip people into shape. Like someone freaking giving you lip and they don't want to do something for you, beat his ass. And when he get back up, you be like, all right, now you're gonna do my shit for me, right? And he be like, oh, you know, shit. It's so fucking raw.
I
The
love
story
bullying.
is legitimately, absolutely, absolutely.
Bring
The
bullying
story
back.
is
Make
raw.
bullying great again. Baga.
I love the quest line. And I love
Baga.
the fact. I
I
love
know
the
I
fact
know I started with make, but I'm saying baga anyway. Shut up. Go ahead.
that that there's a finite amount of XP. You cannot become a jack of all trades. You have to settle into your build because not only is there a limited amount of quests, monsters do not respawn, and it is possible to fail quests. And if you fail a quest, that's it. You can't redo it. So there's a finite amount of XP. So you have to choose. You can't be finicky. You can't be fickle with your decision making. Otherwise, you're gonna be ass out. And I really do like that. It really forces you to stick with something, choose something, and stick with it. You can't just be all the almighty, ultimate, powerful MC that just washes everything with one hit and whatnot. None of that here. But this game is phenomenal. It is getting a remake. I have no idea how the remake is gonna go. I played the demo, the very first the alpha, like the super duper alpha demo. And what I did like it, but it was missing the atmosphere. Gothic 1 is very gloomy, very dark, very gray. It's on purpose, very barren. We're literally living inside of a barrier that we can't get out of. And it's auto governed by criminals. So how the fuck you think it's gonna look? It's not pretty and it's not meant to be pretty. But that's what makes the atmosphere so believable and so interesting maneuvering through this world. And then the bigger plot once you start to gain power and learn what the fuck is going on. It's a fantastic game. Would I recommend this to everybody though? No. Why? Because the gameplay is very archaic, if you will. The game is made to be played entirely on your keyboard exclusively, no mouse. Right? I know a lot of people have problems with that. It does kind of have a tanky-ish controls, which people also have a problem with. So that could be a bit of a learning curve. However, if you don't have a problem with older games, if you don't have a problem with tank controls, this is easily one of the best RPGs ever created. It is niche here in North America. In Europe, it's way more popular, and it still gets mods to this day, both like graphical improvement mods and overhaul mods to add like original campaigns. But dog, Gothic 1 is just such a phenomenal game. And it made Piranha Bytes one of my favorite developers ever.
There you have it. Gothic nigga. Go play that shit or die.
Gotique.
Gotique. Alright, Glam. Hit him with the bam.
Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
What is up, man?
As Brother Pat.
Oh,
The best! The best! The best! The best Metroidvania ever! I don't want to hear it. Atmosphere, check. Combat, check. Goat character, Alucard, check. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. Check. This game is gas.
The castle turn it upside down. Check.
Exactly. Check. A whole other map. Just off rip. Backstory of who Dracula is and Alucard is and his mother. Amazing bosses, amazing regular enemies, awesome power-ups.
I can't lie to y'all.
awesome item customization, and the greatest shit of all time. The shield rod and Alucard shield strat, where you just activate that shield rod and you walk into motherfuckers with that shield and it murders them. Just no challenge whatsoever. That shit is goated. Just if you want easy mode, just do that strat, and you will. If your magic bar is high enough, you win. And it is what it is. Absolutely love this game. Without a doubt, it's my favorite Metroidvania. I doubt it's ever going to get topped for me because the gameplay is just too fucking good. Like Hollow Knight is up there, but it just like there's a certain level of charm that Symphony of the Night has, especially with its music and just the atmosphere of the castle in general, that just sets it up over the top for me. Like I
am not mad at this. This is one of those Jay-Z versus Nas arguments. I'm not gonna yell at you for saying Nas is the greatest, even though I think it's Jigga. I'm not gonna argue. I'm like, fair enough. I'm not gonna lose my gasket. Nah, this game's awesome. I don't remember when I played it. How old was I? I think I was around 14. I played it a little bit later.
I've played it so many times. That's one of the games
I've only beaten this one once, but I went and played pretty much every Castlevania after this. But the one with Shinoa, is it Order of Ecclesia?
So much,
that ended up being my favorite one.
Yeah, I played this game so fucking much. I played the goddamn mobile app version. That's how much I love this
He's
game.
a Stanley Stan. Holy shit.
That's like me with Ace Attorney. Anything it's been on, I've had it. I've had it on iPhone. I didn't pay for it though. Someone bought it for me, but I played on my iPhone even, so I felt that.
I still got that app on my phone right now. Yeah, there it is, right there, next to Solitaire, Symphony of the Night, just chilling.
Solitaire is a good ass game.
Yeah, we know about you.
Circle of the Moon has a special place in my heart. I feel it. But yeah, I think Order of Ecclesia was one that I liked a lot. There's a lot of the DS ones that I didn't mind, but they're kind of hit and miss for me. Or it's like I'll just do it because it's Castlevania. But,
yeah, my era of Castlevania is like SNES to like PS1. That's kind of where I stopped. Yeah,
I actually beat the first one on my SNES Mini. I think.
Wait, was Aria of Sorrow PS1 era?
No, it's Game Boy Advance. That's after.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, number 2, Glenn.
Into Game Boy Advance.
When you're ready.
I'm on 3. I'm on 3 now because
I'm sorry.
That was my 4.
So sorry, 3. Jesus Christ.
The best Zelda of all time. Skyward Sword.
Yes, sir. I'm like that's. I'm like, all right. Is it 1 or is it 2? Is it 1 or is it 2?
Music, goat, motion controls, goat. Yes, sir. Is Naya muted? Is he not talking?
I'm here.
No. He was delayed. He was like, he had to get his thoughts in order.
I'm also trying to find a picture to put up quickly so it's not on thing for too long, you know? Yeah. Am I lagging or something?
No.
I think my speakers are fucked up. I can't hear y'all.
Oh yeah, no, that's on him then.
Yeah,
I could hear you just fine.
Yeah, you guys could hear me. I couldn't hear you guys. That was weird shit. But yeah, music, goat. Fee, goat. Motion controls, goat. But the biggest thing of all, the best dungeons in Zelda. Without a doubt, the best grouping of dungeons in Zelda. From design to bosses to puzzles, out of this world good. And also the biggest thing, me and I both know this. We make the Master Sword. What y'all games got?
I couldn't believe it. You understand? Like, my mind was blown in 2011, bro. By the way, Battle of the Goddess is one of my favorite Zelda tracks.
Sir.
Across
Feast
the board.
Lament as well.
That's a good one too. But we and you are generally contrarians in this because most Zelda fans pretend to hate this game. And I say pretend, not because I think a lot of Zelda fans are just probably like, this is not one of my favorites, but they pretend to hate it to be cool. But this was my favorite Zelda game until, you know what I'm saying? But I had this at like 2. Like, I love this game. Making the Master Sword, the gratitude crystals and everything, turning that one demon back into turning him into a human.
Side quest. Fantastic side quest for Zelda.
I love that that boss on the whale. It's like the whale's corrupted or whatever. I like Skylofts. I love Groose. I like Fi. I don't care.
Last 2 things as well. Flying around on a loft wing for hours on end, doing nothing. That shit is raw.
Honestly, fuck all the Zonai shit. I just wanted the fucking Skyloft.
I kept saying that for years. I was like, "Where's my bird at? I want my bird." That's what I kept saying.
I know. But I love this game. I don't really care how people like feel about it or talk about it. I think this
And
game's
also the
phenomenal.
best Ganondorf fight of all time.
Well,
Demise is top
but
one.
yeah. But
Yeah. Well, come on,
yeah,
let's
yeah,
move
yeah.
there.
I like Impa's design. I like the Zelda and
Oh,
Link
Girahim.
dynamic. Girahim is awesome, and
Fantastic
Girahim being
addition.
like Demise's fire fee was awesome. The time crystal like puzzles and stuff. I really like
Yep.
those ones. Those are really dope. The ancient
Great selection of
cistern,
specialty
whatever
items.
the Colossus.
Awesome water dungeon right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Awesome water dungeon.
I had no problem collecting the notes and everything. I think Skyview's awesome. A lot of great boss fights. I don't give a
Awesome
shit.
selection of specialty
The
items
beetle
as well.
The Beatles awesome.
The Beatles the claw shot, the double claw shot.
Yep.
Yes, sir. The boss rush to get the Hylian shield, which could repair itself and was indestructible. Raw. Oh man, this game is so good.
It's a good game, bro. I don't know why niggas hate it so much, but but Zelda's always weird where the Zelda's games sometimes when they come out, they don't get the praise they deserve until later.
Yep.
Wind Waker and Twilight Princess.
Link Between Worlds is another one that I'd say is.
I really think that's better than Link to the Past.
Link to the Past. I agree.
But that's apparently a hot take. But it is what it is. All right, send me number 3.
At number 3, my favorite in the series, it's Grand Theft Auto 4.
Yes, sir.
Some of y'all may know or may not know, I am an unapologetic Rockstar stan. Rockstar is one of my favorite, probably top 1 Western developer for me. Their catalog has brought me nothing but joy throughout my entire life. From GTA 3 to The Warriors to Bully, even Midnight Club 3. And I'm not even a racing fan, but I played that game too. They have so many good games on their catalog, both that they have developed and published. And Grand Theft Auto 4 is one of the games. I would confidently say it is the game that pushed the idea of next gen to me when the PS3, 360, and Wii came out. When I first played Grand Theft Auto 4 on my cousin's 360, I never seen graphics like this before. And most importantly, I have never seen a physics engine like this before. The Euphoria physics engine is still to this day is my favorite physics engine in video games, period. Like, I finally get to play a game where I get to go flying like in fucking anime that I've been watching since 1999. It just don't make no fucking sense. This game is a lot of fun. You see in the first GIF here, this asshole freaking do this fucking dodge roll and try to use some trash bags as cover. He's taller than it. He immediately gets shot. Dickhead. Absolute dickhead.
They were Middles asked you what about Rockstar Tennis. Well, yeah, that was funny. Like, what was where were you going? Just get to stay out the fucking line of fire. You were not serious.
Yo, bro, shit, Rockstar got a table tennis game? No, don't ask me about freaking Skate and Destroy. We don't talk about that. And the second one is absolutely hilarious. So homie running across the street, then the taxi run him over. So his friend starts shooting the freaking taxi driver. Bro, it's absolute insanity. And Nico just standing there. Nico just standing as all this madness is just going on. When he's running the street, he got what is coming to him. While he running the street, he got run over. Then he shoot the taxi driver. Then the man then pull up and now there's a gunfight in the middle of the street. I love shit like this. Just NPC interaction is so phenomenal. You see crazy shit like this all of the time. The game is a lot of fun. Driving around is a lot of fun. Going flying, abusing the physics engine is a lot of fun. The glitches and the exploits, like the swing set of death and the freaking the possessed hot dog stand. So many fun things about this game, and most importantly, the story is so fucking good. And not only is the voice acting good, but the story is one of the best stories that Rockstar has crafted. Where instead of the organized crime story where you deep in organized crime and you wind up finding family, no, Nico always has family from the beginning, and he's trying to move away from the organized crime life, literally moving to an entirely new country to get a new beginning, however, still being dragged deep into the depths of this organized crime, and then to see how it affects both himself and the people around him. It's a phenomenal story. It has multiple endings. And it's like, bro, Rockstar really knocked it out of the park. Memorable NPCs, memorable missions. Little Jacob, to this day, is still one of the best Jamaicans that I know. And yet he's in this call. Little Jacob is one of my favorite freaking NPCs. He is such a roster. He just come in here, talk about some scene, and he just rambling, and he got guns, and he raw. He's one of the rawest side characters in the entire franchise. He got your back. He is a ride or die. He is so cool. There's so many cool things that this game introduced. This game has the most interiors right next to San Andreas. I think it actually has a little bit more than San Andreas. Interiors being buildings that you can actually enter. So much fun to do outside of the story missions. Like, this is a game. The entire GTA series is soothing for me and my comfort games, but GTA 4 specifically is a game that I could just turn on and just cruise around. Do nothing, just cruise around, drive, maybe try to do some stunts, get on a motorcycle, send myself flying, and just take it off. I don't even gotta shoot nobody. I don't even gotta kill nobody. It's just a lot of fun. This is a game that I've been playing for years on end, that I'll never stop playing. I'll be playing this long when I'm an old man. It's just so generational to me. GTA 5 doesn't even come close. I don't think GTA 5 is
Facts.
a bad game, but GTA 4 is just night and day
I think
leagues
4
better.
and San Andreas are the best two, in my opinion.
Facts.
Probably. But
I hard agree.
yeah, I'm not mad at that take.
I mean, well, I like all of them. I haven't played 1 and 2. I like all of them though. I like 3, Vice City, San Andreas, Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories, Chinatown Wars, 4 and 5. For me, it's probably GTA 4 and maybe GTA 3, but the entire 3D era, so 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, they're all phenomenal. This is just a series that I'll never stop playing. Like, period. Like, it's a part of me. You cannot tell me to not play this because I'll be playing it. 3, Vice City and San Andreas are 3 games that will never leave my computer's hard drive. They will forever stay installed on there. It don't matter how many times I gotta reinstall it, how many times I have to remod it. Nope, it's staying on there. And 4 is just such a good game, though. I've owned it so many times. I bought the physical PC release back when games for Windows Live was a thing. I had the freaking PS3 version. Just rebought it. The episodes from Liberty City complete. So GTA 4 and its 2 expansions bundle into one. Have it both on Steam and the Rockstar launcher. It's just a fun game, though. It's just, I can't speak its praises enough. Nico Bellic, one of my favorite MCs ever. I'm not Russian, I'm Serbian. Like, he's a fantastic lead. He's hilarious. He's stoic when he needs to be. He has a good sense of humor. And when the going gets rough, he gets raw. He is so raw when the time counts. It's just so raw, though. Like, everyone should fucking play this game. Look at him murking this man. He's blasting him in his chest. Like, oh my goodness. This is probably my favorite edition of Liberty City as well.
I respect it. All right, I'm gonna do 3 then 2. So, on number 3, we have Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door.
Yes, sir. I was waiting for it.
And now,
on the list, I gotta play that bitch.
Everybody knows
So
how much I
excited.
love this game at this point because I don't shut up about it. So there's like no one in my real life or my fake life. I don't want to say fake life, but online who don't know I love this game. To the point that there's a game that dethroned it, and it took me like 3 years to accept that this was no longer my favorite game. I didn't want to accept it. I needed to let it marinate. I needed more time. I needed like 2.5 to 3 years to know, like, okay, you've been dethroned, but it's okay. You had a generational, like 20-year run. When did this come out? 2004? And it's 2019 really when like, all right, there's something I think I like a little more than this. This could easily be 2 another given day, by the way. I just kind of wanted to shake it up because the first 2 games would be a little bit similar, but I don't not like the next game a little bit more than this, but Paper Mario, to me, one of the reasons why I like it so much is I think it is for me the quintessential like sequel. Like you take everything about the first game that we love and you take it to its next logical conclusion, to its next logical evolution. from the combat to, before you can only hide in your hat to reduce damage by 1. What if you press B, literally frame perfect, and you can counterattack? But if you fuck up, you take the full damage. So there's more risk and more reward. The badge system is more robust. The world is a little bit bigger and more fun to travel. The graphics better. They actually started to mess a little bit more with some of the paper mechanics, whether you turn to a boat, turn into a plane. The partner system is better. Instead of your partner getting hit, and depending, so let's say Paper Mario 1, your Goombario gets hit by an attack that does 2 damage to him. He can't move for 2 turns. Now they just have their own HP. And you can upgrade them when you find shine sprites. The town of Rogueport is genuinely extremely interesting to actually analyze, to actually explore, go through, instead of just being in the Mushroom Kingdom. The boss fights are incredible. The Pit of 100 Trials is incredible. The boss you fight there, Bone Tail, harder than the Shadow Queen. Really good story. I think this is one of the better Mario stories told. Granted, I actually do think Super Paper Mario with Blumiere, Count Black and Tippy, whatever and stuff is actually the best Mario story in general. But this one's really good too. What website did you use for my list now? It looks really good. I use Weebly. This is my blog. I'll post it in a second so you guys can see or look at it. But it's Weebly. I think most people now use the one that Vince is using is one of the people most use now. I think
Medium.
I think so, yeah. Medium and WordPress maybe. But yeah, this is on Weebly. But this is I kind of designed this. I've had this since 2015 when I was making my portfolio. But yeah, adding the stylish system where now you can just kind of get extra. Oh yeah, so in the first game, because it's supposed to be Mario story, it's supposed to be like a paper book. That's supposed to be this is a paper game. It's supposed to be Mario story being told through a storybook. I learned what the word cataclysm meant from this game. I know every game where I learned a word from. Cataclysm, I learned that word from this game. This game added the stage. So the stage reacts and gets pumped when you're doing good moves and you're doing your action commands properly. But you can press A at the right time to do stylish moves. There's actually a move in Sea of Stars that reminds me 100% of Mario's Power Smash. I'll say this and I'll pass it off because I speak about Paper Mario all the time and I don't want to take too much time. You do basically the action command is that you hold the joystick left, and as it lights up to the last one, you let go. If you press A immediately, when you do it, there's a backflip. Stylish. But what if you pressed A again? Another backflip. You press A again. Another backflip and another backflip. And he does the pose that he does in Mario 64 when he jump off the tree and he lands, his arms are out like he's a gymnast. Mind blown in paper style. Okay?
Deep low. Everything.
Also, Vivian is one of the greatest partners and side characters that I ever experienced in a video game. My favorite party member. Watt being my favorite from the first game, and I'll leave it at that. Shout out to Paper Mario, man. I highly recommend it. And also, Super Mario RPG Legend of 7 Stars will be coming out soon. I highly recommend that too. For my favorite Zelda game, that would be the first game ever created that pioneered any concept, any idea, any aesthetic, any gameplay. It started here. Spider-Man couldn't climb until Link started climbing.
This game.
Cooking, you couldn't cook until Link started cooking. I know you can cook in Paper Mario, but it started at this game anyways. This is an inside joke. You might get it, you might not get it, because Zelda fans act like this game was the first game to pioneer all the things in it. Breath of the Wild, for me, I'm not in love with the story that much. Though in hindsight, having experienced Tears of the Kingdom, I think I've gained a greater appreciation for it. This game for me was the first game maybe in a long time, maybe not ever been a long time, that actually awarded me and incentivized my creativity. I think I'm a pretty creative player, all things considered. I like to break games and see glitches and stuff like that too. I think it's more intentional in Tears of the Kingdom. But this is one of the games, I never forget my first moment of this, because I couldn't figure out this one electric puzzle in the shrines. And I like shrines. I don't care what anyone thinks. I just think there's too many. But I like them. I like the mini puzzles. As an electrical current moving block thing around. And I'm like, I have a claymore. What if I just put this claymore on the ground with Magnesis, and it fucking worked, and it opened the door, and then I was actually able to Magnesis it through the crack back to my inventory. And I said, nah, really? Remember my first gyro puzzle? I'm like, I'm trying to figure this shit out. I flipped that shit over. When the ball came out the tube, I slapped it to the other side of the hole. Fucking done. There's a 1-win puzzle. You have to do some bullshit to get the rock to stay there. I'm like, why'd I do that? I'm gonna just throw it, stasis, or onto the platform, unstasis, or the time ran out, and boom, fucking shrine is done and over. The costumes, getting rid of. I think Legend of Zelda absolutely needed a breath of fresh air. It was getting way too stagnant. I'm sorry. It's cool for what it is, but I'm tired of wearing that green ass tunic. It don't fucking move me. Looking like Peter fucking Pan. Shit ass. Now I can wear what I want. Gerudo armor, Sheikah stealth, Hylian hood up, put the dyed in black, be stealthy. Are you stupid? Phantom Ganon. You got the armor from not Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass. All of that shit. Gas. I could look how I want. I could look ridiculous with a mismatch of shit. Got a bandana on with some fucking armor legs and some neck shit on. Like, thought it was awesome. The Ventide Island, one of the greatest surprises for me. Getting to the Ventide Island, actually having to kind of restart the game and go all the way back to the beginning of the game. You have nothing. All you got is your HP and your wits. Can you figure it out? Love that shit. Divine Beast, not that great. I just think people over exaggerate how awful they are. I actually like some of the mechanisms of being able to move the Divine Beast's like design layout. I think that was cool. They just probably played around with it more and actually just changed up the general aesthetic of it. I would have done that. And I think the game does a good job of motivating you to kind of play the way that you want with all of the other things. So yeah, make the champion tunic green. Hashtag green goat. Nah. So they got way too stagnant with Skyward Sword. I still like Skyward Sword. It's still my second favorite Zelda game. But the super traditional formula was getting stagnant. Now I believe there's a perfect middle ground with the open air style and traditional Zelda of like a way to bring it to the middle. And I think one of the things I would do is make it. I think Link to the Past, A Link Between Worlds, somewhat did this, where you could buy or rent the items from Rabio and go to wherever dungeon you want. Make the dungeons traditional and linear, right? When you get to it, but I should be able to do it in whatever order I want, and I don't even mind if you add a dungeon item to that dungeon or something like that. But I think Breath of the Wild is a fantastic game. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I have some issues with it. I've always thought the weapon durability complaint was always fair. I just kind of got
Especially for
used
the
to it.
Master Sword.
I just got used to it after a while. But yeah, man, fantastic game, my favorite Zelda game, and it's an experience that I will never forget. To the point that I don't think, even though I love Tears of the Kingdom and I had fun with it, you can't recreate this experience. You can only have it one time. And if there's a game that I could, if there's one of the two games I could delete my memory and replay from start to finish, it would be this one, and I'll leave it at that. Zelda Goat, man. Zelda Link. Twink. All right. Send me number 2.
Ah, yes, number 2. So you don't actually need the audio for this one. You can just let the videos play. There's all videos of me playing the game. Yes, my number 2, my favorite PC game of all time. It is Star Wars Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, and Man Oh Man.
God, this is why I
Dog.
love you, Semi. I love.
Dog, the Jedi Knight series is legitimately a fantastic series. So just for a quick rundown, the Jedi Knight series follows the extended universe, and it specifically follows a character within the extended universe named Kyle Katarn as you follow him as a former what the fuck are they called? What the fuck is fucking
Jedi?
No. What the fuck is they're not the Republic? They're the Republic, right? What's the evil niggas called? What's the fucking what's in the
Empire?
fucking there you go. So he's a former Empire mercenary, right? You follow his life after working for the Empire, and he's hired by the Republic as they get info that the Empire is trying to make a new type of stormtrooper, like a super stormtrooper, and you simply follow his life through then and onwards, and it's a phenomenal. Like Dark Forces 1 to Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight and onwards is actually really fucking good because you follow Kyle Katarn's journey from being a mercenary to becoming a Jedi and then sealing his Jedi powers away because of what he did when he got those powers, when he tuned into the Force. and then becoming a teacher at fucking Luke's Jedi
Academies.
Academy. Bro, his story is legitimately fire, and the fact that the way that the games tell his story in order, and like each game progressively gets better and better, and like the stakes get higher and higher, following him as a character, it's really fucking like marvelous. Regardless, though, we're not talking about him. I will say just one more thing about him. One of the most raw things I've ever done in a video game is in, not this game, but the game before it, Jedi Outcast, where the character that you're dealing with now, Kyle has absolutely no way to deal with him. He kidnaps his best friend. He was powerless to do anything against it because he sealed his sense to the Force. So he goes to Luke and he's like, "Fuck, you know what, bro? Let me take the course, man. I need to be intact with the fucking Force powers again." Luke is like, "You sure? You sealed yourself?" He's like, "Yes, nigga, I'm sure. I gotta do this." So you go through the fucking course and you relearn how to use the fucking Force again, and you reclaim your fucking saber. That's one of the rawest things ever. From him literally tapping into the dark side on his revenge quest in Jedi Knight because the dark Jedi killed his father, to sealing his powers, to reluctantly regaining his powers. It's so gas. But we're not talking about him. We're talking about Jedi Academy. Jedi Academy said, okay, what if we take all of the must story out? We give you your lightsaber from mission 1. You create your own character, and you get to use your lightsaber from beginning to fucking end. Dog. Jedi Academy does not have nowhere near the same like type of emotional investment or good plot level design wise and story wise, but it's the most fucking fun to play. This game has the single best melee combat I have ever played in my life. It's really cool because it has an auto parrying system. So there's no parry or block button. You just have to kind of aim your lightsaber to the incoming attack and your character will automatically parry it. This is included for both projectiles and physical attacks, as you can see in the boss fight that I'm doing in the final GIF that you're watching. Also, it has a really cool feature on the PC version. If you go into the ini file and you modify it, there is a bit of code called Saber More Realistic that has the settings of 0, 1, and 2, right? 0 is a defaulty where it doesn't do anything. 2, it enables dismemberment, and 3, it makes it just like in the movie. So you don't even have to do an attack to do damage. All you have to do is allow your lightsaber to touch an enemy and they will take damage. So you ramp it all the way up. Not only will you be able to dismember, but it'll be just like in the movies where you don't even have to attack. They just have to touch it and they'll fucking die. As you can see in the second GIF that you're looking at, I did some movie shit. I flipped over this guy's head. He fell on the floor. I stabbed him through his chest. Bro, this game is so gas. And then in the first clip, bro, the guy kept jumping. I slashed upwards and I cut him in half from his waist. Just remove his torso from his waist. Dog, it's raw. It's so raw. You get to use 3 different styles: fast, strong, or neutral. And in Jedi Academy, you get to have the saber staff or dual lightsabers. Dog, you get to have freaking Jedi Force powers or Sith Force powers. You can push, you can pull, you can choke, you can use electricity, you can heal. Dog, this game might just be the best action game I've ever played in my life. Not only that, multiplayer is still bumping to this day. You can hop on that bitch and you can freaking duel real humans. People who've been playing this game since release. Dog, it's so much fun. And it's still getting mod support to this day.
Why are you ugly?
Movie back.
What kind of fucking abomination are you? The fuck is this shit I'm looking at? Back of his head. I'm like his kufi. It look like that. I'm joking. I'm talking shit.
That's Plo Koon species, man. Respect it.
I don't.
I played the game so many times. I just played as every single fucking race.
Oh,
Played
fair
as
enough.
human.
Fair
Played
enough,
as
fair enough.
whatever the
That's
fuck this thing is.
That's Keldor right there, if I recall.
Yeah, you could play as freaking. You could play as a human or non-human. You
I'm
could
just
choose your
laughing because
fucking
the whole
skin
time you're
color.
talking, I'm like, you ugly.
Yeah,
he
so I
beat
feel
the
like there's
ass, but he ugly.
as you can see in the second two gifs, I'm playing as a freaking female human. So yeah, I
Oh,
replayed
yeah.
the story so many times, bro. Movie Battles is a mod that gets updated where you get to they recreate modern battles from the new content. So this mod is still getting updates to this day. They just now added battles from the latest movies and shit. It's so fucking raw. They have freaking mods that completely change the multiplayer so it's more team based like a battlefield and shit. You could do normal vanilla multiplayer and just duel people with your saber. It's so fucking good, dog. I cannot stress how much I love this game. Ramping up the dismemberment makes it so much more enjoyable. This boss fight I was doing was so when the roll and the stab and she freaking cartwheels away. Like, bro, that's some cinema shit. Look at it. Look at it. This game is so raw. I can't stress it enough. I don't even care if you give a single fuck about Star Wars. I don't care if you like Star Wars. I don't care if you do like Star Wars. If you like action games, period, from the third person genre, you have a duty to play this. It's one of the most unique games I've ever played in my life. Especially the PC version, you get to flat out dismember. You can cut off hands, feet, legs, torsos, heads. It's just so much fun. You could run around, you could jump real high, you could flip, you could do acrobats, you could wall jump. Like, bro, what the fuck more is there to ask? Now, the rest of the Jedi Knight series, you'll get the complete package with the story and the progression. But Jedi Academy, it's all meathead shit. And it's so much fun. And that's why it will forever stay in my number 2. I don't think it's ever going anywhere. I love this game to death.
I feel it. Number 2, Glam.
Number 2, staying in the Star Wars lane, Knights of the Old Republic.
One of the games I feel like is going to enter my top 30 once I play it. There it is.
I can say this without a shadow of a doubt. This is the greatest Star Wars game ever fucking made. And the greatest thing about it is that it has nothing to do with the movies. Absolutely zero. The Old Republic era
huh? Sorry.
that BioWare cooked up is gas. The story, I don't want to say this for Simmy. He probably knows who the main character is, but I'm not going to say it just in case. The story of your main character in this game, go Tid. No way, shape, or form is not. The companions, Bastila, Mission, Zalbar, Jolie
Knights of the Old Republic 1 or 2? They asked, by the way.
1.
Okay, 1.
Jolie Bindo, the goat. Juhani. Oh, what's my boy's name? T3M4, and of course, the greatest droid of all time, HK-47. Where are those meat bags at? That's my guy. Overall plot is awesome. One of the coolest things Star Wars has ever had in its entire series. Amazing, combat. It's turn-based combat and awesome RPG mechanics. The customizable lightsabers. You can pick out which sort of crystals you put in that bitch for emitters and the level of damage it does and the color. The planets you can go to are dope. The side quests are raw. The main quest is fucking awesome.
BioWare Obsidian?
Everything. Obsidian is 2. BioWare is 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This game is fucking awesome. Absolutely incredible. One of the best RPGs I've ever played. One of the greatest video games I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing. And one of the best stories I've ever had the pleasure of consuming. It is absolutely fantastic. And features my favorite Star Wars character of all time, who is Revan, on that screen right there behind that.
Here he is there.
The greatest Force user ever. GOAT. Absolute peak.
That's not Rey Skywalker.
Fuck Rey. Fuck that bitch.
You said greatest? That's crazy when Rey's right there. All right, Glam. Hit us with Ichiban numero uno.
I mean, come on, man. No, you both probably should know this. It's Mass Effect 3. It's 100% Mass Effect 3. Now, this is the interesting thing with this game. It is not a better game than 2. I will say that. But I don't give a damn.
That's the right answer.
This game, 99% of it, and that is including all of the DLC that came with it, is fucking immaculate. And then the ending happens. Now, I have a veritable cornucopia of problems with that ending, even in the fixed version. But I don't care. This game, if there is a piece of media out there that is good fan service, it is this. Especially if I include the Citadel DLC. Almost all major plot points, other than the final conflict of this game, are wrapped up in such a beautiful way in Mass Effect 3. The combat, while not as good in terms of gunplay as 2, the abilities you're using in this are at its best. And honestly, I am a fan of the inclusion of melee combat in this game. The melee animations, I think, are fucking dope, and I'm glad that for each class they have, they are different in design. But the biggest thing for me is that the way each of your companions interacts with you in this game, depending on all the choices you've made from 1 and 2, and the ones you make in 3, are awesome. The way certain characters go out in this game, absolutely incredible. The way Shepard is sort of shaped through this game, amazing. This is where I think Shepard's a character that's not really all to your own. There is a certain level of personality that is canon to them, but I think in this is where he or she is at their best. And the ending of the game, outside of the actual last scene, there's a substantial portion of the final missions on Earth are some of the best, other than the absolute final one. Some of these interactions are fucking amazing. The final conversation your character will have with Garrus, if he survives this far, is absolutely fucking incredible. And for me, as a person that is always going to romance Tali before anybody else, this game is where she is at her best. The Rannoch plotline is fucking awesome. All the shit with the Geth is amazing. The Krogan Rebellion stuff is awesome in this game.
Krogan stuff is what moved me the most. The fucking frog.
Yeah, the shit with Morden Solus when he goes out singing Scientist Solarian, fucking Gilbert and Sullivan head ass. That's my goat right there. And I absolutely adore it. This is my favorite sci-fi series of all time in all of media. And this, even though the ending is there, with Citadel added on, with Omega added on, and with
that's right there for you, bro.
Levi, I'm gonna fight you, sir, if I ever see you. The hands will be thrown. And Leviathan being included in that too, it's just over the top of me. Even with the ending, I fucking love this game to death.
We respect it. And now you guys have Glam's top 30. And Simi's gonna hit you with his numero uno too right now. About to hit you with it right now, Simi. Lay it on him, because I knew what it was already.
Yeah, so as I always say, if 99% of the game was good and that 1% is bad, then it was a good game. If you enjoyed the rest of the game, but the ending was bad, then it was a good game.
Just real bad. That was the only problem.
That being said, my numero uno, my Ichiban. Yes, it is Doom 1993. I think this is the single most important video game of all time. This is a video game that is literally studied in college classes. Id Tech 1, the design, or I should say the engine, the infrastructure, if you will, created by John Carmack, is literally studied in college classes. When you take college courses on video game development, you will be studying id Tech 1. It is a 2D game that looks 3D. It is a game that at the time in the year 1993 was the single most
shout out to my year
looking graphic. Yeah, absolutely. You was born during history. History was fucking made during this year. It is. What the fuck was I saying? Oh shit.
Let's talk about how it was 2D,
single most 3D game of all time.
Its graphics was the single most realistic of its time period. Nobody has ever seen graphics like this when this game came out. It is a game that at the time, it was a powerhouse. You needed a fucking NASA supercomputer. None of the console ports, even a PS1 port, runs well. It is a game that is being made to run on every single device. It has been run on literal potatoes. It has been run on a pregnancy test. It has been run. It has been run on a calculator. These are not jokes. It has been run on an Etch-a-Sketch. They have made Doom 1, 1993 run on almost any fucking thing that can emit electricity. Not only that, it is a game that still to this day gets custom WADs. WADs being essentially mods. WADs being that's the name of the fucking the levels in the game that the engine reads. And these WADs consist of everything. I mean, really out there, like racist stuff. Like they fucking recreate mass shootings in WADs. They create normal levels in WADs. They create freaking other games in WADs. They will create Duke Nukem in Doom. They will create Shadow Warrior in Doom. They will create Wolfenstein in Doom. You can literally play every single game within Doom. I just cannot express into words. I do not have the vocabulary to talk about how important this game is, not just for FPSs, but just the video game genre in general. The thing that John Carmack and John Romero did when this game released, I still don't even think they themselves realize just how important it is. It's a game that just changed the landscape forever. It made the normies talk about how video games are making the children more violent. It made people realize that you can make games in the first person. We saw the birth of the build engine from this. So on and so forth. It just did so much. And most importantly of all, it's a good fucking video game. It's fun as shit. Like, I didn't think it would be as fun as it was, but when I loaded up Doom 1 for the first time, yeah, bro,
Yes, sir.
I shot my first zombie marine. Ho, 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 ho. I was hooked ever since. I mean, I would just straight marathon in these levels. I just could not believe how intuitive, how snappy, and how addictive this game was. I wasn't expecting it to be that good, and it was just that good. So memorable. All the enemies are so memorable, from the zombie marines to the pinkies to everybody's favorite domestic demon, the cackle demon. It's everything about it is just so much fun. The level design, the personality of the devs coming out with the trolling. Whenever you find a secret or you find a new weapon, and you know for a fact that some type of enemy is gonna pop up at you because you just found this. It's so much good. So much fucking good. The fact that it's not even a 3D game, it looks 3D. They just somehow made magic in this game. And it just I just don't know what to say, man. I just don't know what to say. It's just fucking ridiculous. Doom 1 is a game that I don't care what the fuck you like. You gotta at least watch a documentary on it or something. There's no reason why you should go around living your life if you like video games, if you are a gamer and you have no idea what the fuck this game is or its history. I'm not gonna say you'll need to play it, because I'm not gonna force people to play genres that they don't like. But you need to know what this game is and what the fuck it did for the industry. Because we wouldn't have a lot if it wasn't for this game. People like to talk about their Half-Lives and they Freemans and they G-Man and all that other shit, and we don't give a fuck about that. We give a fuck about the Space Marine. He wear green. He got his super shotgun. He go,
Rip and tear,
and he
baby.
rip and tear until it is done. It's gas. From the key hunting mechanic to each level, every other level, finding a new weapon. It's just everything's gonna be traced back to this one game, and I thank id Software so much for what they did with this. I really do think it's the single most important video game of all time.
All right. But now I'm gonna end it off with this. In a land far, far away, there's a kingdom called Bulgaria. And all I know is, ain't a single nigga in that motherfucker nicer than me in Spy Cards. It's Bug Fables, the everlasting sapling. Okay? And I am the greatest Spy Cards player in all of Bulgaria. They turn that shit online. I'm mopping everybody. Y'all niggas not beating me. Y'all niggas not better than me. Listen, if Paper Mario, I kind of set this up earlier talking about Paper Mario because I told you guys, like, this was my That was my favorite game from 2014, 2004, what the fuck, to about 2019. And I had to really mess with it, right? I really like these type of games. Born of Bread, if you know what that is coming up, is also on this style, and I'm extremely excited for that. And I have an inclination it'll make the top 30. I just have a lot of love for these type of games. If you're gonna make me play a turn-based game, I want to be able to do something when it's not my turn, so to speak. I don't like having to get hit, and I like doing action commands and having to do things to execute the attack. But I genuinely think that this took all the things that I loved about Thousand Year Door Paper Mario and made it better. I think some things are just different, but I generally think that is overall better. I think the one thing I'd say is probably iffy is the like the exploration from the standpoint. Everything is kind of mapped to the B button. So having to throw the beamerang with B and hold it with B and stuff like that, I think it was B, maybe it was another button, I can't remember, was kind of a little not intuitive, but other than that, I was genuinely surprised by the storytelling. Though I do think at the end it kind of falls apart a bit, especially if you don't read the Wasp King's like comic book beforehand. So there's that. I actually think the medal system in this game is much more robust, much more creative, much more. It took the badges system and fucking made it phenomenal. And let me give you a very simple one that I like that I learned on my own. Really, weak stomach. What does a weak stomach do? No matter what item you use to heal, to eat, it poisons you. Now, why would you want to be poisoned? Well, let me tell you, imaginary person that I'm not actually talking to. What you so every with poison damage, you take one hit every turn. Now, V, for example, is a really great attacker. You can make her do some big dick damage with equipping her with some of her poison moves that take I think it's TP. I think is it TP for team points again? Was TP not what they was calling chain echoes and TP is in this game? I might have fucked that up. Anywho, right? But another one that I really like is called Favorite One. What does Favorite One do? When that character gets hit, I think they actually take more damage. You lose a defense point. Take hit, it pisses off the other two party members, and you know what they get? An extra attack. So, what do you think happens every time you take one damage of poison? Everyone else gets more attacks. So Kabu now is attacking twice. Leaf is now attacking twice. Like, bro, the things that you can do with this system with the numbing, the ice, the poison, the sleep to create these super builds. Like Kabu, you can make him a fucking tank. Just be like taunt. Everyone attacks him, and he's just taking hits. While you have Leaf and V go crazy. Leaf hits people out the air. Kabu goes through defenses easily, and I said wait, the V and Leaf can hit enemies that are burrowed. Leaf's actual storyline with what's going on with him, I think, is actually really fucking good. Same as I'm talking about. I was genuinely surprised by this, and it makes sense of the way that he speaks to you in the first time you meet him, and you actually realize I'm not gonna say it too much. He hasn't even lied to you, not even once. This game, the traveling I think is really good because of the ant hole system, ant hill system. The way that side quests are usually not out your way. In terms of the main quest that you're doing, you're going to a certain area. Chances are the side quests that you just got are on the way there or at that place. So you're actually getting a lot done, side and main mission at the same time, without having to necessarily detour. There are some detours, but I generally like how everything is kind of in the same area. It's easy to get there, and if you have a lot of barriers, you can pay that one guy once you come out the ant hill to just take you to like the house or the middle of the plaza or whatever. Or the cooking system is phenomenal. I think the music is fantastic. I like the paper aesthetic a lot. It moves me tremendously. V V just reminds me of Nami. She bought her berries, literally. Berries are currency in this game. Super dope. Kabu's kind of the good guy. He's a nice dude with strength, and his story, it's a little generic, but I understood a lot about his character and what he was by the end of it. And I think the boss fights, especially the optional ones, the very hard ones you have to do, especially the ones where you have to actually like this is a wanted thing, extremely challenging, super fucking fun. I think this game is a lot harder than Paper Mario, all things considered. I play with the hard mode medal badge medal on, which costs zero medal points MP, but I play with that on, and I just have a fun time. I play this game all the time. this game is another game that I have like post like 300-400 hours in, because as soon as I kind of fill up all the files, I go back to the first file, I delete it, and I just replay the game from start to finish pretty much. And I have 100% of this game. I think it's better than Paper Mario at the end of the day, but that was hard for me to admit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my list. You got me and Simeon Glam. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Do you guys have any final words for the people before we call it a night?
I will say this. Oh, you go ahead first, Sammy.
Yes, what I will say is that the next time we do this, or maybe the next 3 times that we do this, my list will once again be drastically changed potentially.
Facts.
There's still a lot of classics that I have to play, classics such as that I think that will get on the list if we just keep it to top 30. Include but not limited to the rest of the Fallout series. So that includes 1, 2, New Vegas, and 4. I only played 3 to completion. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and the rest of the D&D games. So that includes Neverwinter Nights.
Yep.
Neverwinter Nights and Icewind Dale. I still have to play Knights of the Old Republic, both 1 and 2. Also, once I get into my what the fuck is that genre called? We were just talking about it during the Frame One podcast. Immersive sim. There we go. I finally properly get into my immersive sim bag, and I play the Deus Ex and the original game and its sequels. So The Fall, Human Revolution, and I forgot what was the third game called. But yeah, these are games that I think will probably enter that list. However, we will not know until I play them. So maybe the next 3rd or 4th time we do this, the list could be drastically different. Keep that in mind.
I'll say the end of this year could affect, I think, both mine and Naya's list substantially, specifically with Super Mario Wonder.
Yeah.
Depending on how well that is.
And I wonder if my mind on Super Mario RPG, having kind of replayed it in a modern style, will make me like it a lot more. I'm interested to see, because Super Mario RPG I did play after I played Paper Mario 1 and 2, so I played it after that, but I still had a blast playing them. So,
and as well as for me, like there are certain games that I know that I'm gonna love that are not on my list yet because I haven't played them yet. For instance, whenever I do play Hades, it'll probably be on my list. The same with both Ori games. So yeah, there's a couple things in the catalog that I still gotta get. Chained Echoes is another. I still gotta beat Sea of Stars as well. So we'll see on that.
Yes, I had Iconoclast, brother. Sorry.
See, did. Was it? Yeah, and I still got to be Baldur's Gate 3, so that could even still move up my list, even while it's still there. And hell, if New Game Plus for Armored Core is even better than I think it is right now, that could still move up my list as well.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Speaking of modern games, there are some modern games, may not be AAA, but some modern games that have the high potential of entering the list, such as games that I actually showed during the Frame One broadcast episode that we did last. Games such as Peripetia and Radio the Universe and Urbano as well. A lot of games, indie games
I also haven't
specifically.
played Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, by the way, and I love Jet Set Radio, so I might just mark out when I finally play it.
Hell, what's gonna launch next year with Mariachi Legends from Halberd Studios could maybe get up there, depending on if it's better than 9 Years of Shadows. It could get up on there for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of games like indie and AA wise that has the real potential.
You
Yeah,
no
Cookie
Danganronpa
Cutter,
fan
Altered
games.
Armor.
What do you mean by fan games? Those are the games made by Kodaka and is it NIS? I don't even remember at this point. Let me look at my thing. NIS America.
No, it's Spike Chunsoft.
Spike Chunsoft. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm sorry. Yeah. I have a lot of beef with Danganronpa. I'm just an idiot. I forgot to put the Goodbye Despair. I just spelled it wrong, like an idiot. Oh yes, Last Sworn. And Gunbrellas out, right? Gunbrellas dropped. Fuck me, bro.
Yeah,
Last
dropped
Faith
today.
is another one I got my eye on. I think both me and Simi have Simi, what's that fucking 2D? No, it was like a shooter with like a Twi'lek looking person from Star Wars. He had like swords and shit. He was busting out on like a spaceship.
Fuck. I mean, you gotta be more specific because there's a lot.
If my Steam would fucking open, I could figure out what it is. Because in my wish list, I can't remember what the fuck this thing is called.
Shit. But yeah, there's a lot of games coming out that have the potential. So y'all just have to wait and see. The list is ever changing. I mean, video games look very good. We see there's a lot of annoying discourse on the timeline if you're on Twitter. That's not important. Video games is in a good place.
See, it's catching
This might.
on, bro.
I've said. Me and I were talking about this before. This might be the best year for gaming in like at least the last 5 years. I might even go
Yeah.
10.
I think 10's a lot, but 5 I agree
Yeah.
with. But,
Okay. For Fortune's Run, Simi. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yes, that's the other immersive sim right next to Peripatia. Yeah.
Oh shit!
those-
Also dropping this year, Space Marine 2 and Sonic Superstars. Both
yeah,
of
Sonic
which look
Superstars.
really good.
I'm excited to play with the boys. It's gonna be good.
Me and Simi are gonna
Jermaine-
be on Space Marine 2, man.
Me
That's
and
gonna
my
be
boy
the
yeah.
man are
shit
gonna go
when
so
that
fucking
drop.
hard, bro. Oh my god. When Silk Song drops in 25 years, it's going straight to the top. I'm like, okay, that game is gonna change my life. If it's an urban legend, unfortunately,
Facts.
it doesn't exist. But all right, y'all. Huh? All right,
I
goodbye.
was making a joke. Yeah, we're going.